On the windswept plains of the 1870s, American West, a mysterious force weaves spells of sorrow and starlight, binding past betrayals to a cursed land. This enchanting Western fantasy pulses with magic, danger, and the ache of a love that defies time. Perfect for listeners craving a tale of haunted trails, ancient oaths, and the courage to rewrite fate under an endless sky. Chapter 1, The Horse That Chased Starlight. The wind across Widow's Peak carried the grit of 1,000 miles and the memory of 10,000 sorrows. It scraped against the weathered planks of Jonah Tate's ranch house, a low, mournful sound that seeped into the silence of his solitary life. He stood on the porch, leaning against a post worn smooth by years of leaning, watching the sun bleed orange and purple into the vast, unforgiving sky over the plains. 40-odd years he'd lived, most of them etched onto his face like lines on a map, charting a course through hardship, loss, and the quiet endurance that marked a man who'd made peace with loneliness, or perhaps just grown accustomed to its weight. His land, hard won and harder kept, stretched out before him, a tapestry of dun-colored grasses, scattered sagebrush, and the dark brooding rise of the peak itself, named for the women left behind by men swallowed by the mines, the range wars, or the simple, brutal indifference of the frontier. Jonah had no wife, no widow to leave behind. His ghosts were quieter, buried deeper, a brother lost to fever, a father whose silence had been a wall Jonah never breached, a string of could-have-beens that sometimes surfaced in the dead of night like phantom limbs, aching for what was gone. Today, the ache was more practical. Old Bess, his most reliable mare, had succumbed to a rattlesnake bite 2 days prior, a swift, ugly end that left a hole in his working stock and a familiar pang in his chest. Ranching on the edge of civilization was a constant battle against decay. Fences rotted, wells ran dry, livestock fell prey to predators or disease. Losing Bess meant he was dangerously short-handed, unable to cover the necessary ground to check his fences, track his small herd of cattle, or make the long ride into Purgatory Flats for supplies without pushing his remaining horse, a sturdy but aging gelding named Dusty, past its limits. He needed a new horse, not just any horse, but one with stamina, sense, and the grit to handle the rough terrain and unpredictable weather of the peak. Finding such an animal wouldn't be easy or cheap. Money was tight, scraped together from selling calves and the occasional bit of trapping. Every dollar spent had to count, weighed against the looming threat of winter, the cost of feed, and the ever-present possibility of unforeseen disaster. He pulled his hat lower, shielding his eyes from the last rays of the sun, the wind whipping strands of sandy brown hair across his weathered brow. Tomorrow, he'd ride Dusty into the flats, see what the livery or the monthly horse traders had to offer. It was a gamble, like everything else out here. You paid your money, you took your chances, and you prayed you weren't buying trouble disguised in horsehide. The ride into Purgatory Flats the next morning was under a sky bleached pale by the relentless sun. Dust rose in clouds from Dusty's hooves, coating Jonah's clothes, settling in the lines around his eyes and mouth. The air smelled of dry earth, sage, and the faint, distant scent of wood smoke from the town still miles away. He rode steadily, his body moving with the familiar rhythm of the horse, his mind turning over the practicalities, how much he could afford, what kind of horse he needed, the men he'd likely have to dicker with. He distrusted horse traders as a rule. They often dealt in animals as broken or unpredictable as the men who sold them. Purgatory. Flats wasn't much more than a scar on the landscape, a single dusty street lined with rough-hewn buildings, a saloon spilling discordant piano music into the morning air, A general store with a sagging porch, a blacksmith shop ringing with the clang of hammer on steel, and the livery stable, its wide doors yawning open like a hungry mouth. A few wagons were hitched haphazardly, their canvas covers stained with grime and distance. Men loitered in the slivers of shade, watching him ride in with the flat, assessing gaze common to the frontier. He bypassed the livery for now, heading towards the makeshift collection of pens at the edge of town where the itinerant traders gathered. Usually it was a loud, chaotic affair, horses neighing, men shouting prices, the sharp smell of manure thick in the air. But today the area seemed strangely subdued. Only a handful of traders were present, their stock looking as weary and dust-choked as the landscape itself. His heart sank slightly. Slim pickings. He dismounted, tying Dusty to a rail, giving the gelding's neck a reassuring pat. He walked the perimeter of the pens, his eyes scanning the animals with a practiced appraisal. A scrawny-looking Mustang with wild eyes, a heavy-legged draft horse better suited for plowing than riding the range, a couple of older geldings whose best years were clearly behind them. Nothing that felt right, nothing that inspired confidence. Disappointment settled in his gut, heavy as undigested biscuit. He might have to try the livery after all, likely pay more for less. He was about to turn away when he saw it, standing apart from the others, tethered to a solitary post near a dilapidated shed. It wasn't the horse itself that caught his eye first, but the figure standing beside it, almost obscured by the deep shadows cast by the shed's overhang. The figure was cloaked, hooded, despite the baking heat. No face was visible within the cowl's depths, just an unnerving darkness that seemed to absorb the light. Man or woman, Jonah couldn't tell. There was an unnatural stillness about them, a detachment from the simmering heat and dusty bustle around them. Then his gaze shifted to the horse. It was a dark coat, almost black, but with a strange, deep sheen that seemed to shift and shimmer, even in the flat, unforgiving daylight. Not a large horse, but finely built, with intelligent eyes that watched Jonah's approach with an unnerving calmness. It stood patiently, yet there was an undercurrent of coiled energy about it, a sense of contained power. It didn't look like any breed Jonah was familiar with. There was something different, something that resonated with the wildness of the plains, yet also hinted at something older, stranger. He approached slowly, his gaze shifting between the silent cloaked figure and the quiet horse. As he drew nearer, he felt a peculiar chill despite the heat, a prickling sensation on the back of his neck. The air around the cellar and the horse seemed thicker, quieter, as if insulated from the rest of the world. Looking for a horse? Jonah kept his voice even, betraying none of the unease tightening his chest. The hooded figure didn't turn its head, didn't acknowledge him directly. A voice emerged from the shadows of the cowl, low and raspy, like stones grinding together. It was impossible to place its age or gender. This one finds its own rider. Jonah frowned, glancing at the horse again. It shifted its weight, its dark coat catching the light in ripples, like water under moonlight. He for sale? A long pause. The figure seemed to consider the question, or perhaps Jonah himself. Then a slow, almost imperceptible nod. Perhaps, if the price is right, and the rider understands the terms. Terms? Jonah's suspicion sharpened. Horse traders rarely spoke of terms, beyond the exchange of cash. What kind of terms? He rides best under starlight, the raspy voice continued, still without looking at him. Follows paths only seen in the dark. You must let him have his head when the moon is thin and the stars are bright. Jonah almost scoffed. Superstitious nonsense, likely cooked up to justify a high price or cover some defect in the animal. Yet the seller's eerie presence, the horse's strange allure, it held him fast. How much? The figure named a price. It was low, suspiciously low for an animal that looked this sound, this unique. Jonah's mind raced. Was it stolen? Sick? Prone to bolting? There had to be a catch. Why so cheap? He asked, his eyes narrowing. He carries history, the voice whispered. Not every man is willing to bear its weight. He chooses his path. And sometimes his path leads back to things best left buried. Another pause, heavier this time. There is one condition, rider. A warning you must heed. Jonah waited, the silence stretching, punctuated only by the distant clang of the blacksmith's hammer, the low sigh of the wind. Never, the voice rasped, the word hanging in the still air. Never follow his trail after midnight, no matter where he leads, no matter what you think you see or hear. After midnight, his path is not for the living. A shiver, cold and unwelcome, traced its way down Jonah's spine. It was madness. Folklore spun to spook a buyer, yet standing there in the oppressive heat, facing the unnerving darkness within that hood, the warning felt less like a tale and more like a pronouncement, heavy with unspoken consequence. He looked at the horse again. Its dark eyes met his, and for a moment Jonah felt a jolt, a flicker of understanding that passed between them, ancient and unsettling. He saw the loneliness of the plains in those eyes, the vastness of the night sky, the echo of something lost. He needed a horse. This one. It felt like more than just horseflesh. It felt like fate, perhaps, or foolishness. He wasn't sure which, but the price was low and his need was great. And maybe, just maybe, a part of him, the part that stared out at Widow's Peak each night and felt the weight of unspoken things, was drawn to the mystery, to the hint of paths only seen in the dark. I'll take him, Jonah said, the words feeling heavier than the coins he pulled from his worn leather pouch. The transaction was completed in near silence. The cloaked figure took the money without counting it, a pale, almost translucent hand emerging briefly from the shadows of the sleeve before retreating again. No bill of sale was offered, no name given for the horse. The figure simply pressed the worn leather reins into Jonah's hand. His name is whispered on the wind, the seller rasped, a final cryptic utterance. Then, turning with a rustle of dark fabric, the figure melted back into the deeper shadows by the shed, seeming to dissipate like smoke, leaving Jonah alone with the horse and the heavy weight of the warning. He stood there for a long moment, the reins feeling strange in his hand, the midday sun suddenly seeming too bright, too harsh. He looked around, but the cloaked figure was gone, vanished as if they'd never been there. Had he imagined it? The low price, the unsettling presence, the bizarre warning. It felt like a waking dream, hazy and unreal. But the horse was real, solid and warm beneath his hand, its dark coat shimmering. Leading the new horse, he collected Dusty and started the long ride back to the ranch. He kept the new horse on a lead rope, wanting to observe it, get a feel for its temperament, away from the strange influence of its seller. It moved with an easy, ground-covering gait, its hooves seeming to strike the dusty trail with unusual lightness. It was responsive, intelligent, showing no signs of skittishness or ill temper. Yet there was still that watchful quality about it, that sense of otherness. As the afternoon wore on and the sun began its descent towards the western horizon, painting the clouds in fiery strokes, Jonah noticed a change in the horse. It seemed to awaken. Its ears pricked forward. Its steps became more eager. Its dark eyes scanned the landscape with heightened awareness. It seemed to draw energy from the fading light, becoming more vibrant as the shadows lengthened. He decided to switch mounts, letting Dusty trail behind as he settled into the saddle of the new horse. The animal accepted his weight without fuss, standing steady as he adjusted the stirrups. As he urged it forward, it moved with a smoothness, a power that belied its size. It felt like riding captured wind, exhilarating and slightly unnerving. Dusk deepened into twilight, and the first stars began to prick the darkening canvas of the sky. That's when it started. With each step, the horse took on the rocky, uneven ground leading up towards Widow's Peak. Tiny sparks flew from its hooves. Not the normal fleeting glint of steel on stone, but brighter, more deliberate sparks, like miniature embers, flung from a forge. They flared briefly in the gathering dark, illuminating the dust motes in tiny incandescent bursts. Jonah watched, fascinated and increasingly uneasy. He'd seen sparks from shod hooves before, but never like this. These seemed to linger, to hold a light of their own, almost like writing. He shook his head, dismissing the fanciful thought. Tricks of the light, exhaustion, playing games with his eyes. But as the sky deepened to indigo, the constellations blazed overhead, the phenomenon became more pronounced. The horse seemed to revel in the starlight, its coat taking on an almost phosphorescent sheen. It lifted its head, nostrils flaring as if tasting the night air, and its gait became even more energetic, almost a dance. And the sparks. They flew more consistently now, little trails of light skittering across the ground behind them. Jonah leaned down, squinting in the darkness, trying to make sense of the fleeting patterns. Was it just random? Or was there shape, form in those fiery traces? He thought again of the seller's words. He rides best under starlight, follows paths only seen in the dark. His name is whispered on the wind. He urged the horse onward, the lights of his lonely ranch house now a faint glimmer in the distance. The peak loomed to his left, a darker silhouette against the star-dusted sky, its presence both familiar and menacing. The wind picked up, whispering through the tall grasses, carrying the scent of pine from the higher slopes and the cool, earthy smell of the coming night. As they crossed the final stretch of open ground towards the ranch, the horse suddenly tossed its head, its hooves striking a patch of bare earth with particular force. A shower of brighter sparks erupted, swirling in the dust. And in that fleeting cascade of light, Jonah saw it, or thought he saw it. For just an instant, the embers seemed to coalesce, to linger, tracing faint fiery letters in the darkness before winking out. M-A-R-A. The name hung in the air, unspoken, unseen by anyone but him, yet suddenly seeming as real as the creak of saddle leather, as the pounding of his own heart. Mara. Was that the name whispered on the wind? The history the horse carried? He pulled the horse to a halt before the corral, his breath catching in his throat. He stared back down the trail, but there was only darkness, the faint shimmer of starlight on dust. Had he imagined it? The warning echoed in his mind. Never follow his trail after midnight. He dismounted, his legs feeling slightly unsteady. He led the horse into the corral, unfastened the saddle, his movements automatic. The horse stood quietly, but its eyes seemed fixed on the dark mass of Widow's Peak, as if waiting for something. Jonah ran a hand down its sleek neck, feeling the powerful muscles beneath the strange, shimmering coat. It felt real enough. The sparks, the name, it felt real too, in a way that defied logic but resonated deep within him. He fetched water and feed, his mind churning. He'd bought a horse, a task born of necessity, but he suspected he'd brought something more back to his isolated ranch, something tied to starlight, to warnings, to names spelled in fire, and perhaps to the brooding silence of the peak itself. Later, standing on his porch once more, the cool night air raising gooseflesh on his arms, he watched the new horse. It wasn't grazing or resting. It paced the corral slowly, its dark form almost invisible, save for the way it seemed to drink in the starlight. Every so often, its hooves struck the ground, and faint sparks like distant fireflies momentarily lit the earth. It kept turning its head towards the peak, towards the high, lonely places where the wind seemed to carry old secrets and forgotten sorrows. Jonah Tate, a man accustomed to the solid, unforgiving realities of the frontier, felt a tremor of something unknown stir within him. The seller's warning felt less like a suggestion now and more like a boundary line drawn in the dust. He looked from the horse to the dark silhouette of the peak, a place rumored to hold more than just the graves of miners and heartbroken women. He felt the pull of the mystery, the illogical urge to understand the fiery script. The silent call the horse seemed to answer, but the raspy voice echoed clear. Never follow after midnight. The night deepened. The stars blazed brighter, and Jonah stood watching the horse that chased starlight, a sense of profound unease settling over him like the coming frost. He had his horse, but he feared the price might be far greater than the coins he'd paid. Chapter 2. Embers Spell a Name. Dawn broke over Widow's Peak, not with gentle fingers of light, but with a harsh, uncompromising clarity that stripped the mystery from the night. The sky turned from bruised purple to a flat, pale blue, the sun climbing relentlessly, burning away the cool air and the lingering shadows. Jonah stood by the kitchen window, nursing a mug of bitter coffee, the warmth doing little to dispel the chill that had settled deep in his bones since the previous night. Outside, the world looked brutally ordinary. Dust motes danced in the shafts of sunlight slanting across the porch. Dusty, his old gelding, nickered softly from the corral, eager for his morning grain. And the new horse. The horse stood quietly near the water trough, its dark coat absorbing the morning sun, looking for all the world like any other reasonably well-bred animal. The strange starlit sheen was gone, replaced by the healthy gloss of good condition. Its eyes, which had seemed to hold ancient secrets in the dark, now merely looked watchful, intelligent, but mundane. Had he dreamt it? The cloaked figure, the warning, the sparks like scattered embers, the name Mara traced in fleeting fire, standing here in the solid reality of his kitchen, smelling the familiar scents of brewing coffee and the lingering smoke from last night's fire, it seemed fantastical, the product of exhaustion and perhaps a touch too much sun the day before. Horse traders spun yarns. Maybe the seller's eerie performance had simply planted a seed in his tired mind. Sparks from hooves weren't unheard of, especially on flinty ground. Perhaps he'd just been susceptible, projecting meaning onto random chance. He finished his coffee, the last swallow gritty and unsatisfying. He needed to work. Fences didn't mend themselves. Cattle didn't check their own water sources. He couldn't afford to be spooked by shadows and starlight. He grabbed his worn hat, settled it firmly on his head, and stepped out into the day's growing heat. He spent the morning on routine tasks, the familiar rhythm of ranch work a welcome anchor. He mucked out the small stable, repaired a section of fence near the creek bed where a couple of steers had pushed through, checked the level of the well. He worked Dusty, riding the lower pastures, his eyes scanning for stray cattle or signs of predators. The gelding moved with his usual dependable gait, a comforting counterpoint to the unsettling memory of the new horse's strange energy. All the while, he kept casting glances towards the corral where the dark horse remained. It moved little, conserving energy in the heat, occasionally flicking its tail at bothersome flies. Normal. Utterly, blessedly normal. Jonah forced himself to focus on the tangible, the feel of the worn leather reins in his hands, the weight of the hammer as he drove staples into fence posts. the smell of sun-baked earth and dry grass. These were the realities he understood, the things a man could put his trust in. Yet beneath the surface of his determined practicality, the unease simmered. The image of those sparks, the shape of those letters, kept intruding. Mara. The name echoed, strangely resonant, stirring a faint, elusive feeling like trying to recall a half-forgotten song heard long ago. He pushed it away. It was nothing, just a name. He ate a simple lunch of jerky and cold biscuits sitting in the sliver of the shade offered by a lone cottonwood near the creek. The silence out here was vast, broken only by the buzz of insects and the sigh of the wind moving through the sparse leaves overhead. His gaze drifted upwards towards the jagged silhouette of Widow's Peak. It dominated the horizon, a constant presence, watchful and remote. Locals whispered stories about the peak tales of prospectors who went chasing rumors of gold and never returned, of strange lights seen flickering near the summit on moonless nights, of a melancholy air that clung to the place, heavy with the sorrows of its namesake widows. Jonah had always dismissed them as campfire tales, the kind of folklore that inevitably grew up around lonely, imposing landmarks. But now, he wondered, he chooses his path. And sometimes his path leads back to things best left buried. The seller's words returned unbidden. He finished his meal, the food tasting like dust in his mouth. He couldn't shake the feeling that the horse, the name, the peak, they were somehow connected, threads in a pattern he couldn't yet discern. He thought of his father, a man as silent and unyielding as the landscape itself. Had he known any of those stories? Had he ever spoken of strange happenings on the peak? Jonah couldn't recall. His father had spoken little of anything beyond the necessities of work and weather, leaving behind a legacy of unanswered questions and unspoken histories. As the afternoon shadows began to lengthen, stretching like dark fingers across the plains, a familiar tension started to build in Jonah's chest. He finished his rounds, turned Dusty back towards the ranch, his pace quickening unconsciously. The closer it got to sundown, the more the memory of the sparks asserted itself, shedding the cloak of dreamlike absurdity and taking on the sharp edges of reality. He unsaddled Dusty, rubbing the old gelding down with practiced hands, finding comfort in the familiar routine. The new horse watched him from across the corral, its stillness beginning to feel less like repose and more like anticipation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in violent streaks of orange, crimson, and deep violet, Jonah saw the change begin again. The dark coat seemed to deepen, to drink in the fading light, and that strange, subtle shimmer returned, like moonlight on dark water. Its ears swiveled, catching sounds inaudible to Jonah, its gaze fixed toward the darkening slopes of the peak. He ate a solitary supper in the ranch house, the food tasteless, his senses tuned to the sounds outside, the wind picking up, rattling the window panes, the distant yip of a coyote, the soft thud of hooves on packed earth as the new horse began to pace within the corral. He told himself he wouldn't watch tonight. He'd go to bed, ignore the animal and its strange habits. It was just a horse, a slightly peculiar horse perhaps, but nothing more. But sleep wouldn't come. He lay on his narrow cot, staring up at the rough-hewn ceiling beams, the silence of the house amplifying the sounds from outside. The pacing was more insistent now, restless. He heard the occasional sharp clink. Was that a hoof-striking stone? Or was it... He couldn't stand it. Throwing off the thin blanket, he pulled on his boots and walked quietly to the window, peering out into the starlit darkness. The moon was a thin crescent, offering little illumination, but the stars blazed with an intense, cold fire scattered like diamond dust across black velvet. The plains stretched out, vast and mysterious under the celestial light. The horse was near the center of the corral, moving in slow circles. And then it happened. A foreleg lifted, stamped down. A small burst of sparks, bright against the dark ground, flared and died. Another step. Another shower of tiny embers. Jonah's breath caught. It wasn't random. He watched, scarcely daring to breathe, his skepticism battling the evidence before his eyes. The horse moved deliberately now, its hooves striking the earth with a strange rhythmic precision. Sparks flew, brighter this time, seeming to hang in the air for a fraction longer. He leaned closer to the window pane, his heart pounding. He traced the fleeting shapes with his eyes, forcing himself to see, to acknowledge. M, the first letter formed, clear and unmistakable, in a brief, fiery flourish. A, followed almost immediately, sharp and angular. R, a curve and a line, burning for an instant against the darkness. A, the final letter completing the name. Mara. It appeared again and again as the horse continued its slow, deliberate pacing. Not always in the same spot, but always the same letters, spelled out in ephemeral fire. It wasn't his imagination. It wasn't a trick of the light. It was real. The horse was somehow conjuring fire with its hooves, spelling out a name in the dust under the starlight. A cold dread, mingled with a fierce, undeniable curiosity, washed over Jonah. Who was Mara? Why this name? Why here on his land? Tied to this creature bought from a faceless seller? The warning slammed back into his mind with the force of a physical blow. Never follow his trail after midnight. What trail? Where did the horse want to go? He watched for what felt like hours, mesmerized and deeply disturbed. The horse seemed tireless, its movements imbued with a purpose that felt alien and unsettling. It wasn't simply pacing, it was performing some kind of ritual, writing its secret onto the earth for only the stars and Jonah to witness. Several times it paused, lifting its head towards the looming darkness of Widow's Peak, as if listening for a response, or perhaps receiving instructions. Jonah thought about checking the horse's hooves, searching for some mundane explanation. Special shoes? Some chemical substance applied to them? But he knew instinctively that he would find nothing. This wasn't blacksmith work or trickery. It felt older, deeper, rooted in the strange energy that seemed to emanate from the peak itself. He remembered old man Hemlock, a prospector touched by sun and solitude, who used to ramble in the Purgatory Flats saloon about the peak being alive. He'd spoken of the ground breathing, of whispers on the wind that weren't just wind, of places where the veil between worlds was thin. Jonah had dismissed him as crazed, like everyone else. Now, watching the impossible happen in his own corral, Hemlock's words didn't seem quite so mad. The name Mara continued to burn itself onto his vision, onto his mind. It felt like a key, but to what lock? A woman's name. A name spelled in fire by a horse that chased starlight. A horse bought from a shadow, burdened with history and a warning. Just before the first hint of gray light began to dilute the eastern sky, signaling the approach of dawn, the horse stopped its fiery pacing. It walked slowly towards the corral gate, the one that faced the trail leading up towards the higher slopes of the peak. It stopped there, its dark silhouette stark against the paling sky, and stood perfectly still, facing the mountain. Then, slowly, deliberately, it turned its head and looked directly back towards the ranch house, towards the window where Jonah stood watching. Its eyes seemed to glow faintly in the pre-dawn gloom. There was no sound, no whinny or nicker, but the look felt like a summons, an invitation. Come. The unspoken word hung in the air between them, as clear as the seller's warning. It was testing him, testing the boundary, daring him to follow, to seek the source of the whispers. the meaning behind the name spelled in embers. Jonah's hand tightened into a fist at his side. The urge to stride out there, to throw open the gate and follow this creature into the secrets held by the peak, was surprisingly strong. What path did it follow? What history did it carry? Who was Mara? The questions burned within him, fueled by the impossible spectacle he had witnessed. But the seller's face, or lack thereof, swam before his eyes. The raspy voice echoed, "Never follow after midnight." Midnight had passed hours ago, but the essence of the warning remained. There were paths not meant for the living, dangers tied to this horse, this name, this place, that he couldn't begin to comprehend. He stayed rooted to the spot, his heart a battleground between fear and fascination. The horse held his gaze for a long moment. Then, with a faint toss of its head, it turned back towards the peak, as if accepting his refusal for now. As the first true rays of sunlight touched the highest crags of the mountain, the horse's coat lost its shimmer, the strange energy receding like the tide. It lowered its head and began to graze peacefully, just another horse in a corral as a new day dawned harsh and bright over the plains. Jonah finally stepped back from the window, the image of the fiery letters seared into his mind. He hadn't followed. He had heeded the warning. But he knew, with a certainty that settled cold and heavy in his gut, that this was far from over. He had confirmed the impossible. Embers spelled a name. And now the question wasn't if he would seek answers, but when and what the cost would be when he inevitably crossed that forbidden line. The name Mara was no longer just a curiosity. It felt like a destiny closing in. Chapter 3, Midnight Ride to Ruin. 3 nights passed, each a mirror of the one before, yet subtly different, the tension ratcheting tighter with every cycle of sun and star. By day, Jonah forced himself through the familiar motions of ranch life. He rode the boundaries, his eyes scanning the horizon not just for stray cattle or predators, but unconsciously searching for something else. A sign, perhaps. An explanation. He mended tack, chopped wood, hauled water, the physical labor a bulwark against the growing unease that gnawed at him. The starlight horse, seemingly docile under the sun, remained a silent, unnerving presence in the corral, its daytime normalcy feeling increasingly like a mask. He tried talking to Dusty about it, murmuring his anxieties to the old gelding while brushing him down. "Just sparks, Dusty," he'd say, his voice low and rough. "Tricks of the light, ain't nothing more." But Dusty would just flick an ear, unresponsive to the troubles of men caught in webs, woven from shadows and warnings. The vast silence of the plains offered no counsel, only amplifying the turmoil within Jonah's own mind. His solitude, once a familiar companion, now felt like a vulnerability, leaving him exposed to the strange currents swirling around Widow's Peak. Each evening, as twilight bled across the sky, the transformation began anew. The dark horse's coat would deepen, shimmer, its energy building like a storm gathering over the mountains, and each night Jonah would find himself drawn to the window, a reluctant witness to the impossible ritual, the pacing, the deliberate striking of hooves, the fiery script etched onto the dark earth. Mara. The name became an obsession, echoing in the quiet moments, whispered by the wind rattling the eaves. Mara. Who was she? A ghost? A memory? A curse tied to the land? He found himself searching his own scant recollections of local lore, trying to piece together fragments of saloon gossip or campfire tales. There were stories of women lost on the peak miners' wives who vanished searching for their husbands, native women whose histories were erased by settlers, lone women homesteaders swallowed by the harshness of the land. But no specific tale, no name that resonated, matched the intensity of the fiery message spelled out nightly in his corral. He thought increasingly of his father. Had the old man known this name? Had he ever encountered the strange horse or the cellar wrapped in shadows? His father had owned this land before him, wrestled a living from its grudging soil. He'd been a man of deep silences, his past kept locked away like a strongbox without a key. Jonah remembered him sometimes staring up at the peak with an unreadable expression, a hardness in his eyes that Jonah hadn't understood at the time. Had it been weary resignation or something else? A knowledge kept hidden? The questions piled up, unanswered, fueling Jonah's frustration and his growing sense of being caught in a story that had begun long before he bought a peculiar horse in Purgatory Flats. On the fourth night, the air itself felt different. Heavy, charged, expectant. The sky was unnervingly clear, the stars blazing with an almost painful intensity, casting sharp, elongated shadows across the plains. There was no wind, a rare stillness that made the silence feel absolute, pressing in on the small ranch house. When Jonah looked out the window after his meager supper, the horse was already pacing, its movements more urgent, more insistent than before. The sparks erupting from its hooves were brighter tonight, almost blindingly so, like chips struck from the stars themselves. They seemed to burn longer, the letters of Mara's name hanging suspended in the darkness for a heart-stopping instant before dissolving. M-A-R-A. Again and again, faster now, a frantic message hammered onto the earth. The horse's breathing was audible, even from the window, harsh gasps that spoke of immense effort, or perhaps desperation. Then it stopped its frantic pacing. It moved towards the gate facing the peak, the same gate it had watched before dawn broke on previous nights. But this time it didn't just stand there. It pushed against the wooden bars with its muzzle, a low, distressed whicker escaping its throat. It looked back towards the house, directly at Jonah's window, and the starlight caught its eyes, making them gleam with an intelligence that felt profoundly, disturbingly human. It was more than a summons tonight. It felt like a plea. Follow. The imperative was undeniable, vibrating in the unnaturally still air. Jonah stood frozen, his hand gripping the rough wood of the window frame. Every instinct, every ingrained habit of caution, honed by years of solitary survival on the frontier, screamed at him to stay put, never follow after midnight. The cellar's raspy warning was a physical presence in the room, cold and menacing. Following meant stepping off the map of the known world, into the territory of shadows, folklore, and things best left undisturbed. It meant inviting ruin, perhaps literally. But the pull was immense, overwhelming. It wasn't just curiosity anymore. It was a deeper, aching need to understand, to connect the fragments, the horse, the name, the peak, his father's silences. It felt like a reckoning was bearing down on him, unavoidable. The horse whickered again, a softer sound this time, almost mournful, before turning its gaze back towards the dark trail leading upwards. Something inside, Jonah snapped. The caution, the fear, the ingrained practicality, they were swept away by a tide of sheer irrational compulsion. He wouldn't spend another night staring out a window haunted by fiery letters and unanswered questions. He wouldn't let the warning paralyze him. Ruin? Maybe. But ignorance felt like its own kind of slow decay. He moved decisively, pulling on his jacket against the night's deceptive chill, grabbing his hat. He strapped on the Colt Peacemaker that usually hung by his bedside, the weight of it a small, cold comfort against the unknown. He bypassed the starlight horse. The warning was specific about following its trail, not riding the creature itself. He needed reliability, steadiness. He needed Dusty. Outside, the air was cool and carried the scent of dust and dry grass. He moved quickly towards the stable, his boots crunching softly on the ground. Dusty nickered a greeting, sensing the unusual nighttime activity. Jonah spoke soothingly as he threw the saddle blanket over the gelding's sturdy back, cinching the saddle tight, his hands moving with practiced efficiency, despite the tremor running through them. This felt different from any ride he'd ever taken. It felt final somehow, like stepping through a door that couldn't be unopened. He led Dusty out into the starlight. The dark horse stood motionless by the corral gate, watching him. As Jonah swung the gate open, the starlight horse didn't bolt, didn't rush out. It simply stepped through, waited a moment, as if ensuring Jonah was indeed following, and then turned, starting up the faint trail towards Widow's Peak at a steady, ground-eating walk. Its hooves immediately began to strike sparks, little beacons lighting the path ahead. Jonah mounted Dusty, settling into the familiar creak of saddle leather. He took a deep breath, the cool night air doing little to calm the frantic pounding of his heart. He glanced back once at the small, dark shape of his ranch house, a lonely outpost of fragile order against the vast, wild darkness. Then he nudged Dusty forward, following the intermittent, fiery trail left by the horse that chased Starlight. He had crossed the line. Midnight had come and gone hours ago, but he was following now, riding towards whatever destiny or ruin awaited him on the slopes of Widow's Peak. The ride was eerily quiet. The starlight horse moved ahead, its dark form sometimes blending into the shadows, only its fiery hoof-falls marking its progress. Dusty followed gamely, his usual steadiness a comfort, though Jonah could feel a tension in the gelding, a reluctance to climb into the deeper darkness of the peak. The trail grew rougher quickly, leaving the relatively flat plains behind and beginning the ascent. Loose scree shifted under Dusty's hooves, and the incline steepened. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth from unseen crevices. Jonah kept his eyes fixed on the sparks ahead. They were his only guide in the overwhelming darkness. The stars above were brilliant, but offered little useful illumination on the treacherous ground. He relied entirely on the starlight horse, trusting it to pick a safe path, a trust that felt utterly mad given the circumstances. Yet, what choice did he have now? He rode with his senses stretched taut, listening for any sound beyond Dusty's breathing and the crunch of hooves. The silence of the peak pressed in, immense and ancient. It felt like a watchful silence, as if the mountain itself was aware of their passage. He scanned the dark shapes around him, twisted junipers clinging to rocky outcrops, looming boulders that seemed to hold hunched waiting forms in the deceptive starlight. His hand rested near the butt of his Colt, though he had no idea what threat he might face or if a bullet would offer any protection against it. Higher they climbed, the ranch lights long since vanished behind them. The peak loomed larger, blotting out a significant portion of the star-filled sky. The trail narrowed, winding through thickets of thorny brush and groves of stunted, wind-scarred pines. Several times, the starlight horse led them through sections where the path seemed to disappear entirely, navigating by some instinct Jonah couldn't fathom, its sparks the only confirmation they were still moving forward. Fear warred with a strange sense of exhilaration within him. He was afraid of the unknown, afraid of the consequences of breaking the warning, afraid of what he might find at the end of this midnight ride. But there was also a thrill, a sense of finally confronting the mystery head-on, of pushing past the boundaries of his ordinary, lonely existence. He felt more alive, riding through the starlit darkness towards potential ruin than he had felt in years. After what felt like an hour or more of steady climbing, the terrain began to level out slightly. They emerged from a dense stand of pines onto a small, windswept plateau. Ahead, the starlight horse slowed its pace, the sparks becoming less frequent. Jonah pulled Dusty to a halt, peering into the gloom. The plateau was dominated by a dark skeletal structure rising against the starry sky. Even in the faint light, Jonah recognized the shape. The crumbling stone walls, the broken arch of a doorway, the ghost of a bell tower reaching like a crooked finger towards the heavens. It was a chapel, an old abandoned Spanish mission chapel, perhaps, left over from a time before ranchers and prospectors had claimed this land. He hadn't known it existed up here, hidden away on these desolate slopes. The Starlight Horse walked slowly towards the ruin, its hoofballs now silent on the softer earth of the plateau. The sparking had stopped completely. It halted near the broken archway of the entrance, its silhouette merging with the deep shadows of the crumbling stone. It stood utterly still, facing into the darkness within the chapel walls. Jonah sat frozen atop Dusty, his gaze fixed on the ruin. A sense of profound stillness emanated from the place, heavier and older than the silence of the mountain. This was it. This was where the trail led. The horse had brought him here, to this forgotten, crumbling sanctuary under the stars. Ruin. The word echoed in his mind, taking on a chillingly literal meaning as he stared at the decaying structure. He strained his ears, listening. Was that music? Faint, ethereal, like the sighing of wind through organ pipes, though there was no wind up here now. Or was it singing? A low, melodic hum, almost too soft to be certain, seeming to emanate from the heart of the ruin. It wasn't joyful music. It held an undercurrent of deep, aching sorrow, a lament that resonated with the lonely spirit of the peak itself. He slowly dismounted, his legs stiff from the ride, his boots silent on the grassy earth. He kept one hand near his colt, the other holding Dusty's reins, the gelding shifting nervously beside him. The Starlight Horse remained motionless by the entrance, a silent sentinel. Jonah took a hesitant step towards the chapel, the haunting music seeming to grow slightly louder, pulling him forward. He peered into the blackness beyond the broken archway, trying to pierce the shadows, his heart pounding against his ribs like a trapped bird. What waited for him inside this ruin, brought here by a horse that spelled a woman's name in fire? He had followed the trail after midnight. Now, he had to face what lay at its end. Chapter 4. The Chapel on Widow's Peak. The silence that fell after the Starlight Horse halted was profound, a stillness that seemed to absorb all sound, even the frantic pounding of Jonah's own heart. Before him loomed the chapel ruin, a skeleton of stone and shadow against the diamond-hard brilliance of the night sky. It looked ancient, ravaged by time and weather, forgotten by the world. Yet it didn't feel entirely empty. That faint, haunting melody, the low humming that was less a sound and more a vibration felt deep in his east bones, persisted, drawing him forward. Dusty shifted restlessly beneath him, sensing the strangeness of the place, the unnatural quiet. Jonah swung his leg over the saddle, landing softly on the thin, patchy grass covering the plateau. He kept a firm grip on Dusty's reins, murmuring soothing words he didn't feel himself. His gaze was fixed on the gaping black archway of the chapel entrance. The Starlight Horse stood like a statue, carved from shadow just beside it, utterly immobile, its purpose seemingly fulfilled now that it had delivered him. Never follow after midnight. The warning whispered through his mind again, sharp and cold. He was here now. He had followed. Whatever consequence awaited him lay through that dark opening, within those crumbling walls, where sorrow seemed to cling like ivy. He could turn back, mount Dusty, and ride away pretending none of this had happened. He could try to dismiss the sparks, the name, the impossible journey as a fever dream brought on by loneliness and the unsettling encounter in Purgatory Flats, but he knew he couldn't. The pull towards the ruin, towards the source of that sorrowful humming, was too strong. It resonated with something deep inside him, something connected to the unspoken griefs of his own life, the solitude of the plains, the weight of the past that pressed down on this land like the endless sky. He had to know. "Easy, boy," he whispered to Dusty, tying the reins securely to a sturdy-looking skeletal branch of a long-dead shrub near the entrance. The gelding snorted, rolling his eyes towards the darkness, but stood his ground. Jonah gave the Starlight horse a wide berth. It remained still, its gaze fixed on the chapel's interior, seemingly oblivious to Jonah now. He took a breath, the air thin and cold at this altitude, carrying the scent of dry stone, damp earth, and something else, something faint and elusive, like crushed herbs or wildflowers blooming out of season. His hand hovered instinctively near the colt at his hip as he stepped cautiously towards the archway. The threshold was choked with debris-fallen stones, wind-blown leaves accumulated over decades, the desiccated remains of small creatures that had sought shelter and found only an ending. Moonlight filtered through gaps in the collapsing roof high above, cast eerie pools of silver light onto the floor inside, illuminating patches of decay while leaving the corners steeped in impenetrable blackness. He stepped over the threshold, his boots crunching on grit and fallen plaster. The air inside was heavy, cool and thick with the dust of ages. It felt like stepping into a tomb, or perhaps a place where time itself had fractured and worn thin. The humming sound was clearer now, definitely a woman's voice, low and melodic, weaving a wordless tune that was heartbreakingly sad yet strangely beautiful. It seemed to come from deeper within the ruin, towards the far end where the altar might once have stood. His eyes adjusted slowly to the gloom. He could make out the basic structure, a long, narrow nave with sections of the roof missing, exposing the indifferent stars. Arched recesses lined the crumbling walls. Niches that might once have held saints or candles, now empty sockets staring into the darkness. Pews, if there ever were any, were long gone, likely scavenged for firewood or simply rotted away. The floor was uneven, littered with more rubble, and in places tenacious weeds pushed up through cracks in the flagstones. He moved forward slowly, picking his way carefully through the debris, every sound amplified in the oppressive silence, the scuff of his boots, the rustle of his jacket, the ragged edge of his own breathing. The humming continued, a steady, hypnotic thread of sound pulling him deeper into the heart of the ruin. It didn't feel threatening exactly, but it was profoundly unsettling, imbued with a sorrow so deep it felt palpable, a physical weight in the cold air. As he neared the chancel area, the moonlight fell more directly through a large rent in the roof overhead, illuminating the space where the altar should have been. And there, bathed in the ethereal silver glow, he saw her. She was kneeling on the dusty flagstones, her back partially towards him. She seemed oblivious to his presence, her focus entirely on the task her hands were performing. Before her lay a pile of long, dried prairie grasses, the kind that turned golden brown in the late summer sun. She was weaving them, her fingers moving with a deft, mesmerizing grace, plaiting the tough strands together. But this was no ordinary weaving, no simple basket or mat. The grasses seemed to shimmer faintly in the moonlight, and as she worked them, tiny motes of light, like captured phosphorescence, clung to the strands, making the emerging pattern glow with a soft internal luminescence. It looked less like craft and more like magic, a spell woven from the humble, resilient life of the plains. She wore a simple dress of some dark, indeterminate color, stained with earth and wear. Her hair, long and dark, perhaps black or deepest brown, was unbound, tumbling over her shoulders and down her back, catching glints of moonlight like raven feathers. She appeared young, perhaps mid to late 20s, as the audience trigger suggested. Yet there was an ageless quality about her, an aura of having endured far more than her apparent years could account for. Her posture, though focused, conveyed a profound weariness, the slump of shoulders bearing an invisible, crushing weight. Jonah stopped, frozen by the sight. This had to be her. Mara, the woman whose name was spelled in fire by the horse that had led him here. He watched her for a long moment, scarcely breathing, caught between the mundane reality of a woman kneeling in a ruin and the undeniable sense of otherworldliness surrounding her. The humming came from her lips, low and continuous, the source of the heartbreaking melody that filled the decaying chapel. He must have made some small sound, a shifting of weight, an indrawn breath because her hands stilled. The humming stopped abruptly, leaving a silence that felt suddenly vast and empty. Slowly, deliberately, she turned her head, then her body, to face him. Her face, illuminated by the shaft of moonlight, was striking. Not beautiful in a conventional sense, perhaps, but possessing a fierce, haunted quality that arrested the eye. High cheekbones, a strong jawline softened by shadow, a mouth that looked like it had known grief intimately. But it was her eyes that held him captive. Large, dark, and deep-set, they seemed to hold the reflected light of the stars, yet also contained an ocean of sorrow, ancient and profound. There was no surprise in them as they met his, only a weary, knowing recognition. "Jonah Tate," she said. Her voice was low, melodic, just like the humming, but laced with an undercurrent of pain that resonated deep within him. It wasn't a question, it was a statement, spoken with quiet certainty. Hearing his name on her lips, here in this impossible place, sent a jolt through him, colder than the night air. He swallowed, his throat suddenly dry. How do you know my name?" His voice sounded rough, inadequate in the charged silence. A faint, sad smile touched her lips, fleeting as a shadow. "The wind carries names on Widow's Peak, and the earth remembers footsteps." She gestured towards the entrance with a slender hand, the woven grasses resting in her lap still shimmering faintly. "The creature that brought you, it remembers paths trod long ago, paths that cross yours." He glanced back instinctively towards the dark archway where he'd left the horses, the Starlight horse. He chooses his path, and sometimes his path leads back to things best left buried. The seller's cryptic words surfaced again, heavy with new meaning. "The horse," Jonah started, searching for words. "It sparks, spells your name, Mara." Her gaze didn't waver. "It calls for what was lost. It runs from a betrayal that stained this ground." Her eyes swept around the ruined chapel, lingering on the crumbling walls, the broken altar space. This was meant to be a place of sanctuary, of promises kept. Instead, her voice trailed off, thick with unspoken bitterness. Jonah felt a strange pang in his chest, an ache that had nothing to do with the cold or his own fatigue. It was the echo of her sorrow, the weight of the history clinging to this place, reaching out to him across the years. The premise had mentioned a love he'd never known. And looking into her eyes, he felt a flicker of that, a sense of profound connection mixed with deep foreboding. "Who are you?" he asked, the question feeling both essential and inadequate. "I am Mara," she replied simply, as if the name itself should explain everything. "Bound here, woven into the fate of this peak, like the grasses in my hands." She looked down at the intricate, faintly glowing pattern she had been creating. It seemed to depict swirling shapes, almost like constellations or eddies of wind. I weave against the forgetting, against the silence. Bound? By what? By whom? The premise mentioned a lover's betrayal, a locket Jonah's father had buried. Questions swarmed in his mind, but looking at her kneeling there in the desolate beauty of the ruin, surrounded by an aura of deep magic and deeper sadness, he felt hesitant to push too hard, too fast. He had broken a warning to get here. Barging in with demands felt like a further trespass. He took a tentative step closer, his gaze drawn back to her weaving. What is that? What are you making? A map, she murmured, her fingers resuming their fluid, hypnotic movements. A map of sorrows, a path through memory. Sometimes it helps hold the edges together. She didn't elaborate, her attention seemingly returning to her intricate work, the low humming resuming, though softer now, more introspective. Jonah stood awkwardly in the pool of moonlight, feeling like an intruder in a ritual he couldn't comprehend. He was a rancher, a man who dealt in fences, cattle, weather, solid, tangible world, magic, spells woven from prairie grass, horses that wrote names in fire. This was territory far beyond his reckoning. Yet he couldn't deny the reality of Mara, kneeling before him, her presence filling the ruin with an undeniable power. He couldn't deny the pull he felt toward her, a complex mix of fear, fascination, and a strange, unexpected tenderness that ached in his chest. He looked around the chapel again, seeing it now through the lens of her words. A betrayal that stained this ground. Had something terrible happened here? Something connected to her, to the horse, perhaps even to his own family history, given the mention of his father and a buried locket? The silence stretched, broken only by Mara's soft humming and the whisper of grass strands sliding against each other. Jonah felt suspended, caught between the world he knew and this hidden reality unveiled by starlight and sorrow. He had followed the midnight ride, seeking answers. Instead, he had found only deeper questions embodied in the kneeling figure before him. He cleared his throat. The seller, the one who sold me the horse, they warned me not to follow after midnight. Mara looked up again, her dark eyes meeting his across the moonlit space. The sadness in them was profound, but there was something else, too. A flicker of warning, perhaps, or pity. Some paths, once taken, cannot be retraced, Jonah Tate, she said, her voice barely above a whisper, yet carrying the weight of prophecy. You followed the embers. You stepped onto the trail of a forgotten oath and a lingering curse. She paused, holding his gaze. Now you walk with ghosts, whether you wish to or not. Her words hung in the cold, still air, heavy with implication. Ghosts. A curse. He had sought understanding, but found himself entangled in something far older, far more dangerous than he could have imagined. He looked at Mara, at the sorrow etched onto her face, the magic flowing through her fingers, the ancient grief in her eyes, and knew his life on Widow's Peak would never be the same. The midnight ride hadn't led to ruin, not yet. It had led him here, to her, to the heart of a mystery that was now inextricably bound to his own fate. The ache in his heart intensified, a premonition of impossible choices and the potential cost of unearthing secrets best left buried beneath the dust of the peak. Chapter 5. Weaver of prairie grass and sorrows. Now you walk with ghosts. Mara's words lingered in the cold, still air of the ruined chapel, settling over Jonah like a shroud. Ghosts. A curse. He, Jonah Tate, a man who measured his life by the turning of seasons, the price of cattle, the mend of a fence line, was now apparently walking with ghosts. The absurdity of it warred with the undeniable reality of the woman kneeling before him, bathed in moonlight, weaving spells from prairie grass. He felt the ground shift beneath his feet, the solid world he knew fracturing to reveal something older, stranger, and infinitely more dangerous, lurking just beneath the surface. He watched her, really watched her this time, trying to reconcile the ethereal figure with the stark pronouncements. The moonlight sculpted the lines of her face, highlighting the curve of her cheekbone, the shadow beneath her jaw. Sorrow was etched there, yes, deep and abiding. But there was strength, too, a resilience in the set of her mouth, in the steady focus of her dark eyes. She wasn't merely a victim of fate. She was enduring it, fighting it in her own quiet, mysterious way, with her hands and her haunting melodies. Her fingers moved with a mesmerizing dexterity, selecting strands of the dried grass, plaiting them, twisting them, coaxing them into intricate patterns that seemed to pulse with a faint, internal light. It wasn't just weaving, it was conjuring. The air around her hands felt charged, vibrating with a low energy that made the hairs on Jonah's arms stand on end. The pattern she wove seemed to shift as he watched, sometimes looking like the swirling constellations above, sometimes like the winding paths of unseen rivers, sometimes like faces caught in moments of anguish or longing. A map of sorrows, she'd called it. He could almost believe it, watching the luminous threads take shape under her touch. Ghosts, he repeated, the word sounding rough in the silence. What ghosts? What curse? Mara didn't look up immediately. Her fingers continued their work. The soft rustle of the grasses, the only sound besides his own unsteady breathing. The ghosts of broken promises, she murmured, her voice low and resonant. The echoes of words spoken under these same stars meant to bind two souls, but used instead to trap one. She paused, her hand stilling for a moment as she gazed down at her creation. The curse is this place, this waiting, being tethered to the memory of betrayal, unable to leave, unable to forget, watching the seasons turn, the world change, while remaining fixed. Her words painted a picture of agonizing confinement, a solitary eternity spent within the crumbling walls of memory and stone. Jonah felt a renewed pang of empathy, sharp and unexpected. He knew loneliness, the quiet desperation of isolation on the plains, but this was something else entirely. A prison built of heartbreak and magic. Bound, he echoed her earlier word. Who bound you here? The one who betrayed you? She finally lifted her gaze, meeting his across the moonlit space. The weary resignation was still there, but beneath it simmered a flicker of old anger, banked like embers, but not extinguished. He spoke vows, she said, her voice gaining a harder edge, vows of forever, of shared paths. He sealed them not just with words, but with a token, something meant to hold love, but twisted to hold me instead. A token, the locket. The word from the premise sprang into Jonah's mind, sharp and clear. Was this the locket his father had supposedly buried? The connection felt suddenly, terrifyingly close. This token, Jonah pressed, trying to keep his voice steady, masking the surge of adrenaline. What was it? Where is it now? Mara's eyes clouded over, a veil of pain drawing across her features. It was beautiful once, warm, filled with light. She touched her chest lightly, near her heart. Now, it's cold, buried, an anchor holding the curse fast to this land, to me. She looked away towards the darkest corner of the chapel, as if searching for something she couldn't see. Its presence taints the soil, whispers bitterness on the wind. It keeps the memory raw, the wound open, buried, just as the premise suggested. And Jonah's father, had he been the one to bury it? The thought sent a chill down his spine, colder than the night air. Was his own family history entangled in this woman's sorrow? In the curse that held her captive? His father's silences suddenly seemed less like stoicism and more like concealment, a deliberate burying of truths too painful or too dangerous to unearth. Why, Jonah asked, the question raw. Why would someone do that? Twist love into a cage? Mara gave a short, mirthless laugh, a sound brittle as breaking glass. Why do men break promises, Jonah Tate? Ambition, fear, greed. A different love, perhaps, that made the old one inconvenient. She looked down at her hands again, flexing her fingers as if shaking off the chill of the memory. He wanted freedom, freedom from his vow, freedom to pursue other fortunes. And I became the price, left behind, forgotten, anchored here while he walked away. The simplicity of it, the brutal, everyday cruelty beneath the magical trappings, struck Jonah harder than any tale of monstrous evil could have. It was a human story, twisted by forces he didn't understand, but rooted in familiar, ugly failings. He thought of the harshness of the frontier, the desperation that drove men to chase fortunes, to cut ties, to abandon what they once held dear. Had his own father been such a man? He looked at Mara, seeing not just a spectral figure or a weaver of spells, but a woman wronged, her life stolen by a betrayal that echoed down through the years. The strange pull he felt towards her deepened, complicated now by a dawning, horrifying suspicion about his own connection to her past. How long, he asked softly. How long have you been waiting here? She didn't answer directly. She tilted her head, listening to the silence beyond the chapel walls. Long enough to see these stones crumble, she whispered. Long enough for the names of those who built this place to be forgotten. Long enough for the grasses to grow over graves and memories alike. Time moves differently when you are bound, Jonah Tate. The days blur. Only the nights, when the stars awaken the memories and the magic stirs, feel truly real. He imagined the endless cycle, the relentless sun baking the ruins by day, the starlit nights bringing back the pain, the futile weaving against oblivion, an eternity of sorrow. The scale of it was crushing. He took another step closer, drawn by an impulse he couldn't explain. He stopped a few feet from her, close enough now to see the fine texture of the woven grasses, the faint silver threads that seemed to bind them together, like captured moonlight. He could smell the faint scent of crushed herbs clinging to her clothes, mixed with the cool, earthy smell of the damp stone. The horse, he said, remembering the creature waiting patiently outside, the catalyst for this entire impossible encounter. Is it part of the curse? Part of him? Mara shook her head, a faint trace of warmth entering her eyes as she spoke of the animal. No, Starlight is older, wilder, not his creature. It remembers the betrayal. It runs from the sorrow that stains this peak. It carries the echo of my name because its own path was altered by what happened here. It seeks balance, perhaps, or witness. She looked towards the entrance again. It led you here. Perhaps it believes you are part of the pattern now, part of the reckoning. The reckoning. The word landed heavily between them. Jonah felt a sense of inevitability settle over him. He hadn't just stumbled into an old ghost story. He'd been drawn into its active unfolding. The Starlight horse, the cellar, Mara herself, they weren't just remnants of the past. They were forces still at play, pulling him towards a conclusion he couldn't foresee. He looked at her weaving again, the glowing map of sorrows. Can your magic break the curse? Set you free? A deep sigh escaped her lips, carrying the weight of countless failed attempts. My magic is born of this land, of the peak itself. It allows me to endure, to remember, to hold the fragments together. She touched the glowing grasses gently. But the curse, it's anchored too deeply, tied to his broken vow and to the token buried in the earth. To undo it, her voice faltered, her gaze distant, it requires more than weaving sorrow. It requires confronting the source, unearthing the truth, and perhaps a sacrifice I am not strong enough to make alone. Unearthing the truth, the phrase resonated ominously, echoing the seller's words about things best left buried. Jonah felt the net tightening around him. He was here now. He knew part of the story. The Starlight Horse clearly saw him as involved, and Mara, she seemed to be hinting, however obliquely, that he might hold a key. Suddenly, a sound from outside broke the spellbound silence within the chapel. A sharp, agitated snort, followed by the nervous stamping of hooves. It was Dusty. Jonah's head snapped up, his hand instinctively going to his Colt. Mara froze, her head tilted, listening intently, her expression instantly wary, erasing the brief moment of shared vulnerability. "What is it?" Jonah whispered, moving towards the archway, peering out into the darkness. He couldn't see anything immediately amiss. The plateau lay bathed in the same cold starlight. Dusty was shifting nervously, pulling against his tether, his ears swiveling, focused on the trail leading back down the peak. The Starlight Horse stood near Dusty now, also alert, its head high, nostrils flared, sensing something Jonah couldn't. "Something comes," Mara breathed, rising swiftly to her feet, the glowing tapestry of grass clutched in her hand. The soft light from the weaving illuminated her face, showing not fear, but a grim, hardened readiness. The sorrowful weaver was gone, replaced by something fiercer, more dangerous. The peak guards its secrets jealously, Jonah Tate. Not all its spirits are as contained as I. Another sound drifted up from the trail, the faint clatter of dislodged stones, the rustle of brush. Someone, or something, was approaching, and it didn't sound friendly. Jonah drew his Colt, the cold steel a familiar weight in his hand, though suddenly feeling inadequate against the unknown threats of this place. He glanced back at Mara. Her eyes met his, dark and intense in the shifting light. The fragile connection they had begun to forge was instantly overshadowed by the imminent danger. "You shouldn't have come," she whispered, her voice tight with urgency. "Following the trail after midnight, it wakes things, draws attention." He didn't have time to regret his decision now. He had followed. He had found her. And now, whatever lurked on the slopes of Widow's Peak, drawn by their presence or the disturbance of the curse, was coming for them. The midnight ride had led him to Mara, the weaver of prairie grass and sorrows. But it seemed the ruin she sought might not just be metaphorical. It might be waiting for them both, just beyond the crumbling chapel walls, climbing steadily through the starlit dark. The chapter had opened with ghosts. It seemed poised to end with something far more tangible and potentially deadly. Chapter 6, A Witch Bound by Yesterday. The clatter of dislodged stones echoed sharply in the preternatural stillness of the plateau, each sound like a hammer blow against the fragile silence. Jonah tightened his grip on the Colt, the checkered pattern of the handle biting into his palm. His eyes strained, trying to penetrate the darkness clinging to the downward trail. Dusty snorted again, a low rumble of fear, pulling hard against the tether, his instincts screaming flight. Beside him, the Starlight Horse stood rigid, a statue carved from obsidian and tension, its focus absolute on the unseen approach. Jonah risked a glance back at Mara. She stood poised near the crumbling altar space, the softly glowing tapestry of woven grasses held before her like a shield. The sorrow that had defined her moments ago was replaced by a fierce, almost feral alertness. Her dark eyes scanned the shadowed recesses of the chapel, then flickered towards the entrance, her entire being radiating a tense, wary energy. She was a creature cornered, familiar with threats emerging from the dark. "Who is it?" Jonah breathed, his voice a low rasp. "Bandits? Prospectors?" Mara shook her head slowly, her gaze still fixed on the darkness outside. "Neither," she whispered, her voice tight. "Or perhaps both, and something more. This peak, it draws broken things. Greedy souls searching for forgotten gold. Lost spirits clinging to old grievances. Shadows born from the curse itself." Her hand tightened on the glowing weave. "They feel the disturbance, your arrival, the stirring of old wounds. Shadows born from the curse itself." The word sent a fresh wave of cold dread through Jonah. He was used to tangible threats, rustlers, claimed jumpers, the sudden violence of a saloon brawl. But shadows born from a curse? How did a man fight that with a six-shooter? He looked back outside. The sounds were closer now, the crunch of boots on loose rock, the snapping of dry twigs, accompanied by low guttural muttering that wasn't quite human language. Not one person, but several, moving with a clumsy urgency up the final stretch of the trail. "Stay back," Jonah ordered Mara, gesturing towards the deeper shadows near the broken sidewalls. "Find cover." A flicker of defiance crossed her face. "This is my prison, Jonah Tate. There is no corner dark enough to hide from its keepers." Yet she took a step back, melting slightly into the gloom near a collapsed section of the wall, the faint light from her weaving dimming as she partially concealed it against her body. Her eyes, however, remained fixed on the entrance, luminous and watchful in the dark. The muttering grew louder, resolving into harsh, grasping words interspersed with breathless panting. They sounded desperate, driven. Jonah positioned himself beside the crumbling stone arch of the doorway, using the thick wall as partial cover. The cold muzzle of the Colt pressed against the stone, steadying his aim towards the unseen trailhead. He could smell them now, stale sweat, cheap whiskey, the metallic tang of unwashed bodies, and something else, something rank and unsettling, like decay. "The locket," he hissed back towards Mara, the urgency of the situation sharpening his need for answers. "The token that binds you. Tell me about it, now." Mara's breath hitched. Even in the dimness, he sensed her recoil, the question striking a raw nerve despite the immediate danger. There was a pause, filled only by the approaching footsteps and the frantic thumping of his own heart. "It was a gift," she finally whispered, her voice strained, barely audible over the external sounds. "Given beneath a summer moon, right here, where these stones still held prayers." Her voice softened, taking on a dreamlike, faraway quality, as if she were momentarily lost in the memory, bound by yesterday even as danger approached today. He called it a piece of captured starlight, meant to mirror the light in my eyes. Silver, shaped like a prairie rose, with a tiny spark of blue stone at its heart. Jonah listened, picturing the scene, the contrast between that remembered tenderness and the present ruin, almost painful. A prairie rose, starlight, love tokens under a summer moon. "He said it would keep us connected," Mara continued, her voice trembling slightly now, laced with bitterness. "Wherever his path led, our hearts would beat as one, held together by its magic. He spoke of a shared future, a life built on this peak, away from the grasping world below. He knew my connection to this place, the way the earth speaks to me, the way I could soothe the wild things, mend what was broken with herbs and whispered words." Her voice faltered. "He called it my gift, my magic. He cherished it, or so I believed." Jonah remained still, listening, the approaching sounds momentarily fading, as he focused on her fragmented story. This was the core of it. The love, the promise, the inherent magic she possessed, all twisted, weaponized against her. He was charming, Mara went on, the word coded in disillusionment. Eyes like the summer sky, a laugh that could make the birds sing. He understood the loneliness of this land, or seemed to. He sought refuge here, tired of the gold camps, the violence. He spoke of peace, of roots. She paused, and Jonah could almost feel the weight of the unspoken, but then whispers came from the flats, of a strike richer than imagined, of power, of a woman with connections, wealth, a different future than a life spent with a hedge witch on a lonely mountain. The familiar, ugly story, greed, ambition. Betrayal wasn't always a grand, dramatic act. Sometimes it was a slow erosion, a turning away, a choice for perceived gain over sworn loyalty. He changed. Mara's voice hardened, losing its nostalgic softness, grew restless. His eyes held shadows. He started asking about the deeper magic of the peak, the legends of power hidden here, things I had only known as whispers on the wind. He wasn't seeking peace anymore. He was seeking leverage. The sounds were very close now. Heavy breathing, the scrape of boots just beyond the archway. Jonah tensed, raising the Colt slightly. The locket. Mara's voice was barely a breath now, urgent and pained. He came back one last night. Spoke of love again, but his eyes were wrong. He asked me to weave my strength into the locket, to bind our souls truly, to protect our love from the world's temptations. I, fool that I was, desperate to hold on to him, to believe, I did it. Poured my trust, my hope, my own essence into the metal and stone. Her voice broke, and in doing so, I forged my own chains. He twisted the binding. Instead of connecting us, it anchored me. Here, while he walked away free, leaving the locket, proof of his broken vow buried somewhere on this cursed slope. A weight holding me fast, buried. Jonah's gut clenched. His father had arrived in this territory decades ago, a young man seeking his fortune, eventually settling on this ranch below the peak. He'd been known as taciturn, hard-working, but Jonah recalled fragmented whispers from old-timers in the flats, hints of a wilder youth, prospecting trips up the peak, a sudden acquisition of funds to buy the initial parcel of land, funds whose source was never fully explained. Could it be? Could his own father, the man who raised him in near silence, be the betrayer Mara spoke of? The man with eyes like the summer sky who traded love for fortune and left a woman bound by magic and sorrow? The possibility felt like a physical blow, stealing his breath, making the ground beneath him feel treacherous and unstable. He was walking with ghosts indeed, and one of them might wear his father's face. Suddenly, a hunched figure lurched into the archway, silhouetted against the starlight, gaunt, ragged, eyes gleaming with a desperate, feral light. It clutched a rusty pickaxe like a weapon, its breath rasping in the silence. Behind it, two more shapes crowded, equally wretched and menacing, armed with crude clubs or knives. They weren't soldiers or lawmen. They looked like prospectors driven mad by isolation and failure, or perhaps something worse, men possessed by the peak's lingering avarice, drawn to the ruin like moths to a corrupted flame. There, the first figure croaked, pointing a grimy finger towards the interior. Its voice cracked and inhuman. The light, the witch light, knew she was still here. Holds the secret, she does. The goal. Jonah didn't hesitate. He fired the Colt. The roar of the gun shattered the stillness, echoing thunderously within the stone walls. The bullet slammed into the chest of the lead figure, throwing him backward with a choked cry, collapsing in a heap just outside the threshold. Chaos erupted. The other two figures recoiled momentarily, startled by the sudden violence, then surged forward with enraged shouts, their eyes fixed on Jonah, seeing him now as the primary obstacle. Jonah fired again, aiming low, trying to deter rather than kill, but they kept coming, fueled by desperation or madness. One lunged towards him, swinging a heavy piece of timber. Jonah sidestepped, bringing the barrel of the Colt down hard on the man's wrist. The club clattered to the stone floor, and the man howled, clutching his injured arm. The third attacker, smaller and quicker, darted past Jonah's defense, heading deeper into the chapel, his eyes locked on the faint glow still emanating from where Mara hid. "The witch! Get the witch!" he shrieked, his voice high and unhinged. Jonah whirled, trying to bring his gun around, but the injured man grappled with him, strong despite the pain. They wrestled awkwardly in the narrow space of the entrance, stumbling over debris. He saw the third man reach the area where Mara had concealed herself. He heard her sharp intake of breath. Then, something shifted in the deep shadows near the collapsed wall. The faint light from Mara's weaving didn't extinguish. Instead, it seemed to coalesce, to pulse with a sudden intensity. It wasn't an aggressive light, but it was profoundly disorienting. The shadows around her deepened unnaturally, swirling like black smoke, making her exact location impossible to pinpoint. The attacker staggered back, shielding his eyes, confused and momentarily blinded by the shifting light and shadow. "Leave this place," Mara's voice rang out, no longer whispering or sorrowful, but filled with command, echoing strangely in the ruined nave. It held the resonance of the peak itself, the authority of the ancient stones and the enduring earth. "There is nothing for you here but dust and regret." The man hesitated, caught between his greed and the unsettling power confronting him. Jonah used the distraction, shoving his own assailant hard against the stone wall, stunning him momentarily. He leveled the Colt again, the choice stark wound or kill. Before he could pull the trigger, a low growl, deep and menacing, erupted from the darkness outside the chapel entrance. It wasn't Dusty or the Starlight Horse. It was something else, something primal and dangerous. The two attackers inside froze, their crazed bravado evaporating, replaced by raw terror. The injured man scrambled backward, crab-like, his eyes wide with fright, staring past Jonah into the night. The one who had lunged for Mara whimpered, backing away from the swirling shadows where she stood hidden. They both seemed to forget Jonah, forget the witch light, their focus entirely on the new unseen threat lurking just beyond the archway. The growl sounded again, closer this time, followed by the heavy tread of something large moving through the darkness. The two intruders exchanged a look of pure panic. With simultaneous cries of fear, they turned and bolted, scrambling out of the chapel the way they'd come, stumbling over their fallen companion in their haste to escape the deeper horror they sensed waiting outside. Their panicked footsteps receded rapidly down the trail, fading into the vast silence of the peak. Jonah stood panting, the Colt still raised, listening until the last echoes of their flight died away. The menacing growl wasn't repeated. The heavy tread faded. Whatever had intervened, whatever had frightened the crazed prospectors more than a gun and a perceived witch, seemed to have withdrawn. Its purpose served. Slowly, he lowered the Colt, the adrenaline starting to ebb, leaving him shaky and cold. He looked towards Mara. The swirling shadows receded. The light from her weaving softened back to its gentle glow. She stepped out from the deeper darkness near the wall, her face pale but composed, her eyes holding a knowledge he didn't possess. "What was that?" Jonah asked, his voice hoarse. Outside, Mara met his gaze, her expression unreadable. "Guardians," she said softly, "older than these stones. They tolerate my presence, perhaps out of pity, perhaps because I belong to the peak now." but they do not welcome intruders who seek to plunder or desecrate. She looked towards the fallen man lying motionless in the archway. His greed brought its own reward. Jonah felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. Guardians, older than stones. He had stepped into a world where such things were real, where curses held women captive, and where unseen entities enforced their own brutal justice on the slopes of a lonely mountain. He looked at Mara, truly seeing the depth of her entrapment, bound not just by a lover's betrayal and a buried locket, but by the very fabric of this place, watched over by ancient, dangerous forces, her yesterday a constant, inescapable presence. The title the locals might give her, which felt both inadequate and chillingly accurate. She was a woman intertwined with forces beyond ordinary understanding, forever tied to the sorrows and secrets of Widow's Peak. And now, it seemed, so was he. The shared danger had forged a fragile, unwilling alliance, but the revelations about her past and the horrifying possibility of his father's role in it left him reeling, caught between the urge to protect her and the fear of what unearthing the full truth might cost them both. Chapter 7, Echoes in the Blood. The silence that descended after the intruders fled was heavier, colder than before, thick with the aftermath of violence and the lingering scent of gunpowder. Jonah stood breathing heavily, the Colt still warm in his hand, its deadly potential realized moments ago. His gaze was fixed on the crumpled figure lying half in, half out of the archway, a stark testament to the night's brutal turn. He'd killed men before range disputes, saloon fights gone wrong, the grim necessities of survival on the edge of civilization, but it never sat easy. Tonight it felt different, entangled as it was with shadows, curses, and unseen guardians. He lowered the gun slowly, holstering it with a deliberate click that echoed in the vast emptiness of the chapel. His eyes met Mara's across the ruin. She hadn't moved from her position near the collapsed wall. The luminous weaving still held loosely in her hand, its glow casting faint shifting patterns on her pale face. Her expression was unreadable shock, sorrow, grim acceptance, perhaps all three layered by decades of solitary endurance. He's dead, Jonah stated unnecessarily, the words flat in the charged air. Mara nodded slowly. The peak claims its own, she murmured, her voice distant. Greed is a sharp hunger up here. It often devours the hand that feeds it. There was no judgment in her tone, merely observation, the weary pronouncement of someone who had witnessed the cycle countless times. Jonah walked towards the entrance, his boots crunching on debris. He stopped beside the body, looking down at the slack face, the eyes staring sightlessly at the indifferent stars visible through the rent in the roof. Just another desperate soul, chasing a rumor, ending up as dust on Widow's Peak. He felt a flicker of pity, quickly overshadowed by the chilling implications of the attack. They hadn't just been random drifters. They had known somehow about a witchlight, about someone holding secrets. The curse wasn't just Mara's private torment. It radiated outwards, drawing darkness towards it. He needed to move the body. Leaving it here felt wrong, an invitation to scavengers, both animal and perhaps otherwise. He bent down, grabbing the dead man under the arms, the rough fabric of the stranger's coat coarse against his hands. The body was heavier than it looked, a dead weight resisting his efforts. "Leave him," Mara said, her voice sharper now, cutting through his grim task. Jonah looked up, surprised. "Leave him? Here?" "Drag him outside the walls," she clarified, stepping forward out of the shadows, the light from her weaving, illuminating the ground before her. Beyond the threshold, the guardians, they will see to it. It is their way. They keep the balance. He hesitated. The guardians. the unseen growling presence that had terrified the attackers more than his gun. Relying on such forces felt like a dangerous concession to the peak's unsettling power, another step away from the world he understood. But arguing felt pointless. He was in her domain now, playing by rules he didn't comprehend. With a grunt, he pulled the body backwards, scraping it over the threshold, out onto the grassy plateau under the open sky. He dragged it a few yards away from the entrance, then straightened up, wiping his hands on his trousers, a sour taste in his mouth. He turned back to Mara. She stood framed in the broken archway, the moonlight catching the silver threads in her dark hair. The immediate danger had passed, but the tension between them remained, thick and complex, charged with unspoken question and the terrifying weight of her story, particularly the part about the betrayer. Eyes like the summer sky, a laugh that could make the birds sing, sought refuge here, then grew restless. The description haunted him, overlaying itself onto the faded sepia-toned memories he held of his father. He remembered his father's eyes, blue, yes, but usually narrowed against the sun or clouded with weariness, not sparkling with charm. He remembered his laugh, infrequent and gruff, not musical. He remembered a man driven by work, by the relentless demands of the ranch, not by whispers of gold or ambition. And yet, there were inconsistencies, moments that didn't quite fit the picture of the stoic, straightforward rancher. The sudden influx of money that had allowed his father to buy the initial spread, always vaguely attributed to a lucky streak at cards downriver, a story Jonah had never fully questioned until now. The way his father sometimes stared up at Widow's Peak, his expression unreadable, almost haunted. The strict warnings never to venture too high onto its slopes, dismissed by Jonah as practical caution about dangerous terrain, but now potentially recast as a desire to keep his son away from a buried past. Had the harshness, the silence, the relentless focus on work been a mask, a penance, perhaps? A way to bury the memory of a charming, ambitious, younger self who had traded love for fortune and left a woman bound to eternal sorrow? The thought made Jonah feel physically ill. It felt like a betrayal of his own blood, his own memories. But Mara's story, delivered with such raw pain and conviction in this place, steeped in her lonely magic, resonated with a truth that was hard to dismiss. An echo in his blood. Was the capacity for such betrayal, such cold ambition, hidden beneath a quiet surface, something he might have inherited? He looked at Mara, truly looked at her, searching her face. Did she see it? Did she look at him and see the ghost of the man who had wronged her? Her gaze was steady, her expression carefully neutral now, as if she had retreated behind walls, built over long years of solitary grief. But he sensed a new awareness in her eyes, a flicker of assessment, perhaps even suspicion, that hadn't been there before she told her story. "Your father," Mara said softly, her voice barely disturbing the silence. She wasn't looking directly at him, her gaze fixed somewhere out on the starlit plains visible beyond the plateau's edge. "You carry his name, Tate. It is not a common name in these parts now. It was once." Jonah's breath hitched. She knew, or suspected. The connection wasn't just in his mind. "My father homesteaded the ranch below," he said, his voice carefully level, betraying none of the turmoil raging inside him. "Came here, decades ago, made a life from the land." "Before that?" she asked, her gaze still averted. "Did he speak of his time before the ranch? Of prospecting? Of time spent higher on this peak?" Jonah shook his head, the movement feeling stiff, unnatural. "No, he didn't speak much of the past. Said it was best left buried." The words felt heavy, laden with unintended irony, best left buried, like a locket, like a betrayal. Mara turned her head slowly, her dark eyes finally meeting his. The sorrow was there, vast and deep, but mingled now with a searching intensity. Some things, she said, her voice low and resonant, refused to stay buried, Jonah Tate. They worked their way to the surface like stones in a field after a hard frost. Their echoes linger in the blood. Echoes in the blood. The phrase hung between them, undeniable, terrifying. He felt pinned by her gaze, stripped bare, his own lineage suddenly feeling like an accusation. He wanted to deny it, to defend the memory of the father he thought he knew. But the evidence, Mara's story, the locket, his father's silences, the name itself formed a chain that felt chillingly strong. He looked away, unable to hold her, sorrowful, knowing gaze. He walked a few steps into the chapel, needing space, needing distance from the intensity of the moment. He ran a hand over the cold, crumbling stone of the wall, grounding himself in its rough texture. The ruin felt like a reflection of his own suddenly shattered understanding of his past. The locket, he said, his back still to her. Where did he bury it? Do you know? The question felt like tearing open a wound, but the need to know, to confirm or deny the horrifying possibility, was overwhelming. If he could find it, perhaps it held answers. Or perhaps it would only confirm his worst fears. Mara was silent for a long moment. He heard the soft rustle of her dress as she moved further into the chapel, stopping near the center where the moonlight pooled brightest. I don't know the exact place, she admitted, her voice tinged with frustration. His act was one of concealment, of severing. He wouldn't have wanted it easily found, but I feel its presence. A cold spot in the earth, a blight, somewhere on the upper slopes between here and the summit, where the ground holds old wounds. She lifted the glowing weave slightly. Sometimes, when the conditions are right, when the moon is dark and the veil thin, this weaving shows me glimpses, shifting images, a twisted tree, a particular outcrop of rock stained red like old blood, a place where wildflowers refuse to grow. Her words painted a vague, frustrating picture. The slopes of Widow's Peak were vast, treacherous. Searching for a buried locket based on the fleeting magical glimpses felt like searching for a single stone on a miles-long beach. Yet the pull to try, to unearth the truth, was undeniable. It felt like the only way forward, the only way to understand his own history, the only way, perhaps, to free Mara from hers. He turned to face her. If I found it, if I brought it to you, would that break the curse? Mara looked down at the glowing grasses in her hand, her expression clouded with uncertainty. The locket is the anchor, she said slowly, forged by his broken vow, infused with my own power, buried with intent to bind, bringing it to light. It would be like pulling the linchpin. It would disrupt the foundation of the curse. But she hesitated, her brow furrowed. I do not know what would happen then. Freedom, perhaps, or perhaps unleashing the raw, tangled magic bound within it could have unforeseen consequences. For me, for this peak. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with a deep, unsettling ambiguity. And perhaps for the one who disturbs its rest, especially if his blood carries the echo of the man who buried it. The warning was clear. Finding the locket wasn't just a matter of digging in the dirt. It meant confronting the potent magic of the curse directly, risking unforeseen backlash, particularly for someone potentially linked by blood to the original betrayal. It was a gamble with stakes higher than he could possibly calculate. He thought of the life he'd known, solitary, predictable, bounded by the physical realities of the ranch. He could turn away now, ride Dusty back down the mountain, leave Mara to her sorrowful weaving and the peak to its ghosts. He could try to forget the sparks, the name, the fight, the horrifying suspicion about his father. He could retreat back into the known world. But looking at Mara, standing alone in the moonlit ruin, a prisoner of yesterday, bound by a love that had curdled into a curse, he knew he couldn't. Whether it was empathy, guilt, fascination, or some combination of all three, he was entangled now. Her fate felt tied to his, the echoes in his blood demanding a reckoning. He might not be able to rewrite the past, his father's or his own, but maybe, just maybe, he could influence the future. "Show me," he said, his voice firm, surprising himself with its decisiveness. "When the time is right, show me the glimpses your weaving reveals. The twisted tree, the stained rock. I'll search for it." Mara stared at him, her eyes wide, searching his face intently. Surprise warred with caution in her expression. "Jonah, you don't understand the danger. For you." "I understand enough," he countered, meeting her gaze steadily. "I understand that leaving things buried hasn't brought peace to anyone. Not to you. Maybe not to my father either." He took a step toward her. "I need to know the truth, and you deserve a chance at freedom, whatever the risk." A long silence stretched between them, filled only by the distant sigh of the wind rising on the lower slopes. Mara studied him, her dark eyes probing, assessing. He saw the lifetime of disappointment, of broken trust, warring with the unexpected flicker of hope his offer ignited. Could she trust him? Could she trust the son of the man who might have betrayed her so profoundly? Finally, she gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. "When the moon darkens again," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "When the veil thins, I will show you what I can see." It wasn't acceptance, not entirely. It was a tentative agreement, fragile and fraught with peril, a first step onto an even more dangerous path. The first hint of gray was beginning to soften the eastern horizon, signaling the reluctant approach of dawn. The long night was ending, but the true challenges were only just beginning. He had made a choice, offered himself as an agent in this old, bitter drama. He looked around the crumbling chapel, at the woman who was both witch and prisoner, at the spot outside where a dead man lay claimed by the peak, and felt the weight of his decision settle upon him. He had followed the midnight ride to ruin, and now he had pledged himself to unearthing a buried secret, driven by the undeniable, haunting echoes in his own blood. The cost remained unknown, but the path was set. Chapter 8. My Father's Buried Secret. Dawn was a bruised, reluctant affair by the time Jonah finally urged Dusty down the last treacherous slope of Widow's Peak. The sky bled gray and faded rose, stripping the magic from the night, leaving behind only the cold ache of exhaustion and the heavy weight of revelation. He rode slumped in the saddle, the events in the ruined chapel replaying in his mind like a fever dream, the haunting melody, Mara's sorrowful eyes, the woven map of sorrows, the sudden violence, the menacing growl from the darkness, and the chilling possibility that the betrayer, the man who forged her chains, was his own father. As the ranch house came into view, a small, solid shape against the vast emptiness of the plains, it looked alien, like a place he no longer belonged to. The ordinary world felt thin, fragile, stretched taut over the hidden depths he now knew existed, just beyond his fence line, just beneath the surface of his own history. He rode directly to the spot near the chapel entrance, where he'd dragged the dead intruder. There was nothing there. No body, no sign of a struggle, not even a disturbed patch of earth that looked out of place. It was as if the man had simply vanished, dissolved into the thin mountain air. The guardians, they will see to it. Mara's words echoed, reinforcing the chilling reality of the peak's unseen forces. He swallowed hard, a knot tightening in his stomach. He was trespassing in a realm with rules and powers far beyond his comprehension. Dusty, sensing home, nickered softly and picked up his pace towards the corral. The Starlight horse was already there, standing quietly near the water trough, its coat a mundane dark brown in the flat morning light, showing no sign of its nocturnal energies or its role in the night's journey. It glanced towards Jonah as he approached, its eyes intelligent, but revealing nothing, a silent keeper of secrets. Jonah felt a strange mix of resentment and reluctant gratitude towards the creature. It had led him into this tangle, but it had also, perhaps, saved him and Mara from worse. He unsaddled Dusty with numb, automatic movements, rubbing down the tired gelding, murmuring reassurances that felt hollow even to himself. He avoided looking too closely at the Starlight horse. He wasn't ready to confront its mysteries again just yet. He needed the solid ground of routine, the illusion of normalcy, however temporary. Inside the ranch house, the silence felt different, no longer just empty, but listening. He stoked the embers in the stove, made coffee, the familiar actions feeling like a ritual performed by a stranger. He sat at the rough-hewn table, staring into the black liquid in his mug, his mind racing. My father. The words reverberated within him, a seismic shock disrupting the foundations of his identity. Thomas Tate, a quiet man, hard-working, weathered by the sun and wind like the land itself. A man who'd taught Jonah how to mend fence, track cattle, read the sky for weather, survive the lean winters. A man whose rare smiles were reserved for a good calf crop or a solid day's work. Could this man, the bedrock of Jonah's solitary life, truly be the charming deceiver Mara described? The man with eyes like the summer sky who spoke of love while plotting betrayal? He pushed back from the table, unable to sit still. He needed something, proof, contradiction, anything to anchor him. He went to the battered wooden chest at the foot of his father's old cot, the place where the few tangible remnants of Thomas Tate's life were stored. He lifted the heavy lid, the scent of old wool, dust, and time rising to meet him. There wasn't much. A few worn flannel shirts folded neatly, a pair of mended trousers, thick woolen socks, a tarnished silver belt buckle engraved with a simple longhorn steer head. Jonah remembered him wearing it every Sunday, the closest the man came to dressing up. A small dog-eared Bible with Thomas Tate's name inscribed on the inside cover in faded ink, the handwriting surprisingly elegant, a contrast to the calloused hands Jonah remembered. He sifted through the meager collection, searching for he didn't know what. A letter? A photograph? A memento from a past life? There was nothing personal, nothing sentimental, no hint of a younger, perhaps more reckless man, no echo of Mara's betrayer. It was the sparse legacy of a man who seemed to have deliberately erased his own history before settling into the role of stoic rancher. Or perhaps the lack of evidence was the evidence. A man truly content, with nothing to hide, might have kept a few tokens from his youth, a faded tintype, a letter from family back east. His father's chest contained only the practical necessities of his later life, as if his existence began the day he staked his claim on this land, as if everything before that needed to remain buried. Jonah picked up the Bible again, leafing through the thin, fragile pages. His father hadn't been a particularly religious man, not one for regular church-going, but Jonah had sometimes seen him reading this book late at night by the flickering lamplight, his expression unreadable. Were there verses marked? Notes in the margin? He scanned the pages, Genesis, Psalms, Proverbs, finding nothing but the printed text, until he reached the book of Job. There, tucked between the pages detailing Job's suffering and endurance, was a single-pressed wildflower, a prairie rose, faded and brittle with age, its delicate pink color long since muted to a dusty mauve. Jonah stared at it, his heart pounding. Silver, shaped like a prairie rose. Mara's description of the locket slammed into him. A coincidence? Prairie roses weren't uncommon, but finding one here pressed within the pages of his stoic father's Bible, in the book recounting trials and losses, it felt significant. A hidden sentiment, a reminder of something lost, or a clue deliberately left, perhaps, in a moment of guilt or regret. He gently closed the Bible, the fragile flower now feeling like a brand against his conscience. It wasn't proof of betrayal, but it was an undeniable link, a fragile thread connecting his father's hidden past to Mara's sorrowful present. The days that followed crawled by with agonizing slowness. Jonah threw himself into the relentless work of the ranch, seeking solace in physical exhaustion. He rode harder, worked longer hours, pushing himself until muscle ache drowned out the turmoil in his mind. But the peak was always there, looming on the horizon, a constant, silent reminder of the unresolved drama playing out on its slopes. He found himself watching it, studying its contours, imagining the cold spot in the earth Mara had described, the place where a twisted tree grew, where rocks were stained like old blood, where wildflowers refused to bloom. He watched the starlight horse, too, observing its daytime quietude and the subtle shift that came over it as dusk approached. He didn't spy on its nightly ritual anymore. He didn't need to. He knew the name it spelled. He knew the sorrow it echoed. The creature was a living embodiment of the curse, a constant reminder of his promise to Mara. He avoided purgatory flats. He didn't want to face the casual questions, the curious glances. He didn't want to hear any stray gossip about his father's early days, fearing what truths or lies might surface. His isolation felt deeper now, no longer just a circumstance of geography, but a necessary shield against the shattering implications of his lineage. He waited for the moon to wane, tracking its nightly journey across the sky. Each night, as the sliver grew thinner, the tension within him grew thicker. He felt the approaching darkness, not just in the sky, but in the air, in the way the wind whispered secrets around the eaves of the house, in the way the shadows seemed to deepen and lengthen earlier each day. Finally, the night of the dark moon arrived. The sky was an impenetrable black canvas, utterly starless, moonless. The silence outside was absolute, oppressive. Jonah hadn't planned it, hadn't consciously decided, but as dusk settled, he found himself saddling Dusty. Not the starlight horse he still felt bound by the spirit, if not the letter of the warning about following its trail. He needed his own mount, his own agency, even as he answered the peak's silent summons. He rode towards the peak, not needing the sparks to guide him this time. The trail felt strangely familiar now, imprinted on his memory from that first midnight ride. The air grew colder, heavier as he climbed, charged with an expectant energy that prickled his skin. He felt drawn, pulled towards the ruin, towards Mara, as if an invisible cord connected them across the darkness. As he reached the plateau, the crumbling silhouette of the chapel was barely visible against the black sky. There was no light, no sound. Had he been wrong? Had the summons been imagined? He dismounted, tethering Dusty again to the dead shrub, his heart pounding with uncertainty. He approached the archway cautiously, peering into the Stygian blackness within. "Mara," he called softly, his voice absorbed by the oppressive dark. For a moment, there was only silence. Then a faint glow emanated from the far end of the chapel, near the altar space. It was the soft phosphorescent light of her weaving. She was there, waiting. He stepped inside, navigating the debris by memory and the faint luminescence ahead. As he drew closer, he saw her standing, holding the woven tapestry aloft. Tonight it seemed brighter, more vibrant, the patterns within swirling with agitated energy. "You came," she said, her voice low, almost lost in the vast darkness. "I felt called," he admitted. She nodded slowly. "Tonight the veil is thin. The echoes are stronger. Look." She held the weaving out toward him. He stepped closer, his gaze fixed on the luminous grasses. The patterns shifted, flowed, coalesced. They weren't random swirls tonight. They formed fleeting, distinct images, hazy and dreamlike, yet recognizable. He saw a gnarled, ancient juniper, twisted by wind and time into a grotesque shape, clinging precariously to a rocky ledge. Then the image dissolved, replaced by a sheer rock face, dark granite stained with patches of deep rusty red, like dried blood weeping from the stone. Finally, a patch of barren earth appeared, stark and lifeless, surrounded by otherwise healthy vegetation, a place where nothing grew. "A twisted tree," Jonah breathed, recognizing the landmarks from her earlier description. The stained rock, the barren ground. "They mark the path," Mara confirmed, her voice strained with the effort of holding the images steady. "Follow the oldest game trail leading towards the summit from the western ridge. It passes the tree first, then skirts beneath the stained cliffs. The barren place. It lies beyond, hidden in a shallow basin, easily missed." Her hands trembled slightly, the images flickering. "The locket? It sleeps there, cold, waiting." He stared at the shifting images, burning them into his memory. The western ridge, oldest game trail, tree, rocks, barren basin. It was more than he had hoped for, yet still terrifyingly vague on the vast, dangerous slopes of the peak. "Be careful, Jonah," Mara whispered, the images fading as the light in the weaving dimmed, her energy apparently spent. "The place is guarded, not just by the curse's magic, but by the lingering sorrow, the bitterness that poisons the ground. It resists being disturbed." She looked at him, her eyes huge and dark in the faint residual glow. "And your blood, it will sing to the curse. It may awaken things you are not prepared to face." He met her gaze, seeing the genuine fear for him mingled with the desperate hope that he might succeed where she could not. "I'll be careful," he promised, though the words felt inadequate against the scale of the undertaking. He stayed only a moment longer, the oppressive darkness of the chapel seeming to press in on him, eager to be away, to begin the search while the directions were fresh in his mind. He thanked her, his voice rough with emotion, then turned and left the ruin, stepping back out into the starless night. Mounting Dusty, he took the trail leading not back down towards the ranch, but further up, angling towards the western ridge Mara had indicated. The climb was steep, the path treacherous in the absolute darkness, forcing Dusty to pick his way slowly, relying on instinct. Jonah rode with every sense strained, acutely aware of the silence, the cold, the immense brooding presence of the peak around him. He felt utterly alone, yet constantly watched. He rode for what felt like hours, guided only by the feel of the terrain and the faint memory of trails glimpsed in daylight. He had to trust Mara's directions, trust the visions conjured in her sorrowful weaving. He was searching for his father's buried secret, a secret that held the key to a woman's curse and his own tangled heritage. As he pushed deeper into the peak's hostile territory, guided by magic towards a buried betrayal, he knew he was crossing a threshold far more significant, far more dangerous than the one he'd crossed following the Starlight Horse. He was actively unearthing the past now, and he could only pray he was strong enough to face whatever horrors it contained. The echoes in his blood felt louder now, a warning drumbeat against the silence of the starless night. Chapter 9. Dreams of the Betrayer. The darkness on the western ridge of Widow's Peak was absolute, a smothering blanket woven without moon or stars. Jonah pushed Dusty onward, relying on the gelding's instincts and the faint directions etched into his mind by Mara's luminous weaving. The air was thin, biting cold, carrying the scent of ancient stone, pine needles, and something else, a faint metallic tang that reminded him unpleasantly of dried blood. The silence was immense, broken only by Dusty's labored breathing, the clink of a horseshoe on unseen rock, and the low, mournful sigh of the wind, funneling through unseen gullies above. He found the game trail Mara had described, barely discernible even by feel, a narrow track winding precariously upwards. It clung to the side of the ridge, plunging into blackness on one side, pressing against sheer rock faces on the other. Progress was agonizingly slow. Dusty stumbled often, his usual sure-footedness compromised by the dark and the treacherous terrain. Jonah dismounted frequently, leading the horse, feeling his way forward with his hands on the cold rock, his boots slipping on loose scree. Every shadow seemed to move. Every gust of wind sounded like a whisper, forming unintelligible words just at the edge of hearing. The oppressive presence of the peak weighed down on him. A sentient force, ancient and watchful, aware of his intrusion, his purpose. He felt exposed, vulnerable, a solitary trespasser in a realm that guarded its secrets with a jealous, brooding hostility. Mara's warning about the peak resisting disturbance felt chillingly real. His mind churned, a relentless cycle of doubt and determination. Was this madness? Following the visions of a woman who wove spells from grass, searching for a cursed locket based on the fragmented images? He thought of Mara's face, the profound sorrow in her eyes, the weight of her centuries-long imprisonment. He thought of the dead man at the chapel threshold, claimed by the peak's brutal justice. He thought of his father. That was the hardest part. Each step upward felt like digging deeper into a potential betrayal that struck at the core of his own identity. He tried to conjure his father's face, the familiar lines etched by sun and worry, the steady, quiet presence. But the image kept blurring, shifting, overlaid now with Mara's description, eyes like the summer sky, a laugh that could make the birds sing. He tried to reconcile the two, the stoic rancher and the charming betrayer, but they refused to merge, existing as separate, conflicting entities in his mind. Which was real? Had his father been both? Had the charm hardened into silence as a way to bury the past? Or was Mara mistaken, her grief latching onto a convenient resemblance, a shared name? The uncertainty gnawed at him, raw and painful. After what felt like an eternity of climbing, guided more by instinct and Mara's imprinted images than by sight, he saw it, looming out of the blackness ahead, silhouetted faintly against a sky that was perhaps infinitesimally less black, stood the twisted juniper. It was exactly as Mara's weaving had shown it, ancient, gnarled, its branches contorted into grotesque shapes by centuries of wind and harsh weather, clinging desperately to a narrow ledge. It looked less like a tree and more like a tormented spirit given wooden form, a sentinel guarding a path into deeper sorrow. Seeing it, solid and real beneath his hand as he reached out to steady himself, sent a jolt through Jonah. Mara's vision was true. The landmarks were real, which meant the locket, the curse, the betrayal, all of it was likely just as real. His resolve hardened, pushing back the tide of doubt. But the confirmation also brought a fresh wave of dread. He was on the right path, a path leading directly towards his father's buried secret. He pressed onward, the trail becoming even more treacherous beyond the sentinel tree. He moved with extreme caution, every muscle tensed, his senses straining against the overwhelming darkness. Exhaustion began to set in, a deep weariness that went beyond physical fatigue. It was the weight of the night, the fear, the emotional turmoil, settling into his bones like the mountain cold. He knew he couldn't keep pushing through the darkness indefinitely. He needed rest, even a few hours, before tackling the final stretch towards the stained rocks and the barren basin. He found a slightly sheltered spot, a shallow indentation beneath an overhang of rock, barely large enough for him and Dusty. It offered minimal protection from the wind, but concealed them slightly from the oppressive emptiness of the surrounding slopes. He unsaddled Dusty, rubbing the horse down as best he could in the dark, whispering reassurances. He gave the gelding the last of his oats, saving none for himself. He built no fire, the risk of attracting unwanted attention, human or otherwise, felt too great up here. He huddled against the cold rock, pulling his jacket tighter around him, the rough wool doing little to ward off the penetrating chill. Sleep felt impossible. His mind raced, replaying Mara's story, visualizing the cursed locket lying cold in the earth, wrestling with the ghost of his father. The silence pressed in, amplifying the frantic rhythm of his own heart. Yet exhaustion eventually claimed him. He drifted into a fitful, uneasy sleep, plagued not by darkness, but by vivid, fragmented dreams that felt terrifyingly real. He saw Mara, younger, her face radiant with trust, her eyes reflecting the starlight as she stood within the strong, solid walls of the newly built chapel. Her hands moved not over dried grasses, but over blooming wildflowers, coaxing them into vibrant life. Her low hum a song of contentment, not sorrow. There was joy in her touch, a deep connection to the living pulse of the peak. Then a man's hand, strong and tanned, covered hers. Jonah couldn't see the man's face clearly in the dream's shifting focus, but he felt the jolt of recognition, the echo in his own blood. It was his father's hand, younger, smoother, yet undeniably his. The man spoke words of love, promises of forever, his voice mesmerizingly gentle, the charm Mara described flowing like warm honey. He presented the locket silver, shaped like a prairie rose, the blue stone at its heart gleaming like a captured piece of twilight sky. It felt warm in Jonah's dream hand, pulsing faintly with innocent magic. The scene shifted. The chapel walls seemed thinner, the light harsher. The man's face, still indistinct, was troubled now. He spoke of whispers from below, of fortunes waiting, of the need for security. His hand tightened on Mara's, but the warmth was gone, replaced by a subtle calculation. He spoke of weaving their souls together through the locket, of protecting their love, but the words felt wrong, hollow. Jonah felt the lie coating the pretty phrases, felt the betrayal coiling beneath the surface, and a wave of nausea washed over him in the dream. Then the dream fractured, becoming intensely personal, terrifyingly immediate. Jonah wasn't watching anymore. He was the betrayer. He felt the conflict raging within him, the pull of Mara's trusting love, her unique magic, versus the siren song of gold, power, another future glittering just beyond reach. He felt the shame warring with ambition, the chilling moment of decision where convenience and greed won out over love and honor. He felt himself speaking the twisted words, convincing Mara to pour her essence into the locket, knowing he was perverting the ritual forging chains instead of a bond. The most visceral part was the burying. He felt the cold weight of the locket in his palm, no longer warm, but ice cold, heavy with stolen magic and broken trust. He felt the rough handle of a shovel, the bite of the blade into the resistant earth of the peak. He wasn't just digging a hole. He was burying his conscience, burying a part of himself. He placed the locket into the dark earth, the silver gleaming accusingly before being covered. Each shovelful of dirt felt like a final act of severance, a desperate attempt to hide the evidence of his profound betrayal, not just from the world, but from himself. He felt the suffocating guilt, the gnawing fear of discovery, the chilling loneliness of his choice, even as he turned his back and walked away towards the promised fortune, leaving sorrow anchored behind him. Jonah woke with a strangled gasp, his heart hammering against his ribs, drenched in cold sweat despite the freezing air. He sat bolt upright, disoriented, the dream sensations lingering with horrifying clarity. He could almost still feel the phantom weight of the locket, the cold grit of the earth under his fingernails, the guilt, the shame, the calculated cruelty. They felt like his own emotions, searing and immediate. He scrambled away from the rock face, needing air, needing distance from the dream's suffocating intimacy. He stumbled out from under the overhang into the faint, pre-dawn light. The sky was turning a bleak, washed-out gray, offering little warmth, little comfort. He leaned against a cold boulder, breathing raggedly, trying to shake off the dream's clinging residue. It wasn't just a dream. It felt like an echo in the blood, as Mara had said. Had he tapped into his father's memories, his father's guilt? Or was the curse itself projecting these feelings onto him, using his connection to torment him? To deter him? The lines blurred, leaving him profoundly shaken, unsure of his own thoughts, his own feelings. He looked at his hands, half expecting to see dirt beneath the nails. The dream had changed something. The question was no longer just if his father had done it, but how. How could the man who raised him, the quiet, steady presence, reconcile himself to such an act? Had he lived his entire life haunted by this buried guilt? Was his silence not stoicism, but a wall built to contain the crushing weight of his past? The image of his father reading the book of Job, the pressed prairie rose tucked within its pages, took on a new, heartbreaking significance. He knew he couldn't turn back now. The dream, horrifying as it was, had solidified his resolve. He had to find the locket, not just for Mara's freedom, but for his own understanding. He needed to confront the physical proof of the past, to hold the anchor of the curse in his hand, to reconcile the echoes in his blood with the man he thought he knew. He roused Dusty, the horse sensing his renewed urgency. He didn't wait for full daylight, pushing on as soon as the faint gray light allowed him to distinguish the trail. He found the stained rocks Mara's weaving had shown sheer cliffs of dark granite streaked with vivid, unsettling veins of rusty red that looked disturbingly like old blood soaking deep into the stone. The air here felt colder, heavier, carrying a palpable sense of wrongness. He urged Dusty past them quickly, the horse shying, needing no encouragement to leave the place behind. Beyond the cliffs, the terrain opened slightly, sloping down into a series of shallow, rocky depressions. He scanned the landscape, searching for the final landmark, the barren place. Most of the ground, though rocky, supported sparse, hardy vegetation, tufts of dry grass, resilient mountain shrubs, the occasional stunted pine. But then he saw it. Just ahead, nestled in a slight hollow, was a patch of earth perhaps 20 feet across. It was utterly devoid of life. The ground was a pale, sick-looking gray, cracked and sterile, contrasting sharply with the surrounding sparse greenery. No weeds, no grass, not even lichen dared to grow there. It looked as if the very life force had been sucked out of the soil, leaving behind only dead, poisoned earth. It radiated a palpable coldness, a blight on the landscape, exactly as Mara had described. He pulled Dusty to a halt at the edge of the basin, his breath catching in his throat. This was it, the place where the locket lay buried, the place where his father, haunted by guilt or driven by cold calculation, had interred the evidence of his betrayal, anchoring Mara to her sorrow. Standing here, looking at the dead earth, feeling the unnatural chill emanating from it, the echoes of the dream surged back, the weight of the locket, the bite of the shovel, the crushing finality of the act. He felt a wave of dizziness, a profound dread. He had followed the visions, endured the dreams, and found the heart of the curse. Now came the final, most dangerous step, disturbing its rest. Chapter 10, Whispers from the Dust. The barren basin lay before Jonah like a gaping wound on the face of Widow's Peak. The dead gray earth seemed to suck the faint pre-dawn light from the air, radiating a palpable coldness that had nothing to do with the altitude or the early hour. It felt like stepping into a place where life itself had been fundamentally rejected, poisoned at the root by the act committed here, by the object buried beneath the sterile soil. Dusty shifted nervously at the edge of the hollow, refusing to step onto the blighted ground, his ears flattened, sensing the deep wrongness of the place. Jonah dismounted, his legs stiff, his heart pounding a heavy, suffocating rhythm against his ribs. He patted Dusty's neck, murmuring reassurances, though the horse remained tense, rolling his eyes toward the lifeless patch of earth. Jonah left him tethered loosely to a rocky outcrop nearby, giving the gelding room to retreat if needed. He wouldn't force the animal into this unsettling space. This task was his alone. He stood at the edge of the dead zone, peering into its shallow depression. It was eerily silent. The wind that sighed and moaned across the rest of the ridge seemed to die abruptly here, leaving a vacuum, a heavy stillness that felt unnatural, watchful. He took a tentative step onto the cracked gray earth. The ground felt strangely brittle beneath his worn boot soles, devoid of the usual give of soil, however rocky. The cold intensified instantly, seeping up through the leather, chilling him to the bone. He carried a small folding trenching tool strapped to his saddle, a necessity for burying campfire remains or digging makeshift shelters. He unstrapped it now, the cold metal biting through his gloves. He held it loosely, scanning the barren circle, trying to guess where his father, if it was his father, might have chosen to bury the locket. The center? Near the edge? Was there any logic to burying a secret, or was it simply an act of desperate haste? The dream echoed in his mind, the feel of the shovel, the weight of the cold locket, the suffocating guilt. Had the dream shown him the spot? He closed his eyes for a moment, trying to recall the sensation, the angle of the body as it bent to the task. But the images remained fragmented, dreamlike, offering no clear guidance. He would have to search. He chose a spot slightly off-center, reasoning that his father might have avoided the exact middle as too obvious, or perhaps too symbolic. He took a breath, braced himself, and drove the point of the trenching tool into the ground. It resisted. The earth was packed hard, lifeless, as if compacted by the sheer weight of the sorrow it contained. He put his weight into it, grunting with effort. The blade scraped, grated, finally biting a few inches into the sterile soil. The sound was jarringly loud in the profound silence. He began to dig, lifting small shovelfuls of the gray, dusty earth. It wasn't like digging normal soil. There were no roots, no worms, no sign of moisture or life. It was just dead matter, cold, dry, and strangely reluctant to yield. Each shovelful felt like disturbing a grave, which, in a way, it was the grave of a promise, the grave of trust. As he worked, the silence began to deepen, to press in on him. It felt less like an absence of sound and more like a presence, a deliberate suppression of noise that made his own breathing, the scrape of the tool, the pounding of his heart seem unnaturally loud, intrusive. The cold intensified further, creeping under his collar, numbing his fingers despite the gloves. Then, the whispers started. At first, it was just a faint susurrus at the very edge of hearing, like the rustle of dry leaves where no leaves existed, or the sibilant hiss of wind through unseen cracks in the rock. He paused, listening intently, straining to identify the source. Nothing. Only the dead silence of the basin. He shook his head, blaming fatigue, the altitude, the strain, his imagination playing tricks. He resumed digging, forcing himself to focus on the physical task. The rhythm of bend, scrape, lift, but the whispering persisted, growing subtly louder, closer. It wasn't wind, it sounded like voices, indistinct, overlapping, impossible to understand, yet undeniably there, seeming to rise from the very dust he disturbed. Foolish, never find, buried deep, forgotten, fragments of words slithering through the silence, brushing against his ears like cold spider webs. He stopped again, scanning the edges of the basin, his hand instinctively moving towards the Colt holstered at his hip. There was nothing there, only the bleak gray earth, the looming rocks, the pale, indifferent sky. His son carries the blood, tainted like him. The whispers seemed to circle him now, insidious, mocking. They played on his deepest fears, his rawest insecurities, the doubt about his father, the fear of inherited darkness, the guilt he felt just by being here, disturbing this place. He gritted his teeth, refusing to let the unseen voices deter him. It was the curse, he told himself, the peak, resisting him, trying to drive him away. He dug faster, more desperately now, moving randomly across the barren patch, testing different spots. The physical exertion was a welcome distraction, a way to fight back against the psychological assault. Sweat beaded on his forehead despite the unnatural cold, freezing almost instantly in the biting air. The whispers grew more insistent, swirling around him like unseen currents. She waits, bound forever. Your fault, his fault. Blood calls to blood. Leave it. Go back before it claims you too. He recognized Mara's sorrow woven into the whispers, twisted into accusation. He heard echoes of the seller's warning, amplified into a threat. And beneath it all, he sometimes thought he heard another voice, deeper, rougher, laced with a chilling familiarity. His father's voice, perhaps, warped by guilt and time, pleading or warning from beyond the grave. Shouldn't have come back. Let it lie. Let me lie. Jonah squeezed his eyes shut for a moment, shaking his head violently. No, he muttered aloud, his voice hoarse, defiant. No more secrets. No more burying. He drove the shovel down hard, fueled by anger and desperation. This time it struck something solid with a dull thud, not rock. Something smaller, smoother. His heart leaped into his throat. He dropped to his knees, ignoring the biting cold seeping through his trousers, and began digging frantically with his gloved hands, pushing aside the dead earth. The whispers intensified, swirling around him like a vortex, sharp, angry, desperate now. Don't touch it. Fool, unleash, sorrow, pain, anchor holds. Leave it. His fingers brushed against something cold, metallic, buried about a foot beneath the surface. He worked carefully now, clearing the surrounding dust and grit, his breath held tight in his chest. Slowly, he eased it out of the earth. It lay heavy in his palm, even through the glove. The locket. Silver, just as Mara had described, shaped like a delicate prairie rose, its petals intricately detailed. But the silver was deeply tarnished, almost black in places, as if stained by the darkness it had absorbed over the long years. It felt unnaturally cold, radiating a chill that seeped through his glove, numbing his hand, spreading up his arm like insidious frost. He fumbled with the clasp, trying to open it, his fingers clumsy with cold and adrenaline. The whispers reached a fever pitch, a cacophony of warning and despair swirling around his head, pressing against his eardrums. No, no, no. The light is gone. Only sorrow remains. His final betrayal. The locket sprang open. Inside, where a miniature portrait or perhaps another token of affection might have been, there was only darkness. A flat, absorbing blackness that seemed to drink the faint light. And at the center, where Mara had described a tiny spark of blue stone, there was only a dull, leaden shard. Lifeless. Cold. The captured starlight was extinguished, smothered by the weight of the curse. As his bare thumb brushed against the tarnished silver inside, a jolt, sharp and agonizing, shot through him. It wasn't electricity. It was pure, concentrated sorrow. A wave of despair so profound it almost knocked him backward. He saw fleeting, fractured images flash behind his eyes. Mara's face contorted in anguish the moment the betrayal became clear. The cold satisfaction in the betrayer's eyes as he turned away. The endless, desolate years stretching out within the crumbling chapel walls. He felt her pain, her rage, her suffocating loneliness as if it were his own, a burden too heavy to bear. He cried out, snatching his hand back, dropping the locket onto the dead earth. It landed with a soft, dull thud, the open halves displaying the tarnished silver and the dead stone like accusing eyes staring up at him. He scrambled backward, away from it, breathing heavily, his entire body trembling. The wave of raw emotion receded slowly, leaving him only shaky, nauseous, profoundly disturbed. Touching the locket hadn't just confirmed the curse. It had allowed him to feel it, the raw, festering wound at its heart. He stared at the object lying on the ground, this small, tarnished piece of metal that held so much power, so much pain. It looked deceptively simple, yet it radiated a palpable aura of wrongness, of corrupted magic. Unearthing it felt like pulling the pin from a grenade, unleashing forces he couldn't comprehend or control. The whispers, which had reached a frantic crescendo as he touched the locket, abruptly ceased. An even deeper silence fell over the barren basin, heavier, more absolute than before. The air grew colder still, seeming to crackle with unseen energy. He had done it. He had found his father's buried secret, the anchor of Mara's curse. He had pulled it from its resting place. Now what? He looked at the locket, then up towards the vast, indifferent sky, then back towards the unseen path leading down to the world he used to know. He had the key, or at least the linchpin, but Mara's words echoed. Unleashing the raw, tangled magic bound within it could have unforeseen consequences. He felt the truth of that warning deep in his bones. The silence felt temporary, the calm before a storm. By unearthing this token of betrayal, he hadn't ended the story. He had merely turned the page to a new, more dangerous chapter. He reached down slowly, steeling himself, and picked up the cold, heavy locket, closing its tarnished halves together with a soft click. The whispers were gone, but he had the unnerving feeling that something far worse might be listening now. Chapter 11, The Weight of Widow's Peak. The tarnished silver locket lay heavy and cold in Jonah's palm, a dead weight radiating a chill that defied the faint warmth returning to the eastern sky. The silence in the barren basin remained absolute, profound, as if the very air held its breath, waiting. He had done it. He had unearthed the anchor of the curse, the physical manifestation of his father's betrayal, the vessel holding Mara's stolen essence and decades of accumulated sorrow. It felt less like a victory and more like holding a live viper by the tail. He tucked the locket carefully into the inner pocket of his canvas jacket, securing the button flap over it. Even through the layers of cloth, he could feel its unnatural coldness against his chest, a constant, chilling reminder of what he carried. It seemed to possess a physical weight far exceeding its small size, settling against his ribs like a stone, pulling him downwards. He forced himself to move, turning his back on the dead gray earth of the basin. He walked stiffly towards where Dusty waited, the horse still showing the whites of his eyes, his ears swiveling nervously. "Easy, boy," Jonah murmured, his voice sounding thin in the oppressive stillness. "We're leaving this place." Dusty needed little encouragement, practically pulling Jonah away from the hollow as soon as the reins were untied. The gelding refused to even glance back at the barren patch, eager to put distance between himself and the profound wrongness emanating from it. Jonah swung himself into the saddle, settling his weight, feeling the cold spot where the locket pressed against him. The weight felt heavier now, not just physical, but psychic, emotional. It was the weight of Mara's stolen years, the weight of his father's guilt, the weight of the peak's brooding history, all concentrated into that small, tarnished object. The journey down the western ridge was exponentially harder than the climb up had been. If the peak had felt watchful and hostile before, it now felt actively malevolent. The faint pre-dawn light offered little real illumination, and the trail seemed to actively conspire against him. Rocks that had seemed stable now shifted treacherously under Dusty's hooves. The paths that had been clear now seemed obscured by clinging shadows that didn't quite match the angle of the nascent light. The wind picked up suddenly, whipping around the ridge with a fierce, unnatural force, tearing at Jonah's hat, driving icy particles of dust and grit into his eyes. It howled through the crags above with a sound that wasn't just wind, but something mournful, rageful, like the cry of a wounded beast. Dusty stumbled, fighting for purchase on the narrow track, his breath pluming white in the frigid air. Jonah leaned low over the horse's neck, murmuring encouragement, his own body tensed against the gale, the locket a lump of ice against his chest. He passed the stained cliffs again, the rusty red streak seeming darker now, glistening wetly even though there was no rain, as if the stone itself wept blood. He averted his gaze, urging Dusty past the place as quickly as possible. The twisted juniper, when he reached it, seemed more menacing in the growing light, its gnarled branches clawing at the sky like skeletal fingers, its presence radiating a deep, ancient resentment. The physical toll of carrying the locket began to manifest. A dull, persistent headache started behind Jonah's eyes, tightening like a band of iron, flashes of imagery, echoes of the dream and the raw sorrow he'd felt upon touching the locket flickered at the edges of his vision. Mara's face, pale and tear-streaked, his father's younger face, handsome but shadowed with calculation. The cold gleam of the locket before it was swallowed by the earth. These weren't just memories. They felt like intrusions, the curse leaking its poison into his own mind. He felt drained, a bone-deep weariness settling over him that had little to do with lack of sleep or the arduous journey. It was as if the locket itself were drawing energy from him, feeding on his vitality, replacing it with its own ancient chill. His muscles ached, his joints felt stiff, and the cold radiating from the locket seemed to have penetrated his very marrow, leaving him feeling brittle, fragile. He thought constantly of his father. The dream's horrifying intimacy had shattered the protective wall of denial. He could no longer doubt his father's role. Thomas Tate, the quiet rancher, had been the betrayer. He had charmed, promised, and then broken Mara, binding her with her own magic, burying the evidence. The weight of this knowledge was almost unbearable. It recast every memory, every shared silence, every gruff instruction in a new, tragic light. Had his father ever known peace? Had the silence been a constant, exhausting effort to suppress the guilt? Had he looked at his own son and seen an unwitting reminder of the life, the love he had discarded? Jonah felt a confusing mix of anger, pity, and a profound aching sadness for the man who had raised him, the man he thought he knew. And beneath it all, the chilling echo in his own blood, was he capable of such coldness, such betrayal? Had he inherited not just his father's land, but his capacity for darkness? The locket felt like a judgment, a burden passed down through the bloodline. As they descended further, leaving the highest, most hostile ridges behind, the immediate sense of malevolence lessened slightly, replaced by a heavy, brooding watchfulness. The wind still gusted, but less erratically. The trail remained difficult, but Dusty seemed less spooked, moving with more confidence. It felt as though the peak, having failed to stop him from taking the locket, was now simply observing, waiting to see what he would do next, waiting for the inevitable consequences of disturbing its cursed heart. Strange sounds still drifted on the wind, the distant cry of something that might have been a mountain lion, but sounded subtly wrong, distorted. The low groan of shifting rock from deep within the mountain, like the peak itself, stirring in uneasy slumber. Shadows in the deeper ravines seemed unnaturally dark, concealing unseen movement just beyond the periphery of his vision. He kept his hand near his Colt, though he suspected bullets would offer little defense against the true powers of this place. Hours later, exhausted and chilled to the core, Jonah finally reached the lower slopes. The familiar contours of his own land spread out below him, the ranch house a small, solitary speck in the vast landscape. It should have felt like sanctuary, like coming home. Instead, it looked vulnerable, fragile, dwarfed by the immense brooding presence of Widow's Peak looming behind it. He realized with a sinking feeling that the peak's weight wasn't confined to its rocky slopes anymore. He carried it now, within him, pressed against his heart in the form of a tarnished silver locket. He rode into the corral, the familiar sight offering little comfort. The Starlight horse stood near the fence, watching his approach. As Jonah dismounted, the horse took a step toward him, its dark eyes fixed not on Jonah's face, but on the bulge in his jacket where the locket lay hidden. The horse lowered its head slightly, emitting a low, soft whicker, a sound that held a complex mix of sorrow, recognition, and perhaps warning. It knew. It knew what he carried. It seemed to sense the shift in the balance, the unleashing of the tangled magic. Jonah avoided the horse's knowing gaze. He led Dusty towards the stable, his movement stiff and slow. Unsaddling the weary gelding felt like lifting lead weights. Every muscle protested. He rubbed Dusty down, his touch less sure than usual, his mind preoccupied with the cold weight against his chest. He walked towards the ranch house, his boots heavy on the familiar porch boards. The door creaked open, revealing the simple Spartan interior. It smelled of wood smoke, coffee, and loneliness, the sense of his life. But the loneliness felt different now, sharper, colder, tainted by the knowledge he carried, by the spectral presence of his father's guilt and Mara's sorrow. He stepped inside, closing the door behind him, shutting out the vastness of the plains, but not the weight of the peak. The house felt small, confining. He walked automatically to the stone hearth, the cold heart of the empty house. With numb fingers, he unbuttoned his jacket pocket and carefully drew out the locket. It lay cold and heavy in his hand, the tarnished silver seeming to absorb the weak morning light, filtering through the dusty window panes. It looked inert, harmless, yet he could feel the tightly coiled power within it. The centuries of pain, the corrupted magic straining against its metal confines. Leaving it in his pocket felt unbearable, like carrying a shard of ice against his skin. He hesitated, unsure where to put it. It felt wrong to leave it lying carelessly on the table. It felt dangerous to lock it away in the chest with his father's few belongings, too much proximity to the source of the betrayal. Finally, he placed it carefully on the rough wooden mantelpiece above the hearth, propping it against the cold stone. It sat there, small and dark, yet dominating the room, a focal point of dread and unresolved power. He stepped back, staring at it. The weight was still there inside him, a psychic burden that placing the object down hadn't lessened. He had brought his father's buried secret home. He had carried the weight of Widow's Peak down from its hostile slopes and placed it at the very center of his solitary life. He looked out the window towards the mountain. It stood silent, watchful, its jagged peaks scraping against the pale sky. He knew what he had to do next. He had to take the locket back to Mara. He had to face her, the son of her betrayer, holding the key to her prison, and confront the terrifying uncertainty of what unlocking it might unleash. The wind rattled the window pane, a sudden, sharp gust. For a heart-stopping moment, the sound seemed to form a word, a whisper carrying across the miles from the crumbling chapel, or perhaps rising from the tarnished locket itself. Mara, or was it Thomas? He couldn't be sure. He only knew that the weight of Widow's Peak was now his burden to bear, and the path forward led back into the heart of its sorrow, towards a reckoning that felt both inevitable and terrifyingly unknown. Chapter 12. Threads of Trust, Thorns of Doubt. The locket sat on the mantelpiece, a small, dark accusation in the quiet ranch house. Jonah couldn't take his eyes off it. Its coldness seemed to permeate the room, leaching the warmth from the air, from his own skin. He paced the familiar floorboards, the worn wood groaning beneath his boots, the restlessness coiling tight in his gut. He had the anchor of the curse, the proof of his father's secret, resting mere feet away. Yet peace felt further than ever. The weight hadn't lessened. It had merely shifted, settling deeper into his bones, his conscience. He tried to force himself into routine, stoke the fire, but the flames seemed reluctant, offering little heat against the locket's pervasive chill. Make coffee, but the familiar bitterness tasted like ash in his mouth. Check the livestock, but standing by the corral, looking at the ordinary shapes of Dusty and the unnervingly watchful Starlight horse, felt surreal, disconnected from the raw, terrifying reality he now inhabited. The peak loomed, immense and silent, a constant reminder of the task ahead, the promises made in a moonlit ruin. He had to go back. He had to take the locket to Mara. He knew this with unwavering certainty. Leaving it here felt like abandoning her, abandoning the fragile hope he'd offered, letting the weight of the past continue its crushing reign. But the thought of facing her again, holding the physical proof of the betrayal wrought by a man whose blood ran in his own veins, filled him with a profound, sickening dread. How could she look at him without seeing the ghost of her betrayer? How could he look at her without feeling the crushing weight of inherited guilt? And then there was the locket itself. Touching it had unleashed a torrent of sorrow, a glimpse into the raw heart of the curse. What would happen when Mara, the source of the stolen magic trapped within, held it again? Her own words echoed, unforeseen consequences. Freedom wasn't guaranteed. Unleashing decades of pent-up magical grief could be explosive, dangerous, perhaps even fatal. For her, for him, for the peak itself. He spent the day haunted by indecision, caught between the imperative to act and the paralyzing fear of the unknown. He cleaned his Colt, oiled the action, checked his ammunition, the familiar rituals of a man preparing for conflict, though he suspected the true battle wouldn't be fought with lead and powder. He ate little, the food tasteless, his stomach churning with anxiety. He found himself staring at his own reflection in the dusty window pane, searching his features for traces of his father's younger self, the charming deceiver. Did he have those summer sky eyes hidden beneath the weariness? Was ambition, cold and calculating, dormant within him? The doubt was a thorn, twisting deeper with every passing hour. As dusk began to bleed purple and orange across the vast prairie sky, the decision crystallized. Delay wouldn't lessen the danger or the difficulty. Waiting only prolonged Mara's torment and frayed his own nerves past endurance. He would go tonight. He would face her, face the locket, face whatever consequences arose from disturbing the long-buried past. He took the locket from the mantelpiece. Its coldness struck him anew, sharp and immediate. He hesitated, then instead of putting it back in his pocket, he threaded a leather thong through the tarnished loop at its top, the loop meant to hold a chain, meant to lie against skin warmed by love, now repurposed by necessity. He tied the thong securely around his own neck, letting the locket rest beneath his shirt, directly against his skin. The cold was intense, shocking, sending shivers racking through his body. It felt like laying a piece of ice against his heart, but it also felt right. This burden, this weight, was his to carry now, openly, undeniably. It was a connection, however painful, to Mara's suffering, to his father's guilt. It was an acknowledgement of his role in this tangled fate. He pulled on his jacket, the locket a cold, heavy presence against his chest. He stepped outside into the gathering twilight. The air was still, expectant. The Starlight horse watched him approach the stable, its dark eyes gleaming with uncanny intelligence. Tonight, Jonah didn't saddle Dusty. He walked directly towards the Starlight horse. He wasn't following its trail now. He was choosing his mount, and somehow riding this creature, the one that spelled Mara's name in embers, felt necessary. It was intrinsically linked to the curse, to Mara herself. Perhaps it could navigate the peak's subtle hostilities better than Dusty. Perhaps it was simply time to embrace the strangeness, to ride the current instead of fighting it. The horse lowered its head slightly as he approached, allowing him to bridle it without resistance. It accepted the saddle readily, standing patiently as he cinched the girth. There was an understanding, an accord that passed between them in the twilight silence. He swung himself into the saddle, the familiar feel of leather and horseflesh, a small comfort against the strangeness of the night ahead. He carried no illusions that the ride would be easy, but facing it on this creature felt like aligning himself with the forces already in play. He nudged the horse forward, out of the corral, toward the darkening slopes of Widow's Peak. As soon as they left the relative safety of the ranch yard, the change began. The horse's coat took on that deep, starlit sheen, seeming to absorb the faint twilight and reflect it back with an internal luminescence. And its hooves, striking the familiar trail, began to throw sparks. Tiny embers, brighter than before, scattered like fiery blessings or warnings in their wake. They didn't spell Mara's name tonight. They simply marked their passage, a trail of fleeting fire leading back towards the heart of the mountain sorrow. The journey up felt different this time. The peak still felt watchful, immense, ancient. The wind still whispered through the rocks, carrying hints of unseen presences. But the overt hostility he'd felt descending with the locket seemed muted, replaced by a tense, waiting stillness. It was as if the mountain knew he carried the unearthed secret back towards its source, and was holding its breath, anticipating the confrontation. The Starlight Horse moved with effortless grace, navigating the treacherous paths with an uncanny surety, its hooves striking sparks that illuminated the way forward just enough. Jonah rode hunched against the cold, the locket a constant, icy pressure against his chest, a focal point for his churning thoughts and anxieties. He felt its presence like a lodestone, pulling him towards the ruined chapel, towards Mara. He felt vulnerable, exposed, riding into the heart of the peak's magic, armed only with a Colt, a tarnished locket and a tangle of inherited guilt and fragile hope. He wasn't a hero riding to rescue a damsel. He was the son of the villain, complicit by blood, trying to unravel a mess he hadn't created, but was now inextricably part of. Could trust bloom from such poisoned soil? Could threads of connection be woven between the betrayer's son and the woman betrayed? The thorns of doubt pricked him relentlessly. As they climbed higher, nearing the plateau, the air grew heavy, charged with the same expectant energy he'd felt near the barren basin. The Starlight Horse slowed, its steps becoming more deliberate, the sparks from its hooves less frequent, as if conserving its energy, or perhaps showing reverence for the place they approached. The ruin emerged from the darkness, a skeletal silhouette against the star-dusted sky. No light emanated from within tonight. No haunting melody drifted on the thin air. Only silence, deep and absolute, clung to the crumbling stones. Jonah's heart sank. Was she gone? Had something happened? Or was she simply waiting in the dark? He dismounted near the archway, leaving the Starlight Horse untethered this time. It stood quietly, its gaze fixed on the chapel entrance, a silent ally, or perhaps just a curious observer. Jonah paused at the threshold, the cold weight of the locket pressing against his ribs. He took a deep breath, steeling himself, and stepped inside. The darkness within was profound, swallowing the faint starlight from outside. He stood still, letting his eyes adjust, straining to hear any sound, any breath. Silence. Heavy, watchful silence. "Mara," he called softly, his voice barely a whisper, yet seeming to echo unnaturally in the enclosed space. A faint rustle came from the far end near the altar space where he had first seen her. A shadow detached itself from the deeper blackness, coalescing into a familiar form. Mara. She stood motionless, a silhouette against the slightly less opaque darkness where the roof had fallen away. "You came back," she stated, her voice flat, devoid of emotion. It wasn't a question. "I found it," Jonah said simply, his hand rising instinctively to touch the cold metal beneath his shirt. He saw her flinch, a barely perceptible movement, even in the gloom. She didn't move closer. She didn't ask to see it. The space between them felt vast, charged with unspoken history, suspicion, and the raw, terrifying potential of the object he carried. "I saw your weaving showed me the way," he continued, needing to fill the silence, needing to bridge the chasm between them. The tree, the rocks, the barren ground. "I know," she whispered. "I felt the disturbance when you unearthed it." Her voice trembled slightly on the last words. The peak groaned, the shadows stirred. He took a hesitant step towards her, the locket seeming to grow heavier with each movement. "I brought it for you." Mara still didn't move, but he could feel her gaze fixed on him, probing, searching. "Why, Jonah Tate?" she asked, her voice low, intense. "Why risk the peak's wrath? Why face the curse? Why help the prisoner of the man whose blood you share? The question hung in the air, sharp and direct, stripping away pretense. He stopped, searching for the honest answer. It wasn't simple pity. It wasn't just guilt. It was more complex. A sense of responsibility, perhaps. A need to rectify, even in some small way, the wrong committed by his father. A burgeoning connection to her, forged in shared danger and unveiled secrets. A desperate desire to know the truth of his own heritage, even if it was ugly. Because it's wrong, he said finally, the words feeling inadequate but true. What he did, what was done to you. Leaving things buried, it doesn't heal anything. It just lets the poison spread. He paused, gathering his courage. Because maybe my father's choices don't have to be mine. Maybe there's a different path. He saw her head tilt slightly, considering his words. The silence stretched again, thick with the weight of generations of pain and mistrust. Could she believe him? Could she trust the son of her betrayer? Slowly, tentatively, she took a step towards him, then another. She stopped just beyond arm's reach, close enough now that he could faintly discern her features in the gloom, the haunted eyes, the mouth etched with sorrow, the strength beneath the weariness. "Show me," she whispered, her voice barely audible. His hand trembled as he reached beneath his shirt, his fingers closing around the icy metal of the locket. He drew it out, the tarnished silver seeming to absorb even the faint starlight, appearing almost black in the deep shadow. He held it out on the leather thong, letting it dangle between them. Mara gasped, a sharp, ragged intake of breath, recoiling slightly as if struck. Her eyes were fixed on the locket, wide with a mixture of horror, recognition, and a pain so profound it seemed to steal the air from the chapel. She didn't reach for it. She stared at it as if it were a venomous snake poised to strike. So cold, she breathed, hugging her arms around herself as if chilled to the bone. The light, completely gone, twisted. Touching it, Jonah began, then hesitated, unsure how to describe the wave of sorrow he'd experienced. "It holds everything." "I know," she whispered, her gaze finally lifting from the locket to meet his. He saw the raw vulnerability in her eyes, the fear warring with a desperate flickering hope. His final cruelty, to trap me with the echo of what we lost. They stood in silence for a long moment, the tarnished locket swinging gently between them, a pendulum marking the passage of stolen time, radiating a palpable coldness. The air crackled with unresolved tension, with the immense volatile power contained within the small object. "What now?" Jonah asked, the question hanging heavy in the air. "Can it be undone? Can holding it free you?" Mara looked from the locket back to him, her expression deeply troubled. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice fragile. The binding was woven deep, tied to his intent. My essence, this place. Unmaking it. It's not like unraveling simple thread. It might break the chains, or it might shatter everything. She took another shaky breath. To even try, it will require focus, power, more than I currently possess in this weakened state. She looked down at her own hands, pale shapes in the darkness. And it will be dangerous, for both of us, especially for you. The echo in his blood, the curse singing to his lineage. He nodded slowly, accepting the risk. "Tell me what needs to be done." Mara hesitated, studying his face intently, searching for something resolved, perhaps, or the hidden shadow of his father. The fragile thread of trust between them felt stretched taut, ready to snap at the slightest pressure. Yet after a long moment, she seemed to reach a decision. "We cannot act rashly," she said, her voice gaining a measure of firmness. "The power within that locket, it's volatile, raw. We need to understand it better, find a way to channel or counteract the backlash before we attempt to break the binding. She paused. There are places on this peak older than the chapel, older than the curse. Places where the earth's true magic still gathers. Places of power that might offer insight or protection. But reaching them, we'll reach them, Jonah said, his voice steady. Together, the word hung in the air. Together. An unlikely alliance forged in sorrow and suspicion. Mara looked at him. A flicker of something unreadable. Gratitude, hope, fear, crossing her features before being quickly masked. It won't be easy, Jonah Tate, she warned again. The peak guards its secrets, and unearthing the locket may have alerted other things, things drawn to sorrow or to power. He knew she was right. The relative quiet of their journey up felt deceptive. The thorns of doubt remained, sharp and persistent. But looking at Mara, seeing the faint spark of determination rekindling in her eyes, he felt a hesitant thread of trust begin to form, fragile but real. They were bound together now, not by love or vows, but by a shared purpose, a shared danger and the cold, heavy weight of the tarnished locket hanging between them. The next step was unknown, perilous, but for the first time, neither of them had to face it entirely alone. Chapter 13, When Magic Bleeds into Daylight. Dawn filtered through the rents in the chapel roof, painting the dust motes dancing in the cold air with the hues of pale rose and fragile gold. The light, normally a symbol of hope, of a new beginning, felt tentative here, almost intrusive, exposing the ruin's decay and the raw, uncertain truce forged between Jonah and Mara in the preceding darkness. The tarnished locket swung gently on its leather thong from Jonah's hand, a pendulum marking time in a place where time had become distorted, its coldness a palpable presence in the awakening day. Mara stood several feet away, her arms still wrapped around herself. Though whether from cold or the locket's proximity, Jonah couldn't tell. Her face was pale in the growing light, exhaustion etched around her eyes, but the haunted fragility of the night had receded slightly, replaced by a guarded watchfulness, a familiar resilience resurfacing. Her gaze kept flickering towards the locket, then away, as if looking directly at it was physically painful. "We cannot stay here," she said, her voice quiet but firm, breaking the fragile silence. "Now that it is unearthed, this place offers no sanctuary. Its disturbance will draw attention." Jonah nodded, tucking the locket back beneath his shirt, the icy metal shocking against his skin once more. The weight felt immense this morning, a constant reminder of the burden he'd assumed. "You spoke of older places, places of power." "Yes." Mara looked towards the brightening sky visible through the collapsed roof, her expression distant. "There is a grove, hidden deep within a canyon carved by a forgotten river, further up the southern slope, a place the first people considered sacred, long before these stones were laid. The trees there are ancient, wise. The earth remembers differently. It might offer answers, or at least clarity, a way to understand the forces bound within that locket before we attempt to break it." "A hidden grove," Jonah repeated. More vague directions into the peak's treacherous heart, but it was a plan, a destination. "Can you find the way?" A faint wry smile touched Mara's lips. "This peak is my prison, Jonah Tate, but I know its bones better than any living soul. I can find the way." She paused, her gaze returning to him, sharp and assessing. "The journey will be exposed. We travel by day. The magic, the curse, they prefer shadows, but unearthing the anchor may have consequences. Even the sun cannot entirely suppress. Things may bleed through." when magic bleeds into daylight. The phrase itself sent a shiver down Jonah's spine. Colder than the locket against his chest, he thought of the unseen guardians, the whispers from the dust, the unnatural cold of the barren basin. What horrors might manifest under the harsh glare of the sun? "We face it together," he said, echoing his words from the night before, hoping they sounded more convincing than they felt. Mara held his gaze for a long moment, the silence stretching, thick with unspoken doubts and the ghosts of the past. Then she gave a single decisive nod. "Let us go, then. Daylight wastes, and the peak is stirring." They walked towards the chapel entrance. The body of the intruder was gone, leaving no trace, just as Jonah had found it earlier. The ground outside the threshold looked undisturbed, pristine in the morning light. Only the memory of the violence remained, a chilling undercurrent beneath the peak's deceptive beauty. The starlight horse stood waiting patiently where Jonah had left it. As Mara approached, the horse lowered its magnificent head and nudged her shoulder gently with its muzzle, emitting a low, soft nicker that sounded almost like a greeting, a reassurance. Mara reached up, stroking the horse's sleek neck, a flicker of genuine warmth momentarily softening the sorrow in her eyes. A silent conversation seemed to pass between them, an understanding that transcended words. Jonah watched, feeling like an outsider, witnessing a connection rooted in shared history and mysteries he couldn't fathom. "He will carry me," Mara said, turning back to Jonah. "His path is intertwined with mine, with this." She gestured towards the locket hidden beneath Jonah's shirt. Jonah hadn't considered the logistics. Riding double on dusty over treacherous terrain was impossible. Riding the starlight horse himself felt presumptuous somehow. He nodded, accepting the logic. He would ride Dusty. He fetched the gelding, who seemed calmer now, away from the immediate vicinity of the chapel ruin, though still watchful and clearly eager to leave the plateau. As Jonah saddled him, Mara mounted the starlight horse with an easy grace that spoke of long familiarity, settling into the saddle as if she belonged there. The horse stood steady, its dark coat already losing some of its nocturnal shimmer as the sun climbed higher, yet it retained an aura of contained power, of otherworldly awareness. Together they set off, leaving the crumbling chapel behind them. Mara, mounted on the creature of starlight, led the way, picking a path that angled across the slope, heading south and slightly higher. Jonah followed on Dusty, the cold weight of the locket a constant presence against his chest. The morning unfolded with a deceptive normalcy. The sun climbed, warming the air, burning off the lingering chill. The sky was a vast, piercing blue, dotted with a few harmless puffs of white cloud. Birds sang in the sparse thickets of juniper and pine. A herd of mule deer watched them pass from a distant ridge, their ears twitching curiously before they bounded away into the rocks. For a few hours, it felt almost like any other ride across the rugged beauty of the peak-challenging terrain, breathtaking vistas, the familiar solitude of the high country. Jonah almost allowed himself to relax, to believe that the magic, the curse, was confined to the night, to specific, tainted locations. But the peak was merely biding its time. The first sign was subtle. A flock of crows, usually raucous and bold, flew overhead in dead silence, their formation strangely rigid, unnatural. They passed directly over Jonah and Mara, casting fleeting shadows, then vanished abruptly behind a rock formation, as if swallowed by the stone. Jonah glanced at Mara. Her back was straight, her head scanning the surroundings, her ease replaced by a renewed tension. Then the wind began to change. It still sighed through the pines, but now and then it carried distinct whispers, chillingly similar to the voices he'd heard in the barren basin, even here under the bright sun. Unintelligible fragments, insidious suggestions, brushing against his ears before being snatched away. He saw Mara's hand tighten on the reins, her knuckles white. The locket beneath his shirt seemed to pulse faintly, a cold throb against his skin, reacting to the atmospheric shift. The headache that had subsided started to return, a dull pressure behind his eyes. He shifted uncomfortably in the saddle, the weight of the locket feeling heavier, more intrusive. They stopped for a brief rest beside a small, snow-fed stream tumbling down a rocky fissure. The water looked clear, inviting, but as Jonah knelt to drink, the sound of the rushing water seemed to distort, momentarily sounding like faint, sorrowful weeping before returning to normal. He glanced up sharply, but Mara was staring intently at the opposite bank, her expression troubled. "This place feels thinner," she murmured, almost to herself. "The boundaries are blurring." "What boundaries?" Jonah asked, wiping water from his mouth, the weeping sound still echoing faintly in his ears. Mara turned to him, her dark eyes troubled. Between then and now, between the peak's memory and the present moment, between the natural world and the echoes of the curse. She looked pointedly at his chest, where the locket lay hidden, unearthing that it stirred things best left sleeping. Now its influence bleeds outwards, warping the edges of reality. Jonah felt a chill despite the midday sun, warping the edges of reality. He thought of the silent crows, the whispering wind, the weeping stream, subtle things, easily dismissed individually, but together painting an unnerving picture, magic bleeding into daylight. "Can they hurt us?" he asked, his hand instinctively going to the Colt at his hip. The echoes themselves? Perhaps not directly, Mara considered, but they can distract, confuse, lead astray, weaken the will. She paused, her gaze intensifying. And they might attract things that can hurt us, things drawn to strong emotion, to disrupted magic, like those men at the chapel, only perhaps less substantial, or more. Less substantial, or more. The ambiguity was terrifying. He felt the familiar inadequacy of his firearm against such potential threats. He took a piece of jerky from his saddlebag, offering some to Mara. She accepted it with a murmured thanks, but chewed slowly, her attention constantly scanning their surroundings. The fragile trust between them was tempered by the shared escalating tension. He risked a question that had been bothering him. "The Starlight horse. You seem to know it well. Was it yours before?" Mara's chewing slowed. She looked at the horse, which grazed peacefully nearby, though its ears kept swiveling, alert. A shadow of pain crossed her face. "It belonged to the peak," she said softly. "Wild, untamable. But it would sometimes linger near the chapel walls when I sang. It seemed drawn to the peace I tried to cultivate there." Her voice grew bitter. After he left, after the curse took hold, began to run, restlessly, as if trying to outrun the sorrow that now stained its home. The sparks, they started then. A manifestation of the peak's grief, perhaps, or my own stolen magic crying out through it. She looked away, unable to continue. Jonah felt a fresh wave of anger towards his father, mixed with pity for Mara and the innocent creature caught in the crossfire of betrayal. He finished his jerky in silence, the simple meal doing little to ease the knot in his stomach. They pushed on. As the afternoon wore on, the strangeness intensified. Patches of localized mist, thick and white, would suddenly coalesce in sun-drenched areas, swirling briefly before dissipating just as quickly. The quality of the light itself seemed unstable, sometimes unnaturally bright, making the rocks shimmer with illusory water, other times dimming abruptly under a cloudless sky. casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to writhe with unseen life. Sounds became unreliable, a distant rockfall echoing from the wrong direction, the cry of a hawk sounding strangely human, the unnerving silence falling in places where wildlife should have been abundant. The locket grew colder, its faint pulsing becoming a steady, chilling throb against Jonah's skin. The headache intensified, making it hard to focus. He felt drained, irritable, his earlier resolve fraying under the constant psychic pressure. He found himself snapping at Dusty for a minor stumble, instantly regretting the harsh tone. The curse wasn't just affecting the peak, it was affecting him, amplifying his fatigue, his fear, his doubt. Mara seemed to feel it too. She rode with a rigid posture, her face pale and strained. Several times Jonah saw her reach out and touch a specific rock formation or murmur words too low for him to hear towards a stand of ancient pines, as if trying to draw strength or guidance from the peak's true nature, fighting against the encroaching influence of the curse. They were nearing the hidden canyon Mara sought, climbing towards a high saddle between two craggy peaks, when the most disturbing manifestation occurred. The trail ahead seemed to shimmer, distorting like heat haze, though the air remained bitingly cold. As they watched, the image wavered, then solidified, showing not the rocky pass they expected, but the ruined chapel, exactly as they had left it that morning. It stood there impossibly solid, blocking their path. An illusion, Mara breathed, pulling the Starlight horse to a halt. Her voice was tight with strain. The curse, it tries to turn us back, to trap us in the loop of sorrow. Jonah stared, his mind struggling to reconcile the impossible image with the reality of their location. He could almost smell the dust and decay of the chapel, hear the echo of sorrowful humming. The locket pulsed sharply against his chest, resonating with the illusion, feeding it. "How do we get past?" he asked, his hand gripping the Colt, though he knew it was useless against a mirage. Mara closed her eyes for a moment, her lips moving silently. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the rough bark of a nearby pine. The tree seemed to respond, its needles trembling slightly, though there was no wind. A faint green luminescence, subtle and natural compared to the locket's cold magic, briefly surrounded her hand. "We do not fight it directly," she said, opening her eyes. They seemed clearer now, focused. "We hold to the truth. We focus on our destination, on the true path." She looked at Jonah intently. "And you must shield your mind. The locket makes you vulnerable. It uses your connection, your father's echo, to strengthen these tricks." Shield his mind? How? He felt the cold weight, the intruding flashes of memory, the growing headache. He tried to focus, pushing back against the locket's influence, concentrating on the image of the hidden grove Mara had described, a place of ancient peace. Mara urged the Starlight horse forward, slowly, deliberately, towards the shimmering illusion of the chapel. The horse hesitated for a fraction of a second, then stepped forward, its hooves striking sparks that seemed to sizzle and pop as they hit the illusory threshold. For a moment, horse and rider were partially obscured by the wavering image. Jonah held his breath, gripping Dusty's reins tightly. Then they passed through. The illusion flickered violently, like a dying candle flame, and dissolved, revealing the true path ahead, the rocky saddle, clear and solid under the late afternoon sun. Jonah let out a shaky breath, urging Dusty forward, following Mara through the spot where the illusion had been. The air still felt strange, vibrating faintly, but the path was clear. They reached the saddle, the wind whipping fiercely around them. Below, stretching out before them, lay a deep, shadowed canyon. its walls sheer and forbidding, its depths lost in premature twilight. Somewhere down there lay the ancient grove, the place of power Mara sought. But as they paused, catching their breath, preparing for the descent, a sound drifted up from the canyon depths. Not whispering wind, not distorted animal cries. It was faint, barely audible, but unmistakable. Chanting. Low, rhythmic, guttural chanting, echoing strangely off the canyon walls. It held a note of hunger, of ancient, predatory patience. Jonah looked at Mara. Her face was grim, pale. The magic bleeding into daylight had led them here, past illusions and whispers. But it seemed something else, something far more tangible and dangerous, might be waiting for them in the shadows of the canyon below. The place of power might offer sanctuary, but reaching it just became infinitely more perilous. Chapter 14. The Locket's Cold Glow. The chanting echoed up from the shadowed depths of the canyon, a low, guttural rhythm that seemed to vibrate in the very stone beneath their feet. It wasn't human chanting, not exactly. It held a raw, primal quality, ancient and unsettling, like the grinding of teeth or the dragging of stone, imbued with a chilling undercurrent of hunger and dark intent. It rose and fell with the capricious wind, sometimes fading almost entirely, then surging back louder, closer, seeming to emanate from the deepest, darkest recesses below. Jonah and Mara stood frozen on the high saddle, the wind whipping strands of her dark hair across her face, tugging at the brim of his hat. Below them, the canyon plunged into premature twilight, its sheer walls descending into an abyss where the sun's reach failed. Somewhere down there, hidden within that forbidding landscape, lay the ancient grove Mara sought. But now, that sanctuary felt besieged, guarded by whatever malevolent presence produced the chilling sound. "What is that?" Jonah asked, his voice low, barely audible over the wind and the distant rhythmic pulse of the chanting. Mara's eyes scanned the canyon depths, her expression grim, her hand resting lightly on the neck of the starlight horse, which stood tensed beneath her, its ears swiveling, its nostrils flared. "Old things," she whispered, her voice tight. "Creatures born of shadow and grievance, perhaps drawn from the deepest fissures of the peak by the Locket's awakening. They linger in places where sorrow has pooled, feeding on despair, guarding forgotten territories." She met Jonah's gaze, her eyes dark with warning. "They are not like the men at the chapel. They are less predictable and far more dangerous. Less predictable, more dangerous." Jonah felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. He looked down into the canyon again. Finding a hidden grove in that labyrinth of rock and shadow would be difficult enough in broad daylight. Descending into it now, with darkness gathering and ancient, hungry things chanting below, felt suicidal. "Is there another way?" he asked, hoping against hope for an alternative path, a safer route. Mara shook her head slowly, her gaze fixed on the canyon. "The grove lies at the heart of the oldest paths. All trails converge there eventually. This is the most direct way, and—" She paused, taking a deep breath. "I believe we must go down there. The power we need to understand the Locket, to counteract it. It resides strongest in the grove. Avoiding it now might mean we never get another chance." Jonah knew she was right. They had come too far, risked too much, to turn back now. Unearthing the Locket had set events in motion, awakened forces that wouldn't simply return to slumber if they unretreated. They had to see this through, whatever waited in the shadows below. "All right," he said, his voice firmer than he felt. "We go down." The descent was perilous. The trail leading into the canyon was little more than a goat track, narrow and steep, switchbacking sharply down the precipitous cliff face. Loose scree shifted underfoot, threatening to send horse and rider plunging into the abyss. The Starlight Horse, guided by Mara, moved with its uncanny grace, its hooves finding purchase where none seemed possible. The faint sparks it still threw, seeming like tiny defiant stars against the encroaching gloom. Dusty, though sure-footed, struggled, his breath coming in harsh gasps, his fear palpable. Jonah dismounted frequently, leading the gelding, bracing himself against the rock face, feeling his way down step by treacherous step. As they descended deeper, the sunlight vanished completely, swallowed by the towering canyon walls. The air grew significantly colder, damp, carrying the earthy smell of moss, wet stone, and something else, a faint, unpleasant odor like stagnant water or decay. The chanting grew louder, more distinct, echoing off the unseen walls, seeming to come from all directions at once, disorienting, unnerving. It wasn't just sound, it felt like a pressure against his eardrums, a physical weight on his senses. The locket beneath Jonah's shirt pulsed with a cold, insistent rhythm, mirroring the guttural beat of the chant. Each throb sent a fresh wave of icy weariness through him, intensifying the headache that now pounded relentlessly behind his eyes. He felt the curse's influence, strengthening in this shadowed place, feeding on the darkness, resonating with the ancient malevolence that dwelled here. He gritted his teeth, trying to focus, trying to heed Mara's advice to shield his mind, but the locket's cold glow felt like it was seeping directly into his thoughts, amplifying his fear, whispering doubts. Turn back. Too dangerous. Your father's fault. He risked a glance at Mara. She rode ahead, her silhouette barely visible in the deepening gloom, her focus absolute on the path. But he could see the tension in her shoulders, the rigid set of her spine. She wasn't immune to the canyon's oppressive atmosphere, the chilling chant, the locket's influence. She was simply enduring it, drawing on reserves of strength honed over centuries of solitary confinement. They finally reached the canyon floor as the last vestiges of twilight faded from the strip of sky visible high above. The ground here was uneven, littered with massive boulders that had fallen from the cliffs over millennia. A thick, cloying mist clung to the ground, swirling around their legs, muffling sound and obscuring visibility further. The air was heavy, stagnant, making breathing feel difficult. The chanting seemed to surround them now, emanating from the mist itself, a constant, menacing presence. The grove. It should be near, Mara murmured, peering into the mist-shrouded darkness ahead. Follow the feeling of the water, even if you cannot see it. The grove shelters the source. Jonah strained his senses. He couldn't see a stream, but he could faintly hear the sound of running water, somewhere nearby, masked by the chanting and the mist. And he could feel a subtle shift in the air, a faint trace of living dampness cutting through the stagnant chill. He nudged Dusty forward, following Mara and the Starlight Horse as they picked their way through the boulder field, guided by instinct and Mara's intimate knowledge of the peak's hidden geography. Suddenly, the Starlight Horse stopped dead, emitting a low, nervous whicker, its ears flattened against its skull. Dusty stumbled to a halt behind it, snorting fearfully, trying to back away. "What is it?" Jonah whispered, his hand flying to his Colt. Ahead of them, shapes began to coalesce within the swirling mist, vague at first, like denser patches of shadow, then slowly taking on more definite, though shifting forms. They were roughly humanoid, but distorted, elongated with limbs that seemed too long, joints that bent at unnatural angles. Their features, if they had any, were obscured by shadow and mist, but Jonah got an impression of gaping mouths and empty sockets, forms sculpted from nightmare and ancient rock. They moved with a jerky, unsettling gait, emerging silently from the gloom, drawn towards Jonah and Mara like iron filings to a magnet. The chanting intensified, seeming to emanate directly from these grotesque figures now, a chorus of hungry despair. The shadow walkers, Mara breathed, her voice tight with dread, guardians of the deep places, drawn by the locket's disturbance. There were dozens of them materializing from the mist, forming a loose, encircling ring around Jonah, Mara, and the terrified horses. They carried no weapons Jonah could see, but their presence radiated a profound menace, a chilling emptiness that felt far more dangerous than any blade or bullet. Jonah raised his Colt, aiming at the nearest figure, but hesitated. What good would a bullet do against a creature made of shadow and grievance? Could you kill an echo? Don't shoot, Mara hissed urgently. It will only provoke them, feed their anger. They are not entirely physical. They prey on fear, on despair. Then what do we do? Jonah demanded, feeling a wave of near panic wash over him. They were surrounded, trapped on the canyon floor with creatures born of nightmare. We focus, Mara said, her voice regaining a measure of calm, though her knuckles were white where she gripped the reins. We focus on the grove, on the sanctuary. We project strength, not fear. And she paused, her gaze flickering toward his chest. The locket. Its power, though corrupted, is immense. Perhaps it can deter them. Deter them? The locket felt like the source of the problem, the beacon that had drawn these creatures. Using it felt like fighting fire with gasoline. Yet, what other choice did they have? Jonah fumbled beneath his shirt, his fingers numb with cold and fear, closing around the icy metal. He pulled it out, letting it hang free on its thong. In the deep gloom of the canyon floor, shrouded by mist, the locket emitted a faint but distinct luminescence. Not the warm glow of healthy magic, but a cold, dead light, like phosphorescence on decaying wood, silver blue and unsettling. It pulsed faintly, in rhythm with the chanting, in rhythm with the cold throbbing against Jonah's own heart. The shadow walkers paused in their advance as the locket became visible. Their indistinct forms seemed to waver, the shadows composing them swirling uneasily. The chanting faltered for a beat, the rhythm disrupted. They didn't retreat, but they hesitated, their empty gaze fixed on the small, cold point of light hanging from Jonah's neck. It seemed to both attract and repel them, its power recognized, perhaps even feared by these ancient entities. They sense its nature, Mara whispered, watching the creatures intently. The stolen magic, the bound sorrow. It resonates with their own essence, but its concentration, its focus, it unnerves them. Jonah held the locket aloft, pushing past the waves of cold and despair emanating from it, trying to project an aura of command, of defiance, pouring his own fear and anger into his stance. He stared directly at the nearest shadow walker, meeting its empty gaze, refusing to look away. The creature shifted, its form seeming to momentarily lose cohesion, the shadows swirling more violently. The chanting around them grew discordant, losing its rhythm, becoming a cacophony of grating whispers and hungry moans. Now, Mara urged, nudging the starlight horse forward. Slowly. Keep the locket visible. Don't break focus. Jonah remounted Dusty, the gelding trembling beneath him but obeying the command. Holding the locket out before him like a talisman, its cold glow casting eerie, shifting shadows on the mist and the surrounding rocks, Jonah urged Dusty forward, following Mara. The ring of shadow walkers didn't part easily. They flowed back reluctantly as the horses advanced, their shadowy forms pressing close, their chilling presence palpable. Jonah could feel their emptiness, their ancient hunger washing over him in waves. The locket pulsed colder, heavier, draining his strength, amplifying the whispers of doubt in his mind. They will take you. Join us in shadow. Give up. Give in. He gritted his teeth, fighting the insidious suggestions, focusing on Mara's back, on the sound of running water growing slightly louder, on the image of the peaceful grove. Beside him, he heard Mara murmuring words in a language he didn't recognize, low and resonant, her voice a counterpoint to the creature's discordant chanting. She seemed to be drawing on the peak's deeper magic, weaving a subtle shield around them. Slowly, agonizingly, they pushed through the cordon of shadowy figures. The creatures flowed around them like viscous liquid, their forms indistinct, their touch thankfully absent, yet their proximity was suffocating, chilling him to the soul. Jonah kept the locket held high, its cold glow the only thing keeping the creatures at bay, a fragile beacon against the overwhelming darkness. Finally, they broke through the ring. The chanting behind them lessened slightly, though it didn't cease. Ahead, the mist seemed marginally thinner, and the sound of running water was clearly audible now. They could see the dark shapes of trees looming through the gloom. The edge of the grove, Mara breathed, relief evident in her voice, though her posture remained tense. Quickly. They urged the horses forward, leaving the hesitant shadow walkers behind in the mist. As they entered beneath the canopy of the first ancient trees, the atmosphere changed dramatically. The oppressive chill lessened, replaced by a cool, living dampness. The air smelled fresh, earthy, alive. The stagnant mist thinned, revealing a hidden sanctuary. They were in a small, circular grove of towering trees, unlike any Jonah had seen before on the peak. Their trunks were massive, their bark deeply furrowed, their branches interwoven high above, forming a dense canopy that filtered the dim light from the canyon rim. The ground beneath was soft, with centuries of fallen leaves and moss, muffling their footsteps. In the center of the grove, a spring bubbled up from the earth, forming a clear, still pool before flowing away, as the stream they had heard. The silence here was profound, but it wasn't the dead, watchful silence of the barren basin or the oppressive silence of the canyon floor. It was a deep, living quiet, filled with the gentle murmur of the spring, the rustle of unseen life, the ancient stillness of the trees. The menacing chanting from the canyon outside was completely inaudible here, as if the grove existed within a protective bubble. Jonah slid from Dusty's back, his legs weak, his body trembling from the cold, the fear, and the constant drain of the locket. He leaned against the horse for support, taking deep breaths of the clean, cool air. Mara dismounted too, moving towards the central pool, her movements fluid, reverent. He finally lowered his hand, letting the locket fall back against his chest beneath his shirt. Its cold glow seemed to dim slightly in the grove's peaceful atmosphere, its frantic pulsing slowing to a dull, heavy throb, like a sullen beast forced into dormancy. The immediate pressure lessened, but the weight remained, a heavy knot of corrupted power within the sanctuary's calm. Mara knelt by the pool, trailing her fingers in the clear water. A faint, healthy green light, similar to the one Jonah had seen her draw from the pine tree earlier, emanated from her touch, spreading gentle ripples across the surface. She closed her eyes, her face smoothing, the lines of strain easing as she seemed to draw strength from the ancient place. Jonah watched her, then looked up at the towering trees, feeling their immense age, their quiet wisdom. This place felt true, untouched by the curse, holding the original magic of the peak. It was a sanctuary, yes, but also a place of potent power. He felt a flicker of hope, the first real hope since unearthing the locket. Perhaps here, surrounded by this ancient life, they could finally understand the forces they dealt with, find a way to safely unleash Mara from her chains. But the memory of the shadow walkers, Lurking just beyond the grove's edge, and the relentless cold throbbing of the locket against his own skin served as grim reminders that the path to freedom was still fraught with peril, and the locket's cold glow held dangers yet unseen. Chapter 15. A Grave Marked with My Name. The ancient grove offered a deceptive peace. Within its circle of colossal trees, the air was still and cool, alive with the gentle murmur of the central spring and the scent of damp earth and moss. The oppressive weight of the canyon, the hungry chanting of the shadow walkers, seemed held at bay, unable to penetrate the sanctuary's invisible perimeter. Yet, peace felt fragile, temporary. The cold, hard presence of the locket beneath Jonah's shirt was a constant reminder of the corrupted power they had brought into this sacred space, an anchor dragging the outside world's darkness in with them. Jonah leaned wearily against the massive trunk of one of the ancient trees, watching Mara. She knelt beside the spring-fed pool, her eyes closed, her hands immersed in the clear, still water. A soft, verdant light emanated from her touch, pulsing gently, sending ripples across the surface. She seemed to be communing with the grove, drawing strength, seeking guidance. The lines of strain on her face eased, replaced by a deep concentration, though a profound sadness still lingered in the curve of her mouth. He felt a pang of empathy, mixed with the ever-present guilt of his lineage. She belonged here, in tune with the deep, natural magic of the peak. Her rightful state wasn't the sorrowful weaver in a crumbling ruin, but disconnected, drawing life from the earth. His father's actions had stolen this from her, replacing vibrant life with a cold, stagnant curse anchored by the object Jonah now carried against his own heart. Restlessness gnawed at him. Standing still felt impossible. The grove's quiet energy, while calming on the surface, seemed to stir the turmoil within him, bringing his anxieties, his fears about his father, his own identity, into sharper focus. The locket pulsed faintly, a cold counterpoint to the living warmth emanating from Mara and the pool. It felt agitated, restless, as if reacting to the grove's pure magic, or perhaps sensing something else within the sanctuary's confines. He pushed himself away from the tree, needing to move. He walked slowly around the perimeter of the grove, his boots sinking slightly into the soft, mossy ground. The trees stood like silent, wise sentinels, their immense presence both comforting and humbling. Filtered light slanted down through the dense canopy high above, creating shifting patterns on the forest floor. It was beautiful, serene, yet Jonah couldn't shake a feeling of deep unease, a sense that something discordant lay hidden beneath the surface tranquility. The locket pulsed again, colder this time, a distinct throb against his chest. It seemed to be pulling him, subtly, towards a denser, more shadowed part of the grove, away from the central pool where Mara knelt. He hesitated, glancing back at her. She remained deeply focused, seemingly unaware of his movement or the locket's silent summons. Curiosity warred with caution. Was the locket leading him towards danger, or towards another piece of the puzzle? Driven by an impulse he didn't fully understand, he followed the faint, cold pull. He pushed through low-hanging branches draped with thick moss, entering a corner of the grove where the light barely penetrated. The air here felt older, stiller, the silence deeper. Ferns grew thick and lush, undisturbed for what must have been centuries. It felt like a place seldom visited, even by the natural denizens of the peak. And there, half hidden beneath a cascade of ferns and creeping ivy, he saw it, a marker, not large, perhaps 2 feet high, fashioned from a single slab of dark, weathered stone, tilted precariously, half swallowed by the encroaching moss and earth. It looked incredibly old, far older than the chapel ruins. perhaps even older than the memory of the first people Mara had spoken of. His heart began to pound, a slow, heavy drumbeat against the locket's cold pulse. Why was there a marker here in this sacred hidden place? Who would be buried in such a spot? He knelt down, his hands trembling slightly as he carefully pushed aside the clinging vegetation. Thick moss covered the stone's surface, obscuring any inscription. He used his fingers, scraping gently, peeling back the damp green layer. The stone beneath was cold, smooth in places, pitted and worn in others by ages of seepage and frost. Slowly, letters began to emerge from beneath the moss. Crude letters, deeply carved but eroded by time, filled with dark lichen. He squinted, tracing the shapes with a gloved finger, his breath catching in his throat. J, O, N, A, H. He froze, his blood running cold. Jonah. It couldn't be. A coincidence? Some other Jonah from a forgotten time? His mind raced, searching for a rational explanation, rejecting the impossible familiarity of the name. He scraped away more moss, revealing the second name carved beneath the first. T, A, T, E, Jonah Tate. He recoiled as if physically struck, scrambling backward, his hand flying to the locket beneath his shirt. It flared with an intense, agonizing cold, sending a jolt through his system that mirrored the shock convulsing his mind. It pulsed violently now, resonating with the name on the stone, with the forgotten death buried beneath his feet. He stared at the weathered marker, at the crudely carved letters spelling out his own name, here in this ancient secret grove. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't an illusion conjured by the curse. It was real stone, real carving, marking a real grave. His grave. How? When? Was this a premonition? A prophecy etched in stone? Or was it something else? Something even more disturbing, tied to the cyclical nature of the curse, to the echoes in his blood. Now, you walk with ghosts. Mara's words echoed with terrifying clarity. Was he destined to become one? Was this his ultimate fate, sealed long ago, marked out in this hidden place? The weight of the peak, the weight of the locket, the weight of his father's sin, it all seemed to converge on this single horrifying point, crushing the air from his lungs. As he stared, numb with shock and disbelief, the locket pulsed again, fiercely cold. A fleeting image flashed behind his eyes, sharp and unwanted. Not the dream of his father this time, but something different. A burial. Rough hands lowering a simple wooden coffin, or perhaps just a shrouded body into a shallow grave dug in this very spot. Rain falling, turning the earth to mud. Figures huddled under dark cloaks, their faces indistinct. A sense of profound, echoing sorrow, older and deeper even than Mara's. Not just grief, but finality, an ending. He gasped, shaking his head, trying to clear the intrusive vision. Whose burial was it? Who were the figures? Was it connected to the name on the stone? To him? Jonah? Mara's voice, soft but clear, cut through his spiraling panic. He looked up, startled. She stood at the edge of the shadowed alcove, her communion with the pool apparently finished, her expression instantly shifting from calm focus to sharp concern as she saw his face, his posture, the direction of his horrified gaze. She moved quickly towards him, her eyes following his to the revealed gravestone. She stopped abruptly, her breath catching audibly. She stared at the inscription, her face paling further, her eyes widening with a complex mixture of shock, dawning understanding, and perhaps pity. What is this? Jonah finally managed to choke out, gesturing towards the stone with a trembling hand. My name. How can it be my name? Mara knelt beside the marker, her fingers hovering over the ancient carving, not quite touching it. She closed her eyes for a long moment, her brow furrowed in intense concentration. The air around her seemed to shimmer faintly with the same green energy she had drawn from the pool, as if she were reaching out, sensing the history embedded in the stone, in the earth beneath. When she opened her eyes, they held a deep, troubled knowledge. "It is not your grave, Jonah Tate," she said softly, her voice heavy with significance. "Not yet, perhaps." "Then whose?" he demanded, desperation clawing at him. "Who else carried that name?" "Names have echoes," Mara murmured, her gaze distant, looking past the stone, into the layers of time surrounding them. "Especially names bound to this peak, to its sorrows." She looked back at him, her eyes holding his with unsettling intensity. "Before your father, before me, there were others drawn here, others who made promises, sought power, or suffered loss upon these slopes. Your family's connection to this place may run deeper, older than you know." Older than his father? Another Jonah Tate, lost to time, buried in this sacred grove? It explained the name, perhaps, but raised a host of new, disturbing questions. Was this ancestor also entangled in the peak's magic? Was there a generational pattern? A recurring fate tied to their bloodline? "An ancestor?" Jonah asked, grappling with the implications. "Did my father know about him? About this grave?" Mara was silent for a moment, her gaze returning to the stone. "I cannot say for certain what your father knew or buried within his silence," she admitted. "But this grave, it feels connected, not directly to my curse, perhaps, but to the older magic of this place, the cycle of promises and consequences that predates even his betrayal." She hesitated, then reached out, her fingers finally brushing the cold stone. "This Jonah Tate, he died long ago. His end was violent, untimely, marked by sorrow and perhaps a sacrifice. Sacrifice. The word chilled Jonah more than the locket's cold. He looked at the grave, then at Mara, then felt the icy weight against his own chest. A cycle, an echo. Was he destined to repeat the pattern? Was finding the grave a warning? Or an invitation to fulfill a predetermined tragic role? "The locket," Mara continued, withdrawing her hand from the stone, her eyes troubled as she looked at Jonah. "Its presence here, carried by you, resonates strongly with this place, with this name. It senses the echo in your blood, the pattern. Perhaps that is why it led you here. Perhaps the curse itself recognizes the potential, the danger you represent, the danger he represented. Not just the danger to him, but the danger of him. Was he a key to breaking the curse, or simply the next victim in a long line, destined to have his own name carved onto a stone on Widow's Peak?" The discovery of the grave hadn't provided answers. It had deepened the mystery, personalized the threat, and tangled his fate even more inextricably with Mara's and the peak's ancient, sorrowful magic. He stared at the grave marked with his name, the cold reality of it, anchoring the swirling fears and uncertainties. The path forward, the attempt to break the curse, now carried an additional, terrifying weight, the possibility that his actions might not lead to freedom, but to fulfilling a grim, ancestral destiny. The sanctuary of the grove felt violated now, the whispers of the past louder than ever, and the locket against his skin pulsed with a cold, knowing finality. Chapter 16, Unearthing the Bitter Truth. The weathered stone marker stood silent witness in the shadowed corner of the grove, the crudely carved letters Jonah Tate mocking him with impossible familiarity. Jonah remained frozen, kneeling on the damp, mossy earth, the cold reality of the grave anchoring him while his mind spun in dizzying circles. An ancestor, another Jonah Tate, lost to time, whose fate was somehow intertwined with this cursed peak, with his own bloodline. The revelation felt less like an explanation and more like a tightening net, drawing him deeper into a history far more complex and menacing than he had ever imagined. Mara knelt beside him, her earlier connection with the grove's peaceful energy replaced by a profound gravity. Her hand, which had brushed the ancient stone, now rested lightly on his arm, a gesture of solidarity that felt both startling and fragile, given the chasm of history and potential betrayal between them. Her touch was cool but steady. "Breathe, Jonah," she murmured, her voice low, pulling him back from the brink of panic. "Fear clouds understanding. We need clarity now, more than ever." He drew a ragged breath, the clean, earthy air of the grove doing little to dispel the icy dread clutching his heart. The locket beneath his shirt pulsed, a cold, insistent beat against his skin, seeming to feed on his shock and fear. He forced himself to look away from the gravestone, meeting Mara's dark, troubled eyes. "An ancestor," he repeated, the word tasting like dust. "You said sacrifice?" Mara nodded slowly, her gaze distant again as she seemed to probe the lingering energies surrounding the grave. "The feeling here, it's incredibly old, and steeped in sorrow, yes, but also resolve. A deliberate act, not murder, not accident." She paused, choosing her words carefully. "It feels like a price paid. Willingly, perhaps, though tragically. A life given to appease something or protect something. Or perhaps to stop something related to the peak's deeper, wilder magic. A price paid. To stop something." Jonah looked back at the grave. Who was this other Jonah Tate? What force had he confronted? And what did his sacrifice mean for Jonah himself? Standing here centuries later, carrying a cursed object, born of a similar, yet different betrayal. Was history repeating itself, rhyming with tragic insistence on this cursed mountain? "My father," Jonah said, the name catching in his throat. Could he have known? About this? About him? "It's possible," Mara conceded, her expression clouded. "If your family's roots run deep in this region, tales might survive. Or perhaps he stumbled upon this grove himself during his own explorations." Her use of the word explorations carried a subtle weight, hinting at his father's youthful prospecting, the time before he became the silent rancher, the time when he might have met Mara, sought power, made his fateful choices. If he found this grave, saw the name, it might have affected him profoundly. Perhaps it influenced his later actions, his fear, his silence. A chilling thought occurred to Jonah. What if his father's betrayal of Mara, the binding curse, was a twisted attempt to avoid the fate of his namesake ancestor? Perhaps the first Jonah Tate's sacrifice was linked to a woman, to a magical entanglement he couldn't escape except through death. Maybe Thomas Tate, facing a similar connection with Mara and her inherent magic, chose a different path, not sacrifice, but control, binding her, burying the evidence, trying to contain the magic, rather than confront or appease it. It didn't excuse his cruelty, not by a long shot, but it painted a picture of a man haunted, not just by greed, but perhaps by ancestral fear, making a terrible choice out of perceived necessity. The bitter truth might be more complex than simple ambition. The locket pulsed sharply again, colder this time, drawing his attention back to the present, back to the grave itself. It seemed agitated by their proximity, by their discussion, by the dawning understanding. Almost hungry. "What is it?" Mara asked, sensing his reaction, her eyes narrowing as she looked at the locket's faint outline beneath his shirt. "What do you feel?" "It's reacting," Jonah stammered, pressing a hand against the icy metal. "Stronger now, since we found this." He felt a sudden dizziness, a wave of fragmented images washing over him, colder and sharper than the dream. Not his father this time. Different hands, rougher, calloused like his own, but subtly different. A different sky, darker, storm-racked. A sense of overwhelming desperation, of facing an unstoppable, shadowy force. And a feeling, not of betrayal given, but perhaps betrayal suffered. He gasped, stumbling back from the grave, leaning heavily against a moss-covered tree trunk for support. The image is faded, leaving him breathless and shaken. "What did you see?" Mara pressed, rising to her feet, her concern evident. "I don't know." He shook his head, trying to grasp the fleeting impressions. Fragments, desperation, facing something dark. And maybe he wasn't just sacrificing himself. Maybe he was abandoned, left to face it alone. The idea shifted the narrative again, adding another layer of potential tragedy to his ancestor's story. Mara frowned, considering his words. She walked slowly around the small clearing, her gaze sweeping the ground near the tilted marker, her senses seemingly attuned to the subtle energies of the place. She stopped near the base of a massive ancient tree whose roots snaked above the ground like petrified serpents. She knelt again, pushing aside a thick layer of fallen leaves and dark, rich humus. "There is something else here," she murmured, her fingers probing the earth. Another echo, fainter but connected. Jonah pushed himself away from the tree he leaned against and moved closer, watching as Mara carefully cleared the debris. Beneath the leaves, embedded shallowly in the soil near the tree's gnarled roots, was another stone. Not a marker, but a flat, roughly circular stone, no bigger than his hand, darker than the surrounding rock. It looked almost like obsidian, smooth and cool to the touch. Faint symbols, different from the crude letters on the grave marker, were etched onto its surface, swirling lines, crescent moons, symbols that spoke of a much older, more elemental magic than the curse contained within the locket. "What is it?" Jonah asked, kneeling beside her. "I don't know its exact purpose," Mara admitted, tracing the symbols with a reverent finger. "It feels like a ward, or a seal, something placed here deliberately, at the time of his burial perhaps, related to his sacrifice or to whatever he faced." She looked up at him, her eyes wide with dawning realization. "Jonah, this place, this grave, it might be more than just a resting place. It could be a containment. His sacrifice might have been to bind something here, something dangerous, binding something, containing it." The words resonated ominously with the locket's own function. Was there a terrible symmetry at play? Had his father, knowing this history, perverted an act of protective binding into one of selfish imprisonment? The locket pulsed violently against Jonah's chest, a reaction of pure, cold fury. It wasn't just agitated now. It felt enraged, threatened by the presence of this older, perhaps purer form of binding magic. He felt a sharp, stabbing pain behind his eyes, and the whispers returned, louder, clearer, filled with venom. Lies, deception. He failed. The seal weakens. The sorrow calls. "Free me. Unleash me. Let the true darkness reign." It wasn't just his father's echo or Mara's pain he heard now. It felt like the voice of the curse itself, the corrupted magic trapped within the locket, speaking directly into his mind, trying to twist the truth, urging him towards destruction. "It's lying," Jonah gritted out, clutching his head, fighting the voice, fighting the pain. "The locket, it doesn't want us to know this." Mara scrambled back from the warding stone, her eyes fixed on Jonah, seeing his distress, understanding the source. "It fears the truth," she exclaimed. "It fears this older magic. Jonah, listen to me, not to it. Your ancestor. Maybe he didn't just die. Maybe he became the seal, his life force given to hold back whatever darkness he confronted. The idea was staggering. His ancestor, not just a victim or a simple sacrifice, but a permanent guardian, bound in death to protect the peak from an even older threat. And his father, knowing this, chose to inflict a similar, yet corrupted fate on Mara. The bitterness of the truth was almost overwhelming. It wasn't just a story of love and betrayal. It was a story of fear, corrupted power, and the potential for history to repeat itself in monstrous ways. Then my father. Jonah struggled to articulate the horrifying thought. He knew this could be done. He knew how to bind a soul to this peak, using love, using magic, twisting sacrifice into imprisonment. Mara nodded slowly, her face etched with a mixture of sorrow and dawning, terrible understanding. Perhaps, she whispered, perhaps finding this place, learning this story didn't warn him away from power. It showed him a path to it, a way to control magic, to avoid paying the ultimate price himself, by forcing someone else to pay it instead. That felt sickeningly plausible. Thomas Tate, the ambitious young man, finds the grave of his namesake, learns of a sacrifice made to contain power or darkness, meets Mara, a woman with her own connection to the peak's magic, sees a chance to gain power, wealth, perhaps believing he can control the forces his ancestors succumbed to. But when faced with the potential cost, the echo of his ancestors' fate, he balks. Instead of sacrifice, he chooses betrayal, using his knowledge of binding magic, perhaps gleaned from studying this very grove or legends surrounding it, to trap Mara, ensuring his own freedom, his own fortune. The pressed prairie rose in his Bible wasn't a token of lost love, but perhaps a hidden symbol of his terrible choice, a reminder of the sacrifice he refused to make, preserved alongside the story of Job's suffering. This was the bitter truth unearthed, not just a simple story of greed, but a complex tapestry of fear, ancestral burdens, and the corrupting influence of power sought and wielded selfishly. His father hadn't just betrayed Mara, he had betrayed the legacy of his own namesake, twisting an act of potential sacrifice into one of profound cruelty. The locket thrashed against Jonah's chest like a trapped bird, cold energy radiating outwards, making the air in the grove crackle. The whispers intensified, turning into a desperate, furious shriek inside his head. No! Lies! Release me! I am the true power. Let me consume it all. Jonah cried out, stumbling backward, ripping the locket from beneath his shirt, holding it dangling before him. Its cold glow was blinding now, pulsing erratically, the tarnished silver seeming to writhe, the very air around it distorted, the ancient trees wavering as if seen through a heat haze. It's too strong, Mara cried, scrambling to her feet, placing herself between Jonah and the central pool, her hands raised as if to shield the grove's heart. Its connection to you, to this place, to the ancestor. It's overloading. It could shatter the seal. Shatter the seal. Release whatever the first Jonah Tate had sacrificed himself to contain. On top of breaking Mara's curse, the potential catastrophe was unimaginable. He had unearthed the truth, but in doing so, he might have unleashed a far greater danger. He stared at the furiously pulsing locket, its cold glow illuminating the desperate fear on Mara's face and reflecting the ancient sorrowful carving on the grave, marked with his own name. The weight of Widow's Peak felt crushing, absolute, and the price of confronting its secrets seemed terrifyingly high. Chapter 17, Love Against the Curse. The locket thrashed wildly on its leather thong, pulsing with a blinding, ice-cold light that distorted the very air in the ancient grove. It felt like holding a captured blizzard, a knot of pure, malevolent energy straining to break free. The furious shrieking inside Jonah's head intensified. the voice of the corrupted curse screaming for release, for consumption, threatening to shatter the fragile sanity he clung to. Lies! Release me! I will devour this place. Devour her. Devour you. Jonah staggered under the psychic assault, the sheer cold radiating from the locket burning his skin even through his glove. The ancient trees surrounding them groaned, their leaves rustling violently, though there was no wind, their deep magic recoiling from the raw, untamed power unleashed. The protective stillness of the grove felt fractured, violated, the air thick with menace. "Jonah, fight it!" Mara cried out, her voice strained but urgent. She stood protectively before the spring-fed pool, her hands glowing faintly with the grove's green energy, trying to shield its sacred heart. Don't let it control you. It feeds on your fear, your connection. Fight it? How? It felt like trying to hold back an avalanche with bare hands. The locket wasn't just an object anymore. It was a conduit, channeling decades of bitterness, stolen magic, and now a terrifying awareness of the older power sealed beneath the nearby grave. It sensed the potential for catastrophic release, and it craved it. He saw flashes behind his eyes, the shadow walkers swirling hungrily just beyond the grove's edge, drawn by the surge of power, the stained rocks weeping thicker streams of blood red, the barren basin cracking open to reveal not earth, but swirling darkness beneath. The peak itself seemed poised on the brink, ready to be consumed by the unleashed sorrow or the ancient entity the first Jonah Tate had sacrificed himself to contain. His father's face swam before him, young and handsome, then aging rapidly into the grim, silent man Jonah knew, his eyes filled with a lifetime of buried guilt and fear. "This is the price, boy," a phantom whisper seemed to sigh. "The price of meddling. The price of the blood." Was this it? Was his fate sealed, just like his ancestors? To be consumed by the very forces he sought to understand, to rectify? He felt his grip weakening, the locket's icy tendrils seeming to worm their way into his very soul, promising oblivion, an end to the pain, the guilt, the struggle. Just let go. "No!" Mara's voice cut through the chaos. Sharp, clear, desperate. "Jonah Tate, look at me." He forced his gaze away from the blinding locket towards her. She stood resolute, bathed in the soft green light emanating from her hands, her eyes blazing with fierce determination, but also something else. Not pity, not accusation. Something that looked disturbingly like care, like a shared spark flickering against the overwhelming cold. "This isn't just your father's legacy," she insisted, her voice ringing with conviction. "It isn't just the ancestors' fate. It is your choice. You unearthed it. You carry it. You decide what happens next." His choice. The thought was revolutionary. The locket screamed denial in his mind, insisting on inevitability, on the inescapable cycle of the curse, the bloodline. But Mara's words resonated with a different kind of truth, a truth rooted in agency, in the power of the present moment, over the weight of the past. He looked at the locket again, at the source of the torment. It pulsed with corrupted power, yes, but what was that power originally? It was Mara's essence, her connection to the peak, her hope, her trust, her love twisted, yes, poisoned by betrayal, but still, at its core, hers. Could that core be reached? Could love fight against a curse born of its absence? It felt like a desperate gamble, a fool's hope against overwhelming odds. But what other choice was there? Let the locket win? Let it shatter the seal, consume the grove, destroy Mara, fulfill the grim prophecy of the grave marker? He tightened his grip on the leather thong, ignoring the searing cold, ignoring the screaming voice in his head. He took a deep breath. focusing not on the locket's corrupted power, but on the memory of Mara as he'd first seen her, weaving sorrow but radiating an undeniable strength. He focused on the fragile trust growing between them, the shared moments of danger, the tentative connection forged across the chasm of history. He focused on the simple, undeniable wrongness of her imprisonment, the injustice that demanded correction. And he focused on the burgeoning feeling within himself, something unfamiliar and unsettling, yet undeniably present, a protective instinct towards her, a burgeoning warmth that pushed back against the locket's chill, a feeling that might, if he dared name it, resemble the first fragile shoots of love. Not the naive, trusting love Mara had offered his father, but something else, born of shared hardship, acknowledged truths, and a mutual struggle against darkness. A love tempered by reality, aware of the costs, yet choosing connection anyway. Mara, he said, his voice strained but steady, forcing the words out against the locket's psychic interference. The magic. It was yours first, your hope, your trust. Mara stared at him, confusion warring with dawning understanding in her eyes. The locket pulsed furiously, sensing the shift in his focus, the challenge to its dominance. Can you reach it? Jonah pushed on, locking his gaze with hers, trying to convey his desperate hope. Beneath the curse? Beneath his betrayal? Is there anything left of you inside? It was a terrible question to ask, forcing her to confront the source of her pain, the corrupted vessel of her stolen power. He saw the flicker of agony cross her face, the recoil from the offered locket. But then her expression hardened with resolve. She took a deep, steadying breath, the green light around her hands intensifying, stabilizing. I don't know, she admitted honestly, her voice trembling slightly but holding firm. He buried it deep beneath layers of bitterness and cold, but she looked from Jonah's face to the locket, then back again. But the choice is mine, too. To remain a victim of his act, or to reclaim what was stolen. Slowly, deliberately, she took a step towards him, then another. She stopped directly before him, close enough that he could feel the faint warmth radiating from her, a stark contrast to the locket's deathly chill. The corrupted object pulsed violently between them, sensing her proximity, her intent. The screaming in Jonah's head reached a fever pitch. Mara ignored it. She ignored the locket's blinding light, its palpable menace. Her gaze was fixed on Jonah's, unwavering, filled with a terrifying vulnerability, mixed with awe-inspiring courage. Hold steady, Jonah Tate, she whispered. Then she reached out, not towards the locket itself, but towards his hand, the one gripping the leather thong. Her cool fingers brushed against his glove, then closed gently over his hand, encasing his hold on the cursed object. The moment her skin touched his, an entirely different kind of energy surged through him. Not the locket's icy violation, but a wave of warmth, of living energy, flowing from her into him. It felt like the grove's magic, concentrated, focused, pushing back against the curse's chill. The green light that surrounded her hands now encompassed his as well, a soft protective luminescence, battling the locket's harsh blue-white glare. And the locket reacted with explosive fury. It blazed with intolerable light, vibrating so violently Jonah could barely hold on to it. The screaming in his head became a physical force, trying to tear him apart. But Mara's grip on his hand was firm, anchoring him. Her warmth flowed into him, a shield against the cold, a balm against the pain. Focus on the core, Mara, Jonah gritted out, forcing the words past the psychic static. Find the spark, your spark. Mara closed her eyes, her brow furrowed in intense concentration. Her lips moved silently. The green light intensified, flowing from her hands, down Jonah's arm, seeming to penetrate the locket itself, bypassing the tarnished surface, seeking something deeper within. For a moment, nothing happened. The locket continued to rage, its cold light battling the encroaching warmth. The outcome hung precariously in the balance. Jonah felt his strength failing, the combined assault of the locket and the effort of resisting it, pushing him to his absolute limit. He swayed on his feet, darkness encroaching at the edges of his vision. Then a subtle shift occurred, a flicker within the locket's cold glare, a tiny point of warmth, infinitesimal but undeniably present, sparked deep within the dead blue stone at its heart. It wavered, threatened to extinguish, then flared brighter, a defiant pinprick of living light against the overwhelming cold. Mara gasped, her eyes flying open. A single tear traced a path down her cheek, but her expression was one of fierce, triumphant concentration. "It's there," she breathed, "faint, buried deep, but there." The locket seemed to recoil from this internal rebellion, its pulsing becoming erratic, its light flickering, the screaming in Jonah's head turning shrill, desperate. It was losing its absolute hold. "Now, Jonah," Mara urged, her grip tightening on his hand. "While it's unbalanced, pour your will into it. Not anger, not fear, but the truth, the choice, your choice to defy the pattern." He didn't know how. He wasn't a sorcerer. He had no magic of his own, but he had his will. He had his rejection of his father's path. He had the burgeoning warmth he felt for the woman standing before him, fighting alongside him. He focused all of it, the determination, the empathy, the fragile, nascent love, and poured it mentally towards the locket, adding his strength to Mara's, reinforcing that tiny, defiant spark within. He imagined the cold receding, the warmth spreading. He imagined the tarnished silver gleaming cleanly again. He imagined the dead shard at the locket's heart rekindling, burning blue and bright like the summer sky his father had supposedly possessed, but cleansed of deceit. He poured his hope for Mara's freedom, his rejection of inherited darkness, his simple, desperate desire for a different outcome, into the raging battle between curse and core. The locket shuddered violently in his grasp, the light flaring, shifting between icy blue and warm green, the internal conflict reaching a crescendo. The air crackled, the ground trembled slightly, the ancient trees groaned. Then, with a sound like shattering ice, the blinding light abruptly extinguished. The locket fell dark, inert, swinging limply from the thong in his suddenly nerveless fingers. The screaming in his head ceased instantly, leaving behind a ringing silence. The unnatural cold vanished, replaced by the clean, cool air of the grove. He stood panting, swaying, utterly drained, Mara's hand still clasped firmly over his. He looked down at the locket. It was still tarnished, still closed. Had it worked? Or had they merely exhausted it temporarily? Mara released his hand slowly, her own trembling. She reached out a hesitant finger and gently touched the surface of the locket. She didn't recoil. She tilted her head, listening, sensing. A slow, wondering smile spread across her face, transforming her features, erasing years of sorrow in an instant. It was tentative, fragile, yet radiant. "The anchor," she whispered, her voice filled with awe. "It's loosened. The binding isn't broken, not entirely, but its hold, it's weakened, muted." She looked up at Jonah, her eyes shining with tears, but also with a light he'd never seen there before, the clear, bright light of hope. "You did it, Jonah. We did it. Your will, your choice. It tipped the balance." He stared at her, relief washing over him in a dizzying wave, so potent it almost brought him to his knees. It wasn't over, not completely. The curse wasn't broken, but they had struck a blow against it. They had reclaimed a piece of Mara's stolen essence. They had proven that the past did not have to dictate the future. He looked at their hands, still loosely clasped together. He looked at Mara's hopeful, tear-streaked face. He felt the fragile warmth spreading through his own chest, pushing back the last vestiges of the locket's chill. The path ahead was still uncertain, fraught with danger, the weakened curse, the potentially fragile seal on his ancestor's grave, the lingering shadows of the peak. But for the first time, standing together in the heart of the ancient grove, love tentative, hard won, born of shared struggle, felt stronger than the curse. And that, Jonah realized, might be the most potent magic of all. Chapter 18. Shadows gather over the ranch. The exhausted silence that followed the confrontation in the grove was profound, yet different from the oppressive stillness that had preceded it. This silence felt fragile, tentative, like the calm after a violent storm, holding the echo of chaos and the uncertainty of what came next. The locket lay inert against Jonah's skin, its furious pulsing stilled, its blinding light extinguished, leaving only a heavy, dull coldness. It was a victory of sorts, but one that left them both drained, shaken, and acutely aware that the battle wasn't truly over. Mara leaned against the rough bark of an ancient tree, her eyes closed, breathing deeply, drawing in the living energy of the grove. The green light that had flowed from her had faded, leaving her pale and visibly weary. Yet a subtle transformation had occurred. The deep, etched lines of centuries-old sorrow around her eyes seemed softer. The crushing weight on her shoulders lessened, replaced by a quiet, fragile hope that flickered like a nascent flame. Jonah watched her, his own exhaustion a physical ache in his bones, his mind still reeling from the psychic assault and the horrifying discovery at his ancestor's grave. The bitter truth about his father, the potential for a repeating cycle of sacrifice and betrayal tied to his bloodline, settled heavily within him. Yet seeing the change in Mara, seeing the genuine spark of hope rekindled in her eyes after their combined effort, ignited a corresponding warmth within his own chest, pushing back against the guilt and the dread. They had faced the heart of the curse together, and for a moment, love, or something dangerously close to it, had proven stronger. "We should go," he said softly, breaking the stillness, "before whatever dwells out there realizes the shift." He didn't need to elaborate. The memory of the shadow walkers, their chilling presence just beyond the grove's perimeter, was fresh and menacing. Mara opened her eyes, meeting his gaze. She nodded slowly. "Yes, the sanctuary here is strong, but its protection might weaken now the locket is altered." She pushed herself away from the tree, her movements still tinged with weariness, but possessing a newfound purpose. "Lead the way out of the canyon. I will guard our backs, lend what strength I can to shield us from notice." They prepared to leave, the movements imbued with a quiet understanding. Jonah checked Dusty's cinch, murmuring reassurances to the still nervous gelding. Mara approached the Starlight horse, which nudged her affectionately before allowing her to mount. The creature seemed calmer now, the frantic energy of the locket's peak fury having subsided, but its eyes remained unnervingly intelligent, watchful. Jonah mounted Dusty, settling the familiar weight in the saddle. He hesitated, then reached beneath his shirt, pulling out the locket. It remained dark, cold, inert. He tucked it securely back into his inner jacket pocket, unwilling to wear it against his skin again unless absolutely necessary. Even muted, its presence felt like a dangerous weight. Mara nodded her approval. Better it remains shielded for now. Its quiescence might not last. With Jonah leading on Dusty and Mara following on the Starlight horse, they ventured out of the protective embrace of the ancient grove, back into the shadowed depths of the canyon. The air immediately felt heavier, colder, though the oppressive psychic pressure from the chanting was gone. The mist still clung to the canyon floor, swirling in eerie patterns, but the distinct menacing forms of the shadow walkers were nowhere to be seen. Had they retreated? Or were they simply lurking deeper within the fog, watching, waiting? The journey out was tense, arduous. They moved as quickly as the treacherous terrain and the obscuring mist allowed, every shadow seeming to hold potential menace, every strange echo off the canyon walls, making Jonah's hand instinctively reach for his Colt. Mara rode behind him, silent, focused, her presence a steady reassurance, though Jonah could sense the effort it took her to maintain their subtle shield against unwanted attention. He felt the locket occasionally stir in his pocket, a faint pulse of coldness, like a sleeping predator twitching in its den, reminding him the threat wasn't truly gone. Climbing out of the canyon felt like ascending from a tomb. As they finally emerged onto the higher slopes, blinking in the restored sunlight of late afternoon, the relief was immense, almost dizzying. The air felt cleaner, thinner, the vast sweep of the peak's landscape stretching out around them, beautiful and brutal under the clear sky. The immediate, suffocating threat had passed. Mara guided them on a different path downwards, avoiding the western ridge where the barren basin lay, skirting the area of the stained cliffs and the twisted juniper. It was a longer route, winding through gentler, though still rugged slopes dotted with pines and resilient wildflowers clinging to rocky crevices. As they rode, Jonah watched Mara. This was the first time she had been truly out, away from the confines of the chapel or the immediate vicinity of the curse's anchor for potentially centuries. He saw her subtly reacting to the world around her with a quiet intensity, her head turned constantly, taking in the vast panorama. He saw her eyes linger on a hawk, circling lazily overhead, a faint smile touching her lips. She reached out once to brush her fingers against the velvety petals of a scarlet paintbrush blooming beside the trail, her touch gentle, reverent. She breathed deeply, as if tasting the scents of pine, sun-warmed rock, and distant rain on the wind for the first time in ages. There was a vulnerability in her quiet wonder, a rediscovery of sensations long denied that tugged at something deep within Jonah. Yet beneath the wonder, there was also caution, a deep-seated wariness. She remained alert, her gaze scanning the ridges, her ears attuned to every sound. The long years of imprisonment, the constant threat, real or imagined, had left their mark. Freedom, even this tentative, partial freedom from the locket's immediate thrall, was not something she accepted easily or without reservation. Jonah respected her silence, understanding her need to process, to reacclimate. He rode beside her when the trail allowed, their presence a quiet companionship against the vast solitude of the peak. The shared ordeal in the grove, the terrifying intimacy of battling the curse together, had forged a bond that transcended words. Yet the path forward remained uncertain, shadowed by the past. He still carried the weight of his father's name, the locket's cold potential, the knowledge of the grave marker. She still carried the scars of betrayal, the uncertainty of her future, the deep mistrust born of experience. Threads of trust were interwoven with sharp thorns of doubt. As the sun began its descent, painting the western sky in fiery strokes, the familiar shape of Jonah's ranch house appeared in the distance below, nestled against the darkening plains. Seeing it, Jonah felt a complex mix of relief and apprehension. It was home, sanctuary, the place he knew best, But it was also his father's legacy, the place built perhaps on the very foundations of Mara's stolen future. Bringing her here felt both necessary and deeply complicated. Mara saw it too, pulling the Starlight horse to a halt beside him on the ridge overlooking the ranch. She stared down at the small cluster of buildings, her expression unreadable. Jonah watched her, waiting for her reaction. Would she feel resentment, fear, or simply the weary indifference of someone for whom such places held no meaning anymore? "Your home," she stated softly, the words neutral, yet carrying an undercurrent of complex emotion. "Yes," Jonah confirmed, his voice rough. He hesitated, then plunged ahead. "Built by Thomas Tate, my father." He needed it said, acknowledged between them, here before they descended. Mara didn't flinch. She continued to gaze down at the ranch, her dark eyes seeming to pierce the distance, perhaps seeing ghosts he couldn't. "I know," she said quietly. "The land remembers him, just as it remembers others." The ambiguity hung in the air. She didn't elaborate, didn't accuse, but the acknowledgement lay between them, a shared understanding of the bitter truth. "Is it safe for you there?" Jonah asked, concerned about echoes of his father, or perhaps lingering traces of the curse drawn down from the peak. Mara considered for a moment. "Nowhere is truly safe while the binding holds, even weakened," she admitted. "But the peak's direct influence lessens on the plains," and she turned to look at him, a flicker of that fragile trust in her eyes. "I do not think you mean me harm, Jonah Tate." Her quiet statement struck him more profoundly than any accusation could have. It was a gift, offered cautiously, hesitantly, across the wreckage of the past. "No," he said, his voice thick, "I don't." They rode down the final slope in the deepening twilight, the first stars beginning to prick the indigo sky. The air grew warmer, thicker, carrying the familiar scent of dry grass and dust from the plains. As they approached the corral, Dusty nickered a welcome, nudging the gate. The Starlight horse, however, seemed hesitant, its otherworldly energy feeling slightly discordant here, away from the potent magic of the higher slopes. It belonged to the peak, Jonah realized, perhaps as much as Mara did. He opened the gate, letting Dusty trot gratefully towards the water trough. Mara dismounted the Starlight horse, stroking its neck one last time. "Go," she whispered to the creature. "Run free under the stars you chase. You are not bound as I am." The horse seemed to understand. It nudged her hand gently, then turned, trotting not into the corral, but away from the ranch, towards the darkening silhouette of the peak. It moved with incredible speed in silence, quickly melting into the shadows, leaving only the faint memory of its presence. Jonah watched it go, feeling a pang of loss, but understanding its wild nature couldn't be contained by fences. He unsaddled Dusty, the familiar routine grounding him momentarily. Mara stood nearby watching him, her arms wrapped around herself again, looking small and uncertain in the vast emptiness surrounding the solitary ranch. She looked out of place, a creature of moonlight and mountain magic set down in the dusty reality of a working ranch. Jonah finished with the horse, then turned to her. "Come inside," he said gruffly, gesturing towards the house. "There's food, a fire." She hesitated for only a moment, then nodded, following him towards the simple wooden structure. He pushed the door open, stepping aside to let her enter first. He watched her pause on the threshold, her gaze sweeping the Spartan interior, the rough-hewn furniture, the stone hearth, the few tools and supplies that constituted his worldly possessions. Did she feel his father's ghost here? Did the simple domesticity feel alien, after centuries in ruins? Her expression revealed little, masked by weariness and caution. She stepped inside, her movements quiet, almost tentative. Jonah followed, closing the door against the night, shutting out the vastness but trapping the tension within the small space. He lit the lamps, their yellow glow pushing back the shadows, revealing the stark simplicity of the room. He stirred the embers in the hearth, adding wood, coaxing a proper fire to life. The flickering light cast dancing shadows on the walls, shadows that seemed deeper, more active than usual tonight. He rummaged through his meager supplies, finding dried beans, salt pork, hardtack biscuits. Simple fare, but hot and filling. As he worked, preparing the meal over the fire, Mara remained near the door, watchful, silent, taking in every detail of the room, her presence both unsettling and strangely comforting. He was acutely aware of her, of the history simmering between them, of the cold weight of the locket still tucked in his pocket. Suddenly, a floorboard creaked loudly in the corner, though neither of them had moved near it. A tin cup rattled on the shelf as if disturbed by a tremor only it could feel. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the window panes, carrying a low, mournful sound that wasn't just wind. Jonah froze, his hand hovering over the simmering pot. He met Mara's eyes across the room. She had heard it too, felt it too. Her face was tense, alert. The shadows cast by the fire seemed to deepen, to coalesce in the corners of the room, taking on shapes that weren't entirely inanimate. The locket in his pocket pulsed faintly, a cold acknowledgement of the encroaching darkness. They had brought the fight down from the mountain. They had found a fragile sanctuary, a moment of connection. But the weight of Widow's Peak, the legacy of the curse, the echoes of the past, they hadn't been left behind. The shadows were gathering, not just on the high slopes, but here, now, over the ranch, threatening the tentative peace, promising that the true reckoning was still to come. Chapter 19, The Price of Reckoning. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting flickering, unreliable light across the small cabin, turning familiar objects into shifting, uncertain shapes. Outside, the wind howled like a hungry wolf, battering the sturdy walls, rattling the window panes with violent insistence. It wasn't a natural wind. It carried the same mournful, rageful undertone Jonah had heard, high on the peak, amplified now, closer, more personal. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed unnaturally deep, coalescing, almost breathing. The very air felt thick, charged with a hostile energy that prickled the skin and made the small hairs on Jonah's arms stand on end. He stood frozen by the hearth, the simmering pot of beans forgotten, his hand hovering near the Colt, holstered at his hip. Across the room, Mara stood equally still, her back pressed against the rough-hewn planks of the wall near the door, her eyes wide and alert, scanning the shadowed corners, her earlier weariness replaced by the sharp tension of imminent danger. The fragile peace they had carried down from the mountain sanctuary had shattered, replaced by the chilling certainty that the conflict had followed them home. "They found us," Mara whispered, her voice barely audible above the wind's roar, yet cutting through the charged silence. Or perhaps it led them here. Her gaze flickered towards Jonah's jacket pocket, where the locket lay cold and quiescent, yet radiating a subtle, undeniable influence. Jonah's hand tightened on the butt of his gun. "The shadow walkers?" Mara shook her head slowly, her eyes narrowed, peering intently into the deepest shadow pooled beneath the narrow loft ladder. Something else. Something drawn by the weakened curse, perhaps, or by the echo of your ancestors' presence stirred by the locket. She paused, listening intently. Something tied more directly to him, your father, his father. The word sent a fresh wave of cold dread through Jonah, colder even than the locket's residual chill. Had Thomas Tate left behind more than just a legacy of silence and a buried locket? Had his actions, His potential meddling with forces he couldn't control created other lingering consequences. Other spectral debts now coming due. A loud thump sounded from directly overhead, on the roof, as if something heavy had landed there. Dust sifted down from the ceiling beams. Dusty, safe in the stable, whinnied sharply in fear, the sound barely penetrating the wind's howl. Jonah raised the Colt, pointing it toward the ceiling, his heart pounding against his ribs. Mara pushed herself away from the wall, moving silently towards the center of the room, her hands held slightly raised, palms outward, radiating a faint green luminescence, the grove's protective energy, faint but present. "Stay alert," she murmured, her voice low and steady despite the circumstances. "Do not let fear be your master. That is what they feed on." Another thump, closer to the chimney this time, followed by a scraping sound like claws dragging across the wooden shingles. Then, silence, save for the relentless wind. Jonah held his breath, straining his ears, every nerve stretched taut. The silence felt worse than the noise, pregnant with unseen menace. The fire in the hearth suddenly flared, casting wild, distorted shadows, then died down just as quickly, leaving the room dimmer, colder. From the darkest corner near the loft ladder, a shape began to emerge. It wasn't solid like the shadow walkers, nor entirely spectral. It looked like solidified grief, a vaguely humanoid form composed of swirling gray mist, dust motes, and tangible despair. It had no discernible features, yet Jonah felt an overwhelming sense of loss radiating from it, a bottomless well of sorrow and resentment, directed squarely at him. "What is it?" he breathed, keeping his gun trained on the figure, though unsure if bullets would have any effect. "A remnant," Mara whispered, her eyes fixed on the shape, her own face pale but resolute. "An echo of unresolved pain, perhaps tied to your father's past actions, here on this land, before he bound me. Someone wronged, someone forgotten, their anguish given form by the curse's proximity, by the locket's power." The remnant drifted forward, silent, implacable, its sorrowful presence sucking the warmth from the air. Jonah felt an irrational urge to apologize, to offer comfort, yet simultaneously recognized the deep well of bitterness within the shape, a resentment that sought not solace, but retribution. "Go back to the dust," Mara commanded, her voice ringing with quiet authority, the green light around her hands intensifying slightly. "Your grievance is not with him. Find your peace." The remnant paused, seeming to consider her words, or perhaps simply reacting to the conflicting energies in the room, the locket's cold influence, Mara's protective warmth, Jonah's own fear and resolve. Then it let out a silent, psychic scream, a wave of pure despair that washed over Jonah, making him stagger, clutching his head as images flooded his mind. Betrayal, loss, lonely death on the plains, a promise broken long ago, unrelated to Mara, but resonating with the same bitter frequency. He fought back against the wave of imposed grief, focusing on Mara's steady presence, on the feel of the solid floor beneath his boots. "It won't listen," he gritted out. Before Mara could respond, another shape began to coalesce near the window, this one darker, sharper, crackling with barely suppressed anger. It felt less like sorrow and more like raw, vengeful fury. And simultaneously, the scraping sound returned from the chimney, accompanied by a low, guttural growl that vibrated through the stone. They weren't facing a single entity. They were being besieged. The ranch, his father's legacy, had become a focal point for the peak's unresolved sorrows and the curse's festering power, drawing remnants, echoes, and perhaps darker things towards the locket, towards Jonah himself. "They are drawn to the bloodline," Mara realized aloud, her eyes darting between the emerging shapes, "to the echo of the name, to the unresolved debts of Thomas Tate and perhaps the first Jonah. The reckoning wasn't just about Mara's curse. It was about the accumulated weight of his family's history with this place. The price demanded for generations of meddling, betrayal, and perhaps even sacrifice. The furious remnant by the window lunged forward, moving with surprising speed, its form solidifying into grasping claws of shadow. Jonah fired the Colt instinctively. The bullet passed straight through the shadowy arm with no effect, burying itself in the log wall behind. The creature didn't even flinch, its fury undiminished. Mara reacted instantly, thrusting her hands forward. A pulse of green energy erupted from her palms, striking the remnant squarely. It recoiled with a hiss, its form flickering, momentarily disrupted before solidifying again, angrier than before. They are persistent, she muttered, bracing herself. From the hearth, embers suddenly flew outwards as if kicked, showering the floor with sparks. A third shape began to rise from the chimney's opening low, squat, emanating a primal earthy menace, its form indistinct but suggesting claws and teeth made of soot and shadow. The growl intensified, rumbling through the cabin. Jonah felt trapped, overwhelmed. His gun was useless. Mara's defensive magic seemed only to momentarily deter the attackers. They were surrounded inside his own home by manifestations of grief, fury, and primal darkness. The locket in his pocket felt like a cold, dead weight, offering no help, perhaps even amplifying the assault. He looked at Mara, desperation clawing at him. Her face was set, determined, but he could see the strain, the faint tremor in her hands as she held the protective light. She couldn't keep this up indefinitely. They needed another solution. His gaze fell upon the locket's outline in his pocket. They had weakened its hold, reached the spark within. Could they use it? Not its corrupted power, but the core of Mara's own magic trapped inside? It was an insane risk. Trying to wield the very object of the curse felt like dancing on a razor's edge. But what other weapon did they have? Mara, he shouted over the wind and the growling. The locket. Can we use your spark? Fight them with their own anchor? Mara hesitated, her eyes wide with uncertainty and fear. Using the locket offensively, deliberately tapping into its power, even the core spark felt incredibly dangerous. It could backfire spectacularly, strengthen the curse, or shatter the locket entirely, unleashing unknown consequences. But seeing the remnants closing in, seeing the primal thing emerging from the hearth, she seemed to realize they had run out of options. It will be dangerous, she warned, her voice tight. Unpredictable. Are you strong enough to hold it, to channel while I guide the intent? He didn't know. He felt weak, drained, terrified. But he met her gaze, seeing the shared desperation, sliver of trust. I have to be. He pulled the locket out again. It felt different now, not raging, but sullen, dormant, yet still radiating that profound cold. He gripped it tightly, bracing himself. All right. Mara took a deep breath, centering herself. The green light around her hands intensified again. Hold it steady. Focus with me. Not on the curse's bitterness, but on the original intent beneath it. Protection. Connection. The light you felt in the grove. We aren't breaking it now. We are borrowing its deepest light to push back the shadows. Jonah closed his eyes, shutting out the menacing shapes, the howling wind. He focused on the locket in his hand, picturing not the tarnished silver, but the gleam it must have had when first given. He pictured the spark within, not as a trapped ember, but as a beacon. He thought of Mara, not as a prisoner, but as the strong, resilient woman fighting beside him. He focused on the feeling of connection, the fragile warmth that defied the cold. He felt Mara's energy reach out, not touching him physically this time, but connecting with his mind, with his intent, guiding him. He felt her presence merge with his focus, lending her strength, her knowledge of the magic. Together, they mentally reached into the locket, past the layers of cold and sorrow, towards that tiny rekindled spark. The locket remained cold in his hand, but deep within, he felt a response. A flicker of warmth, a pulse of clear blue-white light, entirely different from the curse's icy glare. It felt pure, strong, ancient. Mara gasped beside him, feeling it too. Now, she commanded, project it outwards. A shield, a boundary. Together, focusing their combined will, they pushed that internal light outwards. It erupted from the locket, not as a blinding flash, but as a wave of calm, clear energy, expanding rapidly through the cabin. It wasn't an attack. It was a declaration, a claiming of space, pushing back against the encroaching darkness with quiet, undeniable force. The effect on the remnants was immediate, dramatic. The sorrowful figure shrieked, dissolving like mist in sunlight. The furious remnant hissed, recoiling violently, its shadowy form shredding, dissipating against the wave of pure energy. The primal creature from the hearth roared in frustration and pain, scrambling back up the chimney, vanishing into the darkness above. The wave of light expanded, pushing past the cabin walls, out into the night. The howling wind abruptly died down, replaced by a profound silence. The rattling ceased. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, leaving the air clean, cold still. Jonah stood panting, the locket now feeling strangely light in his hand, its coldness significantly lessened, replaced by a faint, neutral coolness. The internal spark seemed to have retreated again, leaving the object quiescent once more. He looked at Mara. She sagged against the rough-hewn table, her face pale, sweat beading on her forehead, utterly spent but victorious. Did we do it? Jonah asked, his voice hoarse. Mara nodded weakly, managing a tired smile. We pushed them back, for now. She looked at the locket in his hand, then at him, her expression complex. Using its core, it worked, but the cost, he understood. Channeling that power, even the pure spark had drained them both, especially Mara. It wasn't a sustainable solution, and it hadn't destroyed the entities, merely repelled them. They were still out there, drawn by the locket, by the bloodline, waiting. The reckoning had come to his doorstep, demanding a price. They had paid it this time with their combined strength, their fragile trust, their willingness to wield the dangerous power between them. But the cost felt steep, the victory temporary. The shadows had been pushed back, but they were gathering, waiting for another chance. And the final price of confronting his father's legacy, of truly breaking the curse and settling the debts of Widow's Peak, remained terrifyingly unknown. They had bought themselves time, but the ultimate reckoning still loomed, demanding a final, perhaps fatal, payment. Chapter 20, Starlight Showdown. The silence that followed the expulsion of the shadowy remnants was heavy, brittle, like a thin sheet of ice over churning dark water. Inside the small cabin, the fire had burned low, casting weak, flickering shadows that no longer seemed menacing, merely empty. Jonah and Mara sat opposite each other at the rough-hewn table, the inert locket lying between them, a cold, tarnished testament to the battle fought and the deeper conflict still looming. Exhaustion lay heavy on them both, a bone-deep weariness that went beyond physical fatigue, born of psychic strain and the constant, grinding pressure of the curse. Outside, the wind had died down to a low, mournful whisper carrying the scent of cold dust and the vast, lonely emptiness of the plains under a sky ablaze with indifferent stars. The peak loomed, a darker silhouette against the celestial backdrop. Its presence felt even through the solid log walls, watchful, waiting. They had won a skirmish, pushed back the immediate intrusion, but both knew it was only a temporary reprieve. The forces stirred by the unearthed locket, by Jonah's bloodline, by the weakened binding, were still out there, gathering strength in the shadows. They'll be back, Jonah stated quietly, breaking the long silence. It wasn't a question. He looked at the locket, then at Mara. Her face, illuminated by the dying firelight, was pale, etched with fatigue, but her eyes held a new clarity, a steely resolve forged in the heart of the conflict. The fragile hope born in the grove had survived the assault on the ranch, tempered now into determination. Yes, Mara agreed, her voice low but steady. We wounded them, confused them perhaps by using the locket's core against the tide of its own corruption. But we haven't addressed the source. The imbalance remains. The debts are unpaid. Her gaze drifted towards the window, towards the dark mass of the peak. As long as the locket exists, as long as the binding holds me, as long as the peak remembers the blood spilled and promises broken, the shadows will gather. Jonah nodded grimly. He felt the truth of her words resonate deep within him. They couldn't keep fighting defensive battles, repelling remnants and echoes. They had to confront the source, force a final resolution. The reckoning demanded more than just survival. It demanded a definitive act. Then we don't wait for them to come back, he said, a hard resolve settling in his gut. He pushed back his chair, the scraping sound loud in the quiet room. He walked to the mantelpiece, his gaze falling on the spot where the locket had sat earlier, radiating its cold menace. Then he turned back to Mara, his decision made. We take the fight to them. Or rather, we draw the true conflict here. Now. Tonight. Mara looked up sharply, surprise flickering in her eyes, quickly followed by understanding and a dawning apprehension. Here? At the ranch? This is my father's legacy, Jonah said, his voice rough with emotion, gesturing around the simple cabin. This land bought perhaps with the price of your freedom. The conflict started with him, with his choices. It feels right that it ends here, under the peak's eye, but on ground claimed by his name. He looked at the locket on the table. And this is the key. We used its spark to defend. Can we use it to break the binding completely? Here and now? It was an audacious, terrifying gamble. Deliberately invoking the full power of the locket, attempting to shatter the centuries-old curse outside the protective sanctuary of the grove, felt like inviting annihilation. Mara stared at him, searching his face, weighing the immense risk. Breaking the binding, she began slowly, her voice barely a whisper, will unleash everything held within it. Decades of my stolen power. My sorrow, yes, but also the full force of his betrayal, the corrupted intent. It could create a storm, Jonah, a vortex of uncontrolled magic that could consume us both. She paused, her gaze intense. And there's the other risk, the grave, the seal. If the backlash is strong enough, if the peak's balance is violently disrupted, it might weaken the older containment. We could unleash something far worse than the curse itself. He knew the risks. He felt them cold in his bones. The ancestors' sacrifice, the potential for unleashing an ancient darkness. It was a terrifying possibility. But what was the alternative? Wait for the shadows to overwhelm them? Live forever under the threat. Mara still bound. Jonah haunted by his heritage? Some things refuse to stay buried, he said, echoing Mara's earlier words back to her. Maybe the only way to prevent the seal from breaking violently is to consciously address the imbalance now. to choose our ending, instead of having it forced upon us. He met her gaze steadily, laying bare his conviction, his fear, and the burgeoning feeling that tied him to her fate. I won't let my father's choices define my end, or yours. We face this together, whatever the price. A long silence fell. Mara studied him, her expression unreadable. The fire popped, sending a few sparks into the air. Then, slowly, she nodded. A single, decisive movement. Together, she affirmed, her voice regaining its strength. Then let us prepare. If we are to call the storm, we must be ready to stand in its eye. They moved with quiet purpose. Jonah replenished the fire, kneading its light and symbolic warmth against the encroaching metaphysical cold. He checked his Colt again, knowing it might be useless against the primary threat, but unwilling to face the unknown, entirely unarmed. Mara stood near the center of the room, her eyes closed, her hands held loosely at her sides. Jonah could sense her gathering her strength, drawing on the residual energy of the grove, her own reclaimed spark, preparing herself for the immense effort required. Jonah took the locket from the table. It felt cold, heavy, quiescent, but potent, like a coiled snake. He didn't put it back in his pocket. He held it loosely in his hand, feeling its dead weight, preparing himself to wield it, not as a weapon of corrupted power, but as a tool for liberation, fueled by their combined will. Outside, Mara said, opening her eyes. They glowed faintly with that soft green light. Under the stars, where the peak can bear witness. Jonah nodded. He pushed open the cabin door, stepping out into the cold, clear night. Mara followed, pulling her worn shawl tighter around her shoulders, though Jonah suspected the gesture was more for grounding than for warmth. They walked away from the cabin towards the center of the open ranch yard, positioning themselves directly between the house, his father's legacy, and the immense dark loom of Widow's Peak, the source of the magic and the curse. The stars blazed overhead with fierce intensity in the moonless sky, casting a cold, ethereal light. The air was utterly still now, the earlier wind having vanished completely, leaving a silence that felt unnatural, expectant. It was as if the entire world held its breath, waiting for the final act. "Are you ready?" Mara asked, her voice soft but clear in the stillness. Jonah looked at her face, illuminated by starlight, seeing the fear beneath the resolve, the vulnerability beneath the strength. He reached out, his fingers brushing hers. A spark, warm and real, passed between them. "Ready," he affirmed. He raised the locket, holding it aloft in the starlight. Mara placed her hand gently over his, just as she had in the grove, her touch anchoring him, her energy flowing into him, merging with his own resolve. "Now," she breathed, "focus, not on breaking, but on releasing the stolen light, reclaiming what is yours. Let the sorrow flow out, but hold fast to the core, hold fast to the choice." Together, they focused their combined will on the locket, reaching past the tarnish, past the cold, past the layers of bitterness, towards the tiny rekindled spark within. They didn't try to force it, didn't try to wield it offensively. They simply called to it, offered it release, invited Mara's own essence to come home. For a long moment, nothing happened. The locket remained cold, inert. Doubt flickered in Jonah's mind. Had they miscalculated? Had the spark been too faint, too damaged? Then slowly, tentatively, a soft blue-white light began to emanate from the locket. Not the harsh, cold glare of the curse, but a gentle, pure luminescence, like captured starlight finally escaping its prison. It grew steadily brighter, bathing their hands, their faces, the surrounding ground in its ethereal glow. It felt warm, alive. As the light intensified, the air around them began to stir. The wind picked up again, swirling dust devils around their feet. Shadows detached themselves from the base of the peak, from the corners of the ranch buildings, coalescing into familiar menacing shapes, the sorrowful remnant, the furious one, the primal thing from the hearth, and behind them, ranks of indistinct shadow walkers, drawn by the surge of pure magic, their forms wavering between hunger and fear. From high on the peak, a low rumble began like distant thunder, or the groan of the mountain itself disturbed from its slumber. The ground beneath their feet vibrated faintly. The seal, the older containment, weakening, reacting. The locket pulsed in Jonah's hand, the pure light within battling the encroaching shadows, battling the resonance of the peak's deep disturbance. Mara gasped, her grip tightening on his hand, her face strained with the effort of maintaining focus amidst the rising chaos. "Hold on, Jonah," she cried, her voice thin against the rising wind. "Don't let the fear take hold. Focus on the release." He grit his teeth, pouring every ounce of his will into the effort, shielding the nascent light, reinforcing Mara's focus. He faced the swirling shadows, the rumbling mountain, the weight of his heritage, and made his stand. He chose connection over isolation, hope over despair, love over the bitter legacy of betrayal. The light from the locket flared, pushing back the encroaching shadows. The remnants shrieked, their forms dissolving. The shadow walkers hesitated, swirling uncertainly. The rumbling from the peak seemed to lessen slightly, as if momentarily appeased or held in check by the purity of the released energy. But the locket itself began to shudder violently. Cracks thin as spider webs appeared on its tarnished surface, glowing with intense blue-white light. The strain of containing and releasing the purified magic was proving too much for the corrupted vessel. "It's breaking," Jonah shouted. "Let it," Mara cried back, her eyes blazing. "Let the vessel shatter. Let the light be free." With a final combined surge of will, they poured their energy into the locket. It pulsed one last time, blindingly bright. Then, with a sound like the tinkling of 1,000 tiny bells mixed with the sharp crack of breaking ice, it shattered in Jonah's hand. The light exploded outwards, not as a destructive force, but as a wave of pure, warm energy, washing over the ranch yard, over the cabin, rolling up the slopes of the peak. It felt like dawn breaking after a long, cold night. The remaining shadows dissolved instantly, vanishing without a trace. The wind died down completely, leaving absolute stillness. The rumbling from the peak ceased. The fragments of the locket fell from Jonah's numb fingers, tinkling onto the dusty ground. They no longer radiated cold or light. They were just pieces of dull, broken metal, their power spent. The curse finally, irrevocably broken. Jonah stood swaying, utterly depleted, gasping for breath. Mara sagged against him, her strength gone, leaning heavily on his support. He wrapped his arm around her, holding her steady, feeling the tremor running through her body, mirroring his own. They stood together in the sudden, profound silence, under the watchful eyes of the stars. The air felt clean, scrubbed free of menace. The oppressive weight that had seemed to crush the very life out of the land was lifted. Mara took a deep, shuddering breath, the first truly free breath she had taken in centuries. Tears streamed down her face, tears not of sorrow, but of overwhelming relief, of release. Jonah looked up at the peak. It stood silent, immense, its ancient presence undeniable. But the brooding hostility felt lessened, quieted. Perhaps the release of the pure magic had soothed its troubled spirit, reinforced the older seal, restored a measure of balance. Or perhaps it was simply waiting, observing the aftermath. He looked down at Mara, at her tear-streaked face illuminated by starlight, at the dawning hope in her eyes. The price of reckoning had been steep, terrifying, exhausting, forcing them to confront the deepest shadows within themselves and the peak. But standing here together, with the curse broken and the immediate darkness repelled, it felt like a price worth paying. Starlight Showdown was over. They had faced the darkness, chosen their own path, and against all odds, love, in its most resilient, hard-won form, had prevailed against the curse. The future remained uncertain, the full consequences perhaps yet unknown. But in this moment, under the vast, silent sky, there was finally peace. Chapter 21, Rewriting Fate in Embers. The silence that descended upon the ranch yard was absolute, a profound stillness that felt both earned and unsettling. The wind had vanished. The menacing whispers were gone. The ground beneath their feet no longer trembled with the peak's agitation. Only the vast, cold light of the indifferent stars remained, washing over the scene in ethereal silence. Jonah stood breathing raggedly, the phantom weight of the shattered locket still echoing in his hand, his arm wrapped protectively around Mara as she leaned it against him, her body trembling with exhaustion and the seismic shock of release. The broken fragments of the locket lay scattered on the dusty ground at their feet, dull pieces of tarnished silver, inert and powerless now, looking small and insignificant after the cosmic fury they had contained and unleashed. The curse, the anchor forged by betrayal and binding magic, was broken. Its hold, which had defined Mara's existence for centuries, was gone. Slowly, Mara straightened, pulling away gently from Jonah's support, though she remained close, their shoulders almost touching. She lifted her head, not towards the peak, but towards the star-dusted sky, drawing in a long, slow breath. Her eyes, when she opened them again and looked around the familiar yet suddenly alien landscape of the ranch yard, held a dazed, wondering quality. The deep, ingrained sorrow hadn't vanished entirely. Such wounds couldn't heal in an instant, but it was overlaid with disbelief, with the dawning realization of freedom. "It's quiet," she whispered, her voice thick with unshed tears and awe. "The constant pull, the cold tether, it's gone." She touched her own chest, near her heart, where the phantom weight of the buried locket must have resided for so long. "I feel light, empty almost. Is this real?" Jonah watched her, his own exhaustion momentarily forgotten, caught up in the raw vulnerability and hesitant wonder of her expression. He felt an unexpected surge of fierce protectiveness, mingled with the profound relief washing through him. "It's real, Mara," he said softly, his voice rough. "You're free." The word hung in the air between them, immense, terrifying, beautiful, free. After centuries bound to the peak's sorrow, to the ruin, to the memory of betrayal, she took another breath, deeper this time, and slowly turned, her gaze sweeping across the humble ranch buildings, the corral, the endless plain stretching away into the darkness, finally coming to rest on the towering silhouette of Widow's Peak. Her connection to the mountain was still there. He could sense it, a deep intrinsic bond with the land itself, the ancient magic that predated the curse. But the quality of it felt different now. Not a chain, but roots and belonging, perhaps, rather than an imprisonment. Could she leave? Would she want to? The questions hovered, unspoken. Jonah bent down stiffly, his muscles protesting, and began gathering the scattered fragments of the locket. They felt cool to the touch, but inert, the malevolent energy utterly dissipated, leaving only tarnished metal. He collected the pieces carefully, wrapping them in his handkerchief. They felt like remnants of a nightmare, tangible proof of the darkness they had faced and overcome. Leaving them scattered felt wrong, disrespectful somehow to the immense forces they represented. Mara watched him, then knelt beside him, her fingers gently touching one umbrella, the larger crescent-shaped pieces. "So much pain," she murmured, her voice filled with complex emotion, grief for the lost years, awe at their survival, perhaps even a strange pity for the object that had been both prison and poisoned chalice. Held within such a small thing. "What should we do with them?" Jonah asked, holding the small bundle of fragments. Mara considered, her gaze distant for a moment. "They hold no power now, only memory. Perhaps they belong back on the peak, not buried again, but returned to the earth, to the grove, where the true magic can eventually reclaim the silver, cleanse the memory." It felt right, a closing of the circle. "When we're stronger," Jonah agreed, tucking the wrapped fragments carefully into his jacket pocket, separate from where the intact locket had rested. Another journey up the peak felt daunting but necessary. A pilgrimage, perhaps, rather than a desperate quest. They stood up, the shared task grounding them slightly. The cold night air began to seep into their bones now that the adrenaline had faded. They needed warmth, rest, sanctuary. Jonah gestured towards the cabin. "Come on, inside." This time Mara entered without hesitation, the threshold no longer feeling like a boundary between her world and his, but simply a doorway into shelter. The cabin felt different inside, too. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, but the oppressive atmosphere was gone, replaced by a simple quiet. The shadows in the corners were just shadows now. Jonah rebuilt the fire, the flames catching quickly this time, casting a warm, steady glow. Mara sank onto the rough bench near the hearth, pulling her shawl tighter, watching the flames with an almost hypnotic focus. Jonah found a relatively clean blanket in the chest at the foot of his cot and draped it gently around her shoulders. She looked up at him, her eyes dark and fathomless in the firelight, a silent acknowledgement passing between them, a shared understanding of the profound shift in their reality. He poured the now simmering beans into 2 tin plates, added chunks of salt pork, and handed one to Mara along with a biscuit. She took it with murmured thanks, cradling the warmth in her hands before beginning to eat slowly, hesitantly, as if rediscovering the simple act of nourishment. Jonah sat opposite her, forcing himself to eat, needing the fuel, though his appetite was scant. They ate in silence for a while, the only sounds the crackling of the fire and the low sigh of the wind outside, which now sounded like natural wind, stripped of its earlier menace. The quiet felt companionable, comfortable, a stark contrast to the charged silences that had defined their interactions before. "Thomas Tate," Mara said softly, breaking the silence without looking up from her plate. "Your father. Did you find peace with his memory after the dream, after seeing everything?" Jonah paused, his fork halfway to his mouth. He stared into the fire, considering the question. Peace? No, not entirely. The bitterness of the betrayal, the weight of the inherited guilt, the sorrow for the man his father might have been and the man he became, those things wouldn't vanish overnight. But the raw anger, the consuming doubt had lessened, replaced by a more complex, somber understanding. "I understand him better, maybe," Jonah said slowly, choosing his words carefully. "Doesn't excuse what he did. Nothing can. But seeing the grave, knowing about the ancestor, it adds layers. Fear. Maybe he thought he was controlling something he couldn't fight. Made a monster's choice, trying to avoid becoming a martyr. He shook his head, the explanation feeling inadequate. Doesn't change the price you paid, but he paid a price too, I think. A lifetime of silence, of looking over his shoulder, of knowing what he'd done. He finally looked at Mara. Peace? No, but maybe acceptance of the flawed man he was, and a determination not to repeat his mistakes. Mara listened intently, her expression thoughtful. She nodded slowly. Acceptance, she echoed softly. Perhaps that is the beginning of healing, for both of us. She took another bite, then set her plate aside, her appetite apparently satisfied. She drew her knees up to her chest, wrapping her arms around them, staring into the fire, looking small and pensive. What will you do now? Jonah asked gently, voicing the question that hung heavy in the air. Are you bound to the peak still, or can you leave? Mara was silent for a long time, gazing into the flames as if seeking answers there. The locket's binding is broken, she said finally. The anchor is gone. I felt it snap. I am no longer chained to the ruin, to that specific point of sorrow. She paused, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face. But my connection to the peak itself, that runs deeper, older than the curse. It's in my blood, in my spirit, woven into the fabric of who I am. I felt it strengthen in the grove, even as we fought the locket. It welcomed me back. She turned her head, looking towards the dark window, towards the invisible mountain dominating the night. Can I leave? Physically? Perhaps. I don't feel the invisible wall anymore, but would I want to? Where would I go? The world outside, it has moved on. Centuries have passed. I am a relic, a creature out of time. A profound sadness touched her features again, the dawning reality of her situation settling in. Freedom wasn't just release, it was displacement. This world, it's harsh, Jonah admitted quietly. Lonely, especially for someone alone. He hesitated, the next words feeling momentous, risky, yet necessary. You don't have to be alone, Mara. She turned back sharply, her eyes searching his face in the flickering firelight. He met her gaze steadily, letting her see the truth there. The shared exhaustion, the acknowledged history, the burgeoning warmth, a tentative offer of companionship, of a shared future, however uncertain. He saw surprise, caution, and a flare of that same vulnerable hope he'd seen earlier flicker in her eyes. She didn't speak immediately, absorbing the implication of his words. The silence stretched, filled only by the soft crackle of the fire. Your father's ranch, she murmured, the words a statement of the obstacle, the history that lay between them like a deep ravine. My ranch now, Jonah countered gently but firmly. My choices, my life to build. He leaned forward slightly. The past, it happened. We can't erase it. But maybe we don't have to be defined by it either. Maybe we can build something new right here, on this land, together. It was a fragile offering, fraught with complications, shadowed by ghosts. But it felt right. It felt like the only path forward that held any real promise, any real warmth, against the lingering chill of the peak's secrets and the world's indifference. Mara looked from his face to the fire, then back again. A single tear escaped, tracing a silver path down her cheek in the firelight. But this time, it wasn't a tear of sorrow or relief, but of profound, complex emotion. The terrifying, exhilarating possibility of a future she hadn't dared to imagine for centuries. She didn't give him an answer in words. Instead, she slowly reached out her hand across the space between them, palm upwards, a silent invitation, an acceptance of the possibility. His own hand trembled slightly as he reached out, his rough, calloused fingers closing gently around hers. Her skin was cool, but not the icy cold of the curse. It was the cool, living touch of the mountain night, infused now with a returning warmth. Their connection felt real, tangible, grounded not in grand promises or fiery passion, but in shared endurance, mutual respect, and the quiet, dawning realization that even after centuries of sorrow and betrayal, something new, something hopeful, could rise from the embers. They sat there for a long time as the fire burned low, hands clasped, the silence comfortable now, filled not with tension, but with the weight of choices made, battles won, and the daunting yet shared prospect of rewriting fate. One quiet moment, one shared dawn at a time. The shadows outside might gather again. The peak might hold more secrets. The ancestor's seal might remain a question mark, but here, in the warmth of the hearth, with Mara's hand in his, Jonah felt a sense of peace he hadn't thought possible. A fragile foundation laid in the embers of a broken curse. Chapter 22. Dawn breaks on Widow's Peak. Jonah woke slowly, surfacing from a deep, dreamless sleep, unlike any he'd known since bringing the Starlight horse home. The first sensation was the absence of cold, not just the physical chill of the mountain night, but the deeper psychic cold that had emanated from the locket, the constant oppressive weight of the curse. That profound pressure was gone, leaving behind a stillness that felt vast, almost unnerving in its completeness. He was slumped uncomfortably in the rough wooden chair by the hearth, a stiff blanket tangled around him. The fire had burned down to deep red embers, casting a soft, warm glow in the pre-dawn darkness of the cabin. Across the small space, curled beneath the blanket he'd given her on the narrow cot that had once been his father's, Mara slept. Her breathing was deep, even, peaceful in a way he hadn't yet seen. Even in repose, the harsh lines of sorrow seemed softer, her face smoothed by exhaustion, but also, perhaps by the first true rest she'd known in centuries. He sat quietly, reluctant to move, to break the fragile spell of peace. He watched the embers glow, listening to the profound silence. The wind outside had died completely. No rattling panes, no mournful howls, no menacing whispers, just the vast, indifferent quiet of the plains, waiting for the sun. It felt normal, shockingly, blessedly normal. The weight of Widow's Peak, while still a tangible presence on the horizon of his mind, no longer felt like a crushing burden threatening to suffocate him. The immediate, active malevolence had withdrawn, leaving behind only the enduring mystery of the mountain itself. Slowly, carefully, Jonah eased himself out of the chair, his muscles screaming in protest after the physical and emotional ordeal. He stretched stiffly, rolling his shoulders, feeling the deep ache of fatigue that sleep hadn't fully erased. He added a few small logs to the embers, coaxing them gently back to life, the returning flames casting flickering light on Mara's sleeping form. He felt a complex mix of emotions, watching her relief so potent, it felt like a physical release, burgeoning tenderness, protective instinct, and the lingering shadow of his father's guilt, a dull ache beneath the surface. He moved quietly to the window, pushing aside the rough burlap curtain. The eastern sky was just beginning to pale, transitioning from inky black to a deep bruised purple, silhouetting the distant flat horizon. Stars still littered the heavens, but their fierce intensity seemed gentler now, softened by the approaching light. He looked towards the north, towards the dark mass of Widow's Peak. It stood immense, silent, watchful as ever, but the menacing aura felt dormant, appeased perhaps by the breaking of the curse, the release of the stolen magic, the restoration of a fragile balance, the questions about the ancestor's grave, the seal, The deeper powers remained, but they felt like mysteries to be respected, perhaps cautiously explored someday, not immediate threats baying at the door. As the first true rays of dawn began to paint the horizon in streaks of pale gold and rose, Mara stirred on the cot. She didn't wake with a start, as one might expect after trauma, but slowly, tentatively, like someone emerging from a long, dark hibernation. Her eyes fluttered open, blinking against the growing light filtering through the window. She lay still for a moment, her gaze unfocused, seemingly taking stock of her surroundings, perhaps half believing she might still be dreaming within the ruined chapel walls. Then her eyes cleared, focusing first on the rough-hewn ceiling beams above her, then shifting to the window where the colors of dawn were beginning to bloom. A look of profound wonder, mingled with disbelief, slowly spread across her face. She pushed herself up slowly, clutching the blanket around her, and swung her legs over the side of the cot. She didn't look at Jonah immediately. Her entire being seemed focused on the window, on the simple miracle of the sunrise. She rose and walked towards it, her movements hesitant, almost reverent. She stopped just shy of the window pane, her breath misting slightly on the cool glass. She just watched, utterly absorbed as the sun climbed, spilling golden light across the vast, empty plains, turning the dust motes in the cabin air into dancing diamonds. Tears began to trace silent paths down her cheeks again, but these were not tears of sorrow or pain. They were tears of awe, of release, of witnessing something beautiful and ordinary that had been denied her for longer than human memory could hold. Jonah remained by the hearth, giving her the moment, feeling his own throat tighten with emotion. He busied himself making coffee, the familiar ritual grounding him. The smell of the brewing coffee filled the small cabin, mingling with the scent of wood smoke, simple, comforting sense of home, sense that now felt charged with new significance. When the coffee was ready, strong and black, he poured 2 tin mugs full. He carried one over to Mara, who still stood mesmerized by the dawn. She turned as he approached, her eyes luminous, reflecting the morning light. She took the mug, her fingers brushing his, the brief contact sending a surprising warmth through him, a stark contrast to the locket's lingering memory of cold. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice husky. She cradled the mug, letting its warmth seep into her hands, her gaze returning to the window. "I had forgotten what sunlight felt like, how the colors changed." "It's a new day, Mara," Jonah said softly. She nodded, taking a slow sip of the coffee, closing her eyes briefly as if savoring the simple heat, the bitterness. "Yes," she murmured, "it truly is." They stood in comfortable silence for a while, watching the plains awaken under the rising sun. The vastness no longer felt threatening, merely immense, full of possibility perhaps, but also demanding resilience, endurance, freedom. Jonah realized, looking at Mara's profile silhouetted against the light, wasn't just an absence of chains. It was the daunting, exhilarating burden of choice, of finding one's place in a world that had moved on without you. After a while, Mara turned from the window. "The locket fragments," she said, her voice regaining some of its practical steadiness. "We should decide." Jonah nodded. He retrieved the handkerchief-wrapped bundle from his jacket pocket. He unwrapped it carefully on the table, the dull, tarnished pieces of silver looking pathetic, almost pitiable, stripped of their power. "You said return them to the grove?" "Yes." Mara came to stand beside him, looking down at the fragments. "The grove's magic is cleansing. Over time, it will reclaim the metal, neutralize the lingering bitterness of the memory. It feels right to return what was stolen, however broken, to a place of true power and healing, not burying it again in secrecy and shame, but offering it back openly." All right, Jonah agreed. When we're stronger, we'll take them back together. The thought of another journey up the peak didn't fill him with dread this time, but with a sense of purpose, of closing a final chapter. Mara reached out, her finger tracing the outline of one of the larger fragments, shaped like a drooping rose petal. He chose this symbol, she mused softly, a flicker of old sadness in her voice. The prairie rose, resilient, beautiful, even in harsh conditions. Perhaps a part of him, the part that first loved this place, that first saw the magic in me, remembered that resilience, even as he chose betrayal. She shook her head slightly, dismissing the thought. Or perhaps it was merely a pretty shape. Jonah didn't know. He doubted they would ever fully understand the complex motivations of Thomas Tate. But looking at Mara, seeing her quiet strength, her survival, her capacity for finding hope even after centuries of despair, he thought the symbol, intended or not, held a certain truth. She was resilient. He carefully rewrapped the fragments and tucked them away safely in the wooden chest at the foot of the cot, alongside his father's Bible with its pressed, faded flower, past and present, sorrow and hope, resting side by side. The morning unfolded with a quiet rhythm. Jonah went out to tend to Dusty, checking the water trough, scattering some feed. The mundane tasks felt grounding, reassuring. Mara stepped out onto the porch, pulling the blanket around her shoulders against the morning chill, and simply stood there, feeling the sun on her face, watching the vast sweep of the plains, her expression thoughtful, contemplative. She wasn't imprisoned by the view anymore. She was simply part of it. When Jonah returned, she was still there. He leaned against the porch railing beside Rella, sipping the last of his coffee. "What now, Mara?" he asked again, the question gentler this time, less demanding. She turned to him, a faint, tentative smile touching her lips. "Now, I learned to live again, I suppose. To feel the sun, to taste the rain, to walk on ground that doesn't hold me captive." Her gaze drifted towards the peak, then back to him. "My connection to the mountain remains. I feel its pull, its ancient life. Perhaps my place is there, not as a prisoner, but as a guardian, like your ancestor, helping maintain the balance he sacrificed himself for, honoring the true magic, not the corrupted kind." The thought resonated with Jonah. It felt right, fitting, a way for her to reclaim her power, her connection, on her own terms. But it also implied distance, separation. "And here?" he asked quietly, gesturing towards the ranch, towards himself. "Is there a place for this?" Mara looked at him, her dark eyes searching his. The silence stretched, filled only by the vast quiet of the plains. He saw the caution warring with the hope, the weight of the past battling the potential of the future. "Perhaps," she said softly, finally, "perhaps there is. Building something new. It takes time, Jonah Tate. It takes trust, patience." She reached out, her fingers briefly brushing his hand where it rested on the railing. Her touch was cool but alive. "Let the dawn truly break first. Let us see what the daylight reveals." It wasn't a promise, not exactly, but it was an opening, an acceptance of the possibility, a willingness to explore the fragile connection forged between them. Jonah nodded, a slow warmth spreading through his chest, pushing back the last vestiges of cold. He looked out at the sun-drenched plains, then back towards the silent, watchful peak. The future was unwritten, the path uncertain. The shadows of the past would likely always linger at the edges. But here now, standing beside Mara in the quiet light of a new dawn, with the curse broken and the immediate darkness repelled, the crushing weight had lifted. There was space to breathe, space to heal, space to perhaps finally build something resilient and true out of the embers of sorrow and betrayal. The reckoning was paid, and though scars remained, the dawn breaking over Widow's Peak held the undeniable promise of a new beginning. Epilogue, where the prairie grass sings. The seasons turned over Widow's Peak with the slow, inexorable rhythm of the earth breathing. Summer's fierce heat baked the plains to shades of gold and brown. Autumn arrived with a sigh of cool wind, and skies stretched thin and blue, and winter eventually descended, blanketing the land in stark white silence. Through it all, the peak stood watchful, its jagged silhouette a constant presence against the changing canvas of the sky. Its mood shifted from brooding malevolence to a deep, quiet neutrality. The breaking of the curse, the release of Mara's stolen essence, the confrontation in the starlight, these events hadn't erased the mountain's ancient power or its sorrowful history, but they had undeniably altered its resonance, settling a layer of hard-won peace over its troubled spirit. Down on the ranch, life settled into a new pattern, tentative at first, then gradually gaining the quiet confidence of routine. Jonah still worked the land with the same relentless diligence, mending fences, tending his small herd, facing the daily challenges of wind, weather, and isolation. But the crushing weight of solitude, the gnawing burden of his father's unspoken guilt, had lifted. He moved with a lighter step. The lines of strain around his eyes eased, replaced by a quiet watchfulness that held less fear and more acceptance. He had faced the bitter truth of his heritage, confronted the echoes in his blood, and chosen a different path. The knowledge hadn't brought easy absolution, but it had brought a measure of peace, the quiet strength that comes from confronting shadows rather than fleeing them. Mara remained. She didn't vanish back into the mountain mists, nor did she flee towards the distant, unknown horizon of the wider world. Her freedom, when it finally came, was not the severing of ties she might have once imagined, but a redefinition of them. Her connection to the peak, the intrinsic bond with its ancient magic, remained palpable. She belonged to it, and it to her, not as jailer and prisoner, but as kin. Yet she also began, slowly, tentatively, to put down roots in the world below, in the simple log cabin built by the son of her betrayer. She moved through the ranch yard and the small house with a quiet grace, like a wild bird learning the dimensions of a newfound voluntary enclosure. There were moments Jonah would catch her, standing utterly still, her face turned towards the peak, listening to something only she could hear, her eyes distant, filled with the wisdom of ages. Other times he'd find her, kneeling by the struggling vegetable patch he'd neglected, her hands hovering over the soil, a faint green light pulsing from her fingers, coaxing life from the reluctant earth with an effortless magic that felt entirely natural, healing rather than binding. She mended his clothes with stitches finer than any he'd ever seen, brewed teas from herbs gathered on the lower slopes that eased his aches and calmed his troubled sleep, and sometimes, in the quiet evenings by the fire, she would hum, low and melodic, not the heartbreaking lament of the ruined chapel, but tunes that sounded like wind through pines or water over stones, songs of the land itself. Their relationship unfolded with the same quiet deliberation as the changing seasons. There were no grand declarations, no fiery passions, consuming the shadows of the past in a single blaze. Instead, it was built slowly, carefully, moment by moment, on a foundation of shared experience, hard-won trust, and unspoken understanding. It existed in the way Jonah instinctively saved her the choicest piece of salt pork, the way she left a steaming mug of potent herbal tea waiting for him after a long day's ride. It lived in the quiet conversations by the fire, where fragments of her long isolation met fragments of his solitary life, weaving together a tapestry of shared resilience. It grew in the comfortable silences, where words weren't needed to acknowledge the history between them or the fragile hope they nurtured against it. The thorns of doubt hadn't vanished entirely. Jonah still wrestled sometimes with the ghost of his father, with the chilling echo of the ancestors' fate. Mara still carried the deep scars of betrayal, the cautious reserve born of centuries of loneliness and pain. Trust, once shattered so profoundly, rebuilt itself stone by careful stone. But beneath the caution, a genuine affection grew, deep and quiet, like the underground springs feeding the grove. It was a love born not of youthful illusion, but of mature understanding, acknowledging the darkness they had both endured and choosing connection anyway. When the first snows began to dust the high peaks, signaling the true onset of winter, they made the journey back up the mountain together, not driven by desperation or guided by cryptic visions, but with quiet purpose. Jonah rode dusty, sturdy and reliable. Mara rode beside him, not on the starlight horse which had returned to its own wild existence, but on a sensible mare Jonah had acquired in Purgatory Flats, a calm, steady animal that accepted Mara's gentle hand without fear. Jonah carried the small cloth-wrapped bundle containing the fragments of the shattered locket. The peak felt different this time, still immense, still powerful, still holding its ancient secrets close, but the air lacked the oppressive weight, the active hostility. The whispers were gone. The shadows held no menace. Beyond the natural dangers of the terrain, it felt at peace, watchful, yes, but neutral. As they climbed higher, Jonah felt a sense of homecoming, not just for Mara, but in a strange way, for himself, too. He was no longer just trespassing on his father's haunted ground. He was acknowledging his own place in the peak's long, complex story, accepting the tangled roots of his heritage. Reaching the hidden canyon required care, the descent still treacherous, but no shadow walkers emerged from the mist. No hungry chanting echoed off the walls. The air felt clean, cold, empty of the earlier menace. They navigated the boulder field and passed through the swirling ground fog, arriving once more at the threshold of the ancient grove. Stepping beneath the canopy of the colossal trees felt like entering a cathedral built by time itself. The deep, living quiet embraced them, the gentle murmur of the spring, a welcoming song. The air was cool, fragrant, imbued with a sense of profound peace. Mara walked directly to the central pool, kneeling beside it, placing her hands in the clear water. The soft green light bloomed instantly, brighter, steadier than before, reflecting the restored balance within her and within the grove itself. Jonah approached, unwrapping the locket fragments. He knelt beside Mara, holding out the dull pieces of silver. "Here?" he asked softly. She looked at the fragments, then into the clear depths of the pool. "Yes," she confirmed. "Let the water cleanse them. Let the earth reclaim them." One by one, they dropped the pieces into the spring. There was no splash, no dramatic reaction. The fragments simply sank slowly, disappearing into the pool's unknown depths, swallowed by the pure, ancient magic of the place. As the last piece vanished, a collective sigh seemed to move through the grove, a release of old tension, a final letting go. The cold spot in Jonah's memory, the weight he had carried, finally truly dissipated, leaving only quiet emptiness. Before they left the grove, they walked together to the shadowed corner where the ancestors' grave lay. The tilted stone marker stood as it had, moss-covered, ancient, enduring, Jonah Tate. Seeing his own name carved there no longer filled Jonah with paralyzing dread, but with a strange sense of connection, of responsibility. He looked at the flat, dark warding stone nearby, sensing the power still contained beneath, the sacrifice still holding firm. Mara placed her hand gently on the grave marker. "Rest easy, ancestor," she murmured, her voice soft with respect. "The balance holds. Your watch continues." She then touched the warding stone. "And yours." A faint pulse of green energy flowed from her hand into the stone, a gesture of reinforcement, of acknowledgement. They left the grove in silence, feeling lighter, cleaner, a profound sense of closure settling over them. The return journey down the peak felt blessedly uneventful, the mountain allowing their passage without interference. Back at the ranch, life resumed its quiet rhythm, marked by the turning seasons, the demands of the land, and the slow, steady growth of the bond between them. Mara found her purpose not just in tending the small garden or sharing the quiet chores, but in her renewed connection to the peak. She would sometimes walk the lower slopes, sensing the currents of magic, soothing agitated wildlife, reinforcing the natural balance with her gentle presence. She became less a witch of folklore and more a quiet guardian, her magic integrated into the land itself, a force for healing rather than sorrow. Jonah found his peace not in forgetting his father, but in understanding him and in consciously choosing a different legacy. He ran the ranch, faced the hardships, but the core of loneliness that had defined him was filled now by Mara's quiet strength, her unique perspective, her resilient spirit. They were two solitary souls who had found an unlikely harbor in each other, weathered by storms, but enduring. Their love remained a quiet thing, expressed more in shared glances across the supper table, in hands brushing as they worked side by side, in the simple comfort of knowing the other was near, than in grand pronouncements. It was a love edged with the knowledge of pain, loss, and the high cost of trust, making its tentative blossoming all the more precious. Sometimes, standing on the porch at twilight, watching the last light paint the jagged peaks of the mountain, Jonah would feel the immensity of the peak, the depth of its secrets, the echoes of its long history, and a shiver of the old fear might touch him. The ancestors' grave, the contained power, the vastness of the magic, these things remained. But then Mara would step out beside him, her presence solid, warm, real. She would look up at the mountain not with fear or bitterness, but with a quiet understanding, a sense of belonging. And Jonah knew that while the peak held its mysteries and the past cast long shadows, they weren't alone in facing them anymore. Dawn would break again over Widow's Peak, indifferent, beautiful, relentless. And down on the ranch, life would continue, a quiet testament to resilience, to the possibility of healing, to the enduring strength of a connection forged in darkness and finally allowed to bloom in the tentative light. Fate hadn't been erased, perhaps, but rewritten, chapter by painful chapter, choice by difficult choice, finding its new narrative not in grand prophecies or fiery curses, but in the quiet song of the prairie grass sighing around a small log cabin where two souls, weathered but unbroken, faced the future together.